Hello, everybody. We're waiting for attendees to get on this morning. And I'm watching the list grow here. We'll probably get started. I'm going to repeat some of the remarks that I gave yesterday, but try to tie them in better to this symposium. Lauren, do you want to go ahead and start announcing to people as they come on? I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of laggards.
Yeah, this is Lauren Fondahl with US EPA Region 9, and just a few announcements, and then Dan will give an overview of today's talks. We have posted bios on EPA's website, so if you to get more information about the speakers' bios, you can check our website. And we also will be posting the presentations on the website, hopefully in the next couple of days. We also are going to provide evaluation forms. So if you want to evaluate the 2 days, please fill out the forms and email them back. And we're also looking for new planning committee members for the California Bioresources Alliance Symposium, and for the group as a whole. We could use some new members. So if you're interested, let me and Dan know that you'd be interested in participating. And you can participate as much or as little as you want, but we would like to get some more people, and people from all sectors, the private and public and academic. So let us know. And we're going to have a change in the schedule. Unfortunately, one of our speakers, Kevin Barnes, who had worked for the city of Bakersfield on their compost operation, and he's a consultant now, but unfortunately he was ill, and so he can't make it. So we're going to shift around a couple of other people, and hopefully he can make it next year. Then be sure to join the final session. This is a session this afternoon where you can post questions to anybody and make comments. We'll have several panelists giving, introducing themselves, and then we'll be there to take questions. And so, Dan, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, a number of people put on this conference symposium, and it's been virtual, as those of you know, for the last couple of years. I'd like to screen share some slides right now. And I need screen sharing privileges. The same?
Yep, sorry about that. You got them.
It's okay. Got it. Okay. I'm going to go over some of the slides that I gave yesterday, but today I'm going to try and tie them into our the symposium. First of all, for those of you who didn't see this yesterday, what are bioresources? The way we're defining them for the purposes of the symposia, and the way I define them internal to my own private company, is primary is basically the food and fiber industry. Secondary is what we refer to in California and in statute most places in the US and around the planet as organic waste. And that includes the main feedstocks to that secondary bioresources. Those feedstocks, green material, both leafy and woody, food scraps, manure, and biosolids are all represented in this conference. And in fact, in this session, we will be talking about mainly biosolids, and in the other sessions, we'll be talking about different feedstocks that go into making up a whole portfolio of bioproducts, 4 of which are in the soil amendment category: mulch, compost, biofertilizer, biochar. Animal feed is not something we spend a lot of time on because that market seems to be pretty robust on its own. And then in terms of the non-soil amendment products, electricity, biofuels, chemicals, and product materials. And of course, there's all kinds of different processes to make all of that portfolio. And those are all represented more or less in the symposium from year to year. The concept is based on this transition that we seem to be going through that's taking decades to move from a linear economy that takes the environment as the resources, and then whatever we have as waste doesn't get necessarily recycled, except in the recycling programs. And we got up to almost 50% recycling in California, and then we dropped back during COVID to between around 40% recycling. But recycling is not just a unified thing, because the feedstocks are from the biological nutrients as well as what Bill McDonough and others have called technical nutrients. I prefer to call the right-hand side of this pictorial view of the circular economy, sometimes referred to by other economists, particularly regenerative economists, as the butterfly economy. And you can see that it's color-coded with everything that we put in the green bin on the left-hand side and everything that we put in California anyways in the blue bin on the right-hand side. The big challenge in the bioresources industry that I continue to see and find, and that is a lot of the topics of the symposium, are the commingling of the bioresources with the georesources in the center of this. Now, what you don't see, except for that little oil derrick tower at the top, is where does energy and where does water fit into this? Because water and energy cut across both resource types, of course, and it's the energy system that is creating the global warming problems, but it's also landfill gas, which is the reason 1383 exists, is to reduce those short-lived climate pollutants on the left-hand side, the carbon, the organic carbon that ends up in the atmosphere rather than getting captured into products or energy. So our goal is to return the loop. And of course, there's a whole new discipline called, in the bioeconomy, which includes engineering, life sciences, biotechnology, computational information sciences, and certainly all of that involves a lot of pure and applied research and implementation and investment. The way I pictorialize it for myself and in our company and with our clients is the notion of a circular economy. And the top part is the secondary resources. And one of the unique things about the circular economy is where it ties up at most of the facilities, you get income coming and going, which is not the way virgin resources work. So you get money by accepting a tipping fee or paying for the recycling or processing of those resources. And what I've found in terms of analyzing the business models is that just in the compost arena, there's 8 different business models, and they can vary from getting 100% of their income off the tipping fee and 0% or even negative income off the product distribution and use. When I first got into the compost industry, I remember that the composter of the year talked about always remember the 60-40 rule, because to him, it was a good compost facility that could be profitable if you got 60% of your revenue from the tipping fee and 40% from your product sales. But then there are retail composters who actually purchase finished compost. So they buy it as a resource, they pay for it, then they package it, brand it, and distribute it and get all of their money from retail sales, like Scott's Hyponex or Kellogg Garden Products or any of the other bag companies. The goal, of course, is to go on the outside, not to let any of the residuals go to landfill. Secondary bioresources in this model are across the top, primary across the bottom. But in my work in the industry, I've discovered from many of you that there's a whole other host of resources that could also be referred to as influencers that across the top, and I just thought, well, I've already got primary and secondary. I'm going to call those tertiary bioresources. And water really fits that, although in some respects, water is a primary bioresource because there is no bio without water, and all bio contains water, more or less. Of course, seeds and spores don't have a lot of water, but vegetables and especially like tomatoes and watermelon and stuff contain a lot of water, and our bodies are a lot of water. So all organisms contain water. They also transact energy, and certainly we transact air. Those are the three, along with the solids, that the EPA tries to regulate: air, water, and solids. Energy is a separate discipline, and that's where a lot of the fossil carbon comes from. Then there's transportation and logistics, if you're moving your materials from facility to facility or from bin to bin on a single facility. All the technology, which I put out before. Real estate is kind of the biggest deal in our industry, especially here in California, is to find a site that is cheap enough and available enough, but that's not too far away from your markets or your sources, either the markets of feedstocks or the markets of products. So how all of these tertiary bioresources influence the secondary processing is a lot of what this symposium is about, is trying to understand this bowl of spaghetti, or the phrase that one of my partners used to use is a hog's breakfast. It's really disorganized, and trying to organize the markets is, again, what the goals of this symposia. And I've just listed the tertiary bioresources. I'm up to about 18, and these are all arguable, but at the same time, our goal is not to maximize profit, in other words, return on investment, capital investment, but our goal is to somehow optimize all these tertiary bioresources for the benefit of the local community, including the bioresource community, which is landscapers, forest managers, and farmers. And that is now including more and more the urban forest. So that just gives an overview, and we've organized the symposium by those in those three buckets. And we're going to be working on one of the product buckets today in the first session. So I'll turn it over, and we can to the who is the moderator of the first session.
It's me, so.
Oh, there you are. Turn it back over to Lauren. Thanks, Lauren.
Okay.
All right, take care, and I'll shut up.
Okay, this is a first session on bioresource products, and for this session, we're going to be looking particularly at biosolids. I'm the biosolids coordinator for EPA Region 9, and our first speaker, Bob Ford, works for Synagro, which does both biosolids composting and direct land application of Class B biosolids, and also in our region has a couple of heat dryers. They now have 5 of the largest compost operations in our region, and he's going to be talking about the just how they coordinate the markets. And I know what what's growing on the soils where they've applied Class B, but I don't get the reports on how they use the compost. So I'll be interested in hearing about that. So Bob?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Lauren. Alrighty, who's thinking? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you.
Okay.
I got your first slide up.
Okay, alrighty, thank you. Okay, so next slide, please. What I'd like to do is today is, primarily how Synagro works. We're partnering to Cool the Planet, which is a unique win-win opportunity serving people, planet, and business. So with all the work that we do within the country and Canada, primarily around biosolids, but we also do various organics from the industrial food processing sector. Next slide, please. All right, well, here we are. This is a little bit about Synagro to give you a little more detail on us. We are in 34 of the states and 2 areas in Canada, Ontario and British Columbia. We serve over 600 municipalities and industrial clients, manage over 12 million tons of biosolids annually. We currently operating 12 Class A EQ dry it pelletizing operations. We have regional thermal reductions in the Northeast. Basically, those are incinerators just due to land space and population densities of the Northeast versus land in other areas of the country. As Lauren mentioned, we operate 7 Class A compost facilities. 5 of those are here in California, of which we process over 1 million tons of biosolids and organic waste in California alone. And as well as we do land application of Class B, and we're permitted about 1 million acres across the country with limited compared to some other areas in the country for Class B application here in California, which is mostly Northern California. All righty. So what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit more in depth about composting. I'll touch a little bit on some of the dryers. We'll conclude with that at the end because dryers and composters are opportunities to get direct back to the land. Okay, next slide. All righty. So we participate in waste diversion and recycling. We process various organic waste, including biosolids. You'd be surprised how many people don't necessarily include biosolids in the organic sector. And that's mainly due to their understanding of certification, but they are organic-based materials. We basically manufacture feedstocks for energy, transform, and fertilizer products to divert to organic waste from landfills and sequester carbon. Mostly all of Synagro's products that we process are at a minimum of 20%, 24% carbon. So we also support that indirectly as opposed to direct carbon, maybe like biochar. Innovation science, we use natural and biological processes with the integration of various technologies and science to convert organic waste streams into renewable energy and low carbon fuels for private and customers and public utilities. Basically, we're very solid in the regenerative agriculture and landscape area. That's our primary focus for us for our usage is transfer organic waste streams into non-chemical fertilizers basically renewable kind of fertilizers as the recent program from the federal government there. So we're a little bit excited about that because of biosolids is probably one of the underutilized sources in the marketplace. And again, some of the great benefits coming around from the composting section, water savings, which we can't say enough about in California, erosion control products, helping to keep the waters clean, which support improving soil health and sequestering carbon again. Okay, next slide. Let's talk about compost. Most folks don't necessarily understand what a good compost is. They always like to go back to the beginning of what it goes in it. So a good way to start this review is, what is compost not? It's not animal manure, it's not biosolids residuals, it's not food waste or organic other substrates, either fresh or aged. It's not mulch, not wood chips, not shredded green or wood waste. The quality compost contains these elements, but they must be combined in the proper order and undergo a controlled process of decomposition during the compost processing to produce a quality certifiable compost, which gets us to the Class A EQ for all center grove products, composting in particular. So what drives that? Composting is a microbiological process. Many organisms have evolved to use decaying matter as their food source. Although they're too small to see, they are responsible for the decomposition. In addition to that, we get a different fungi molds, which are important as well in order to break down some of the carbon sources. So there's some examples over there to the left. So with that, I'll go to the next slide with the general overview of the most preferred method of composting, which is windrow. So before we jump into this, the process flow there, basically Synagro operates 2 windrows in California, one in Arizona, one in Texas, and one in Florida. Synagro, other sites, the technologies that we use are positive ASP with the biofilter cap, that's in our South Kern facility, and one positive ASP with membrane technology as well. So these are all basically located up and down the Central Valley of California. Arizona serves Southern California as well as our nursery products facility, moving up into our South Kern facility, which is in the Taft area, followed by Liberty Composting, which is near King County. And then our furthest north facility currently is in Merced County, near Los Banos. So with the windrow process, you see to the left of the screen, you see various raw materials coming in, including biosolids, good on all the organics, food waste, wood and yard waste. They are then mixed. We use mechanical mixing within our South Kern facility, which has probably had some of the most tightly controlled emissions process probably of any of the composting technologies out there. Everything's done under negative pressure mixing indoors for emissions control versus windrow, which is done in open air. Then if we windrow it, composting, you'll notice the rows getting smaller there. So basically you'll have at about 50% shrinkage in the composting process as the material decompose and dry out somewhat. We don't want it too dry. We like to keep it at least a minimum of 30% moisture to keep the biologicals happy. It's then goes into curing after it finishes its PFRP process, which is the pathogen reduction, which everybody it's a critical process and a very tightly controlled step to control any of the pathogens that might be present from food or biosolids. It's then screened for Synagro. We basically are all bulk. Our all grow product, which is our compost produced from food and biosolids materials, is then distributed by bulk to primarily the ag industry. And then from the screening process, we also recycle all our overs. So not all the sticks and twigs, et cetera, wood is totally broken down. Some of that then is in turn recycled back into the process. All right. If I could, next slide. Oops, that one looks like that went two, Hussein. If you back up one, you saw this earlier from Dan. I like to use this from a overall view, a high level view, particularly from for our management and to help them understand our business. This is a great overview that Dan's put together. From where Synagro fits into this process, we would fit into the manufacturing process in the top. We would take materials from municipalities, organic generators, any food processors, or the particular waste industry as a source. It's then transported to one of our facilities, permitted facilities. There we go into the processing for the compost, and then we have basically generate the compost, which is our byproduct, and we transport that to the various markets. And then buyers and users and generators. Under the buyers and users and generators, you would find the farmers, then the landscape folks, and et cetera, and then it goes back into the feed, your almonds or your other food products, and then back into the waste sector. All right, next slide. So this when in California, I think this is a great opportunity, a great model for use across the country, which maybe someday we're seeing more adoption in Florida, similar programs, Oregon, Washington. So we're encouraged by this because it does help with the redistribution of the bioresource. So basically, it helps with the communities under SB 1383. Enables us to get out in front of the public, and then for them to experience a good quality product and understand the benefit of coming back into the community on various projects, healthy soil, carbon, et cetera. So from this perspective, there's some other additional opportunities within the communities outside the parks and landscaping, which is a great opportunity, is some of the products, water retention, if they have any water retention projects running, any fire remediation or land reclamation in that regard, as far as brownfields, biosolids, compost is a great benefit to those and help stabilize those sources. Stormwater management, again, with runoff. So basically, with compost in general, it's a great water management tool for erosion, because basically 2 inches of compost will hold 1 inch of rainfall. So basically it keeps the water where we need it, as opposed to running off, becoming contaminated with particles and other materials. The last one here, which is an interesting one coming up for us here in California, would be wetlands development or recovery. So we'll touch a little bit more on that a little bit later. So coming up, we have some examples, specific examples around these where we participated, not only in California in some cases, but across the country. So next slide, please. So this is probably one of the most advanced municipalities, which is Orange County sanitation. One of the first out of the box with under 1383 to develop a program for us to participate, as a manager to the city for their biosolids and food waste and district, to get in front of the public and help them, educate them, which is key, particularly around biosolids. So we've participated with Orange County here for a number of years in various programs, and so some of the first steps here, I won't necessarily go in through all these, but this basically outlines the process that we used with Orange County to approach within the management district, the various municipalities, and how to get them on board, with a couple additions of some examples here of success within the county, various projects of utilizing biosolids-based compost that they've generated. So a good example of what 1383 can do going forward. It is opening up the urban areas. Okay. Next slide. This is again, California is a big user of biosolids compost on their highway programs. Again, for various particular reasons. And I mean, this is quite a bit of tonnage. It's a growing tonnage here. So this is a growing opportunity we see from distribution, and under the 60-40 rule that Dan mentioned earlier, this certainly enables a better return on the investment here under these projects. So again, we're looking at soil conditioning, faster germination for the cover crop, whether it be grass or other local plants, erosion control. And we found in a couple studies of our own that reduced rate for reapplication. You'll see a lot of projects, they'll do the hydro seeding, which is sort of the blue coloring. However, if they use compost instead, there basically is more substance there for the plant life to take hold versus hydro seeding, which has a limited coverage, depth, and availability of nutrients and other micronutrients. Okay, next slide. So in disturbed lands, fire reclamation, again, a lot of the same factors that Cal Recycle looks to take advantage of in the use of compost is the same here as far in reclamation or in the fire disturbed lands. In the bottom left there, you'll see this is a 2-to-1 slope using all grow compost basically, and within less than a week, this is the growth, and you can see the 2 inches of root growth into the soil penetration to help stabilize the slope. So again, it's a great benefit. Some of the challenge though with the fire reclamation is getting it to where you need it. So I think there's some opportunities to look at better ways to get it there. And it's one thing that Synagro is working on, particularly here in California, with the need. But some of the challenges I got to say here, particularly within the some of the areas with the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, they worry about a properly processed compost. They're worried about weeds or stray species coming back as they try to reestablish the habitat. So that's one of the things that we're trying to overcome there, is to address that, or maybe over nutrification. But again, with compost, all the nutrients and heavy metals are basically complex within the compost and not quickly available as commercial fertilizers are. So again, it backs up to the need for deeper education and understanding of the compost itself and around its benefits. Next slide, please. This is a restoration of a mine in Vermont, and we also do others in eastern part of the state. A lot of strip coal mines. Synagro helps reestablish those where they've just totally stripped the land away in previous mining methods, and helping to reestablish containment and forestry and growth within those zones. So as I mentioned, biosolids compost is extraordinarily similar to capacity that allows to fixate the complex chemistry of large concentration of constituents in the soil, allowing plants to thrive even in the contaminated soils. So like I probably should have mentioned it on the highway slide, you'll see the socks. So there's opportunity out there with socks with using compost, given its natural nature of the biologicals. They do help clean up the environment as well in complex additional heavy metals or other metals that might be there in the existing soils. Okay. This is one where that we're interested here in LA City. There's a project coming up to restore the wetlands for the river there, and again it rolls back to water retention. The great thing about wetlands, they're a natural solution to critical erosion control, limit flooding, moderate groundwater levels, simulate nutrients, protect drinking water sources, and buffer the coastal zones from storm surges. Again, as we talked, it's a very unique, complex material, as well as it's inherent with the natural biologicals, allowing recovering wetlands and ecosystems to reestablish themselves and thrive. So we're looking forward to that project. This is really one that I personally am excited about. And again, I think we have to counter, you can find a lot of bad stuff about biosolids out there, but this is one of our challenges, and focus is going forward is education in our marketing programs or in communications about the benefits of compost or pellets or land application of biosolids in general. Is the education, because most folks don't totally understand the science that's available out there to them. Okay, next slide. Go a little bit deeper here. Synagro's primarily involvement in California, those 1 million tons. Basically that equates to about 500,000 tons of material that we have to distribute to the marketplace. And primarily is the agricultural market. So where we go, where it's used, how it's used, is primarily, if you look at your various nut and wine crops, pistachio, almonds, grapes, citrus as well, cotton, wheat, alfalfa, corn, sorghum. So also a lot goes into the animal feed. From that perspective, like an alfalfa or corn, there's a lot of great benefits out there to understand. Increases the various plant proteins, so you actually get a healthier feedstock going into the animals. We have one gentleman that does dryland wheat. It boosts the protein in the wheat. He's a big user of biosolids compost, and it boosts the wheat protein. So he's able to get a premium price. So there's a lot of good stories that we need to help educate in the marketplace and in order to move the material. And again, a key factor here in California around these growers is to help them understand the water and nutrient efficiency, which compost can improve their soils. So not only do they get improvements in their yields and their crop quality, they also get reduced cost because we're able to supply the nutrients and micronutrients to them basically all in one shot with the compost. You'll see a lot of folks out there right now talking about, biologicals, biochar. As I mentioned, Syntegrow's products are over 24% carbon. So it's particularly in the compost with the biologicals. It's like Prego, it's in there. You don't necessarily have to do all these other additives if you use compost. So that results in a pound for pound. There's no better all-in-one amendment for soils, providing cost-effective critical needs to the growers. So within this perspective, the overall market where we participate is we participate in California in the top 3 agricultural products in the production of almonds, pistachio, grape wines, which is an $8 billion a year market, which in some cases bigger than some countries' economy. So we're very proud of that, and we look forward to continuing that leading position within California for our customers, which are the growers of the various crops that they distribute to the world. Okay, next slide.
And 2 minutes left.
Okay, all righty. I will go to the next slide. This is just a breakdown on current pricing for the nitrogen available within all-grow compost. Basically, if you look at this, here is the average cost per ton of all-grow is $22 a ton, which is the nitrogen breaks down into 40 cents per pound versus $1.50 per pound for organic compost. I mean, for chemical material. So that's just a chart, and this helps for some folks to actually see and understand, because it is a unique release compared to chemical. The other key thing I just wanted to touch on real quick here, which Sally's done a lot of work on, and as far as the water retention in the various soils, again, I mean, if you took all the compost currently produced in California, and it was applied to the water into the soil, you would increase 3.7 billion gallons annually, according to Recycle, the water available within the soil. And it would reduce California growers' water needs by 25% with just the current production of compost today within California. So I won't take too much time on that, but just touch basically on the next slide. Next slide, Jose. This is our other product, which is the pelletizers, which we have throughout the country, particularly here in Region 9, which is Honolulu and California, as well as Victoria in Canada on this side. So again, same application, but tends to be a higher nutrient level. So it can be used more like a chemical fertilizer. Does great for turf opportunities, golf courses, which tend to be the higher end markets. But just does the same common applications as all grow compost. So a lot of that we find, particularly in some of the customers are using that as just to enhance their green waste or food waste compost because of the typical lower nitrogen and phosphorus levels. So that I'll wrap it up, and thank you for today. And remember to get your all grow compost. Don't be afraid of it. Education. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. And we may have some time for questions at the end. Our next speaker is Sally, who is a research professor at the University of Washington, and she's a member of the USDA Committee on Urban and Innovative Agriculture. And she also writes a regular column for Biocycle, so you may have read her column. And Sally?
Yeah.
Hi. And I started my video, and so you can see me, you can hear me, and hopefully you can see the pretty picture from my terrace.
We
And
can. Thank you, Sally.
yeah, this is what I want to talk about. It's supposed to be urban agriculture, but it's much broader about urban use and what happens if you actually develop a product that not only a farmer who's used to working with hog manure can appreciate, but a nice gardener who's used to pruning rose bushes can appreciate. This is the Tacoma product in a unique potting system on the terrace, and the dahlias were glorious. The zucchini did get some leaf mold, and we're still eating the tomatoes right now. So as you heard, last speaker, and you'll hear again and again, biosolids can work miracles. But in an urban context, especially when you're making a user-friendly product, not all biosolids products are created equal. Not all biosolids blends are created equal. These are lovely bridal bouquets of kale here. One here is enough for kale Caesar for the entire clan for Thanksgiving, plus invite the neighbors, and the other is enough for not very much at all. So let me go into a little more detail here. This is from a study we just had published. That was the picture there from the Tagro potting soil, which is an excellent blend developed by the city of Tacoma. And we tested that against a control, but we also tested a number of other products. And here, if you take a look at the brown, that's conventional fertilization. The GrowCo is a biosolids-based compost made with wood, with sawdust. And you can see here that the biosolids, same basic characteristics in the Tacoma biosolids and the GrowCo biosolids, but the Tagro outperforms the GrowCo in both of these soils. And in fact, the fertilizer, and we don't like it when this happens, outperforms the GrowCo in one of the soils. So not all biosolids products are created equal. So to go into an urban market, and let me tell you, if you do it right, you get a carrot that looks like this, and not many people, when they brag about 16 inches, are really seeing 16 inches. But in this case, we were seeing 16 inches, and this was not the only carrot like this. If you want a broad customer base, you need to make a product that works well, but it also has to look nice and it has to smell nice. When you're trying to get people to stick their hands in a bag of something that came from a toilet, there's a lot you have to get over. And if it looks like soil, if it smells like soil, and then especially if it works really well, you've got a good thing going. Okay, so much of I'm part of the Northwest Biosolids, and I've been very, very fortunate to have my research supported through the range of municipalities that contribute to Northwest Biosolids. But so much within the industry, so much of the research that's being done is focused on things that happen in parts per billion or even parts per trillion. So much is focused on, are these materials going to kill you? And if you want a successful program, you have to switch that focus and start thinking about, are you making the best recipe, the best product? This is Ryan Bajajka, who's now City of San Francisco, and his master's with me was making different blends with City of San Francisco biosolids. And instead of monitoring for pharmaceuticals or perfluorinated compounds, he was counting number of flowers and biomass, how big the petunias got. And you can see this is from his paper, and there was an article we did on Biocycle about this. But Tagro mix as the gold standard. Here was a food yard compost not looking nearly as green or as pretty as the Tagro. He tried a walnut char blend with the biosolids. And would you want to buy that? Would you want those petunias? No way. However, when he used a yard waste mixed with the biosolids, and this wasn't composted, this was just cured, because the compost and the biosolids were a class A going into the process, he got petunias that made the Tagro look not quite so pretty. And this then is a product. He also did appearance evaluations and smell evaluations with a panel. These are the things you need to do to enter an urban market. Tagro did this. Tagro in Tacoma is the gold standard here. And so how did they do this? It's not, you make this wonderful product, but then you have to sell it and market it. And many municipalities are not at all used to having to do that. City of Chicago, with their now making compost, has changed from a cadre of soil scientists to a cadre of soil scientists and salespeople, because marketing is a critical part of this. So how did Tagro do this? They started going to the Home and Garden Show. They started a very long-term, long-lasting relationship with master gardeners. They had a demonstration garden at the plant, and they had a pile where you could come and get your own. So making it very user-friendly, making it a very open and transparent process. And this has been going on for well over 20 years. They also have really good swag. So I have a hoodie that says "Making Neighbors Jealous" since 1991. Be proud of your product, brand your product, name your product. You have to identify in your community people that want to make the city green, people that want environmental justice, people that want access to good food, access to green stormwater infrastructure, access to big trees and healthy petunias. In Tacoma, what we did was a very, at that time, unusual thing. And we partnered, we had a grad student named Kristen MacGyver, and this is her slides. And she started looking at the potential to use Tagro in community gardens. And if you think about it, this is a logical partnership. For a city to support urban agriculture in the form of community gardens, there's a slew of benefits associated with urban agriculture. Access to healthy food, access to physical activity, meeting your neighbors, learning about environmental systems, rainwater infiltration in what was abandoned derelict lots turns into beautiful gardens that soak in the water, reduced crime, reduced blood pressure. How do you make a garden work well? You put a great biosolids product on it, and you make it easy. So Harvest Pierce County is the nonprofit that controls or manages the community gardens in Tacoma. When we started with Kristen, there were 4 to 6 gardens. Now there are over 80 with a gleaning program, farmer in training program, and they all get Tagro delivered. This is how you make a community garden program successful. Tagro is an ingredient. Each garden has access to as much Tagro as they want, wood chips and cardboard to make the pathways not weedy, free wood for raised beds, and this comes from downed traffic signs that in Tacoma are made of cherry, and free soil testing if needed. 90 community gardens today, up from 2006, 61 different property owners involved. And this is the number of people or number of households that live within a half mile of a community garden. If you're thinking marketing, this is a fabulous opportunity. And each of these gardens, we figured it out, the number of yards of Tagro per garden. They love this stuff, and they get really mad when the garden managers yell at them for taking the Tagro home to use in their home gardens instead of just using it in the community gardens. So if you think of it, this is a paper we have that's just coming out where we looked at how well used the community gardens are. And this is just a map of community gardens across the city and surrounding area. And you can see there's a lot of gardens. We surveyed 60 of them. And mean number of plots, and each garden gets Tagro delivered, and 80 gardens total with 25 average plots. This is your customer base just starting from the community gardens, and that's word of mouth. What's happened as Tagro has participated in the community garden program is their sales have increased. And this is a picture of the Proctor Garden, one of the gardens we surveyed. It's a beautiful thing. But in 2018 and in 2020, they had to put up a sign at the plant. We're sorry, we're out of product. Really sorry. This was a big deal. They made the news to please use the toilets more so you could get more Tagro. The costs in this program are less than $25 per wet ton. In our area, that's an exceptionally low cost. Just to the north of Tagro, we have another great biosolids program. I work with them extensively. King County, they have a Class B program. They branded their biosolids. They have beautiful graphics. They have beautiful trucks with pictures on them, lovely videos, and excellent job, but it's a Class B program. And instead of 2,000 clients in the community gardens alone, they basically go 2 places. They go to forestry, where they work with one commercial forest company and the Washington State DNR. So they have 2 customers. And they work with agriculture, primarily dryland wheat, primarily in one county. And it's a 200+ mile haul each way. They get compensated for the nitrogen for the agriculture, but the dryland wheat, there are a number of farmers there, but it's a site that's managed by a single entity. Okay, their costs are well over $200 a wet ton. They're realizing that this may not be the best approach. It's good, but there are better ways. And so following in Ryan's footsteps, here's Anna Beebe, who is a grad student that just finished during COVID. And part of her work was developing compost blends with different feedstocks. They will have a demonstration compost site within the next 2 years, and they want to follow in Tacoma's footsteps. And here are her petunias. What was really interesting here is we got to test forest slash, which is leftovers from logging, and we were sure that that would make the best stuff. And we also used some urban wood from the King County solid waste. And it turns out that the urban wood was a better feedstock than the forest slash. And so not only did we end up making a better compost recipe, we ended up with King County having a potential alliance within a different division within the county, which is going to be good for everybody. And control here, fertilizer here, the old compost here, and Tagro here. So a number of these blends, look at these beautiful flowers, are as good, if not better than the Tagro, and much better than the fertilizer. Okay, now, this is a really good time to start thinking about doing something like this, bragging about what you do, branding what you do, reaching into your stakeholders, because then they'll know what biosolids is. They know that they help make it, and they'll have pride in product. This is something from BBC about why it's time to talk about poo. There's a couple of new books out. One is called Flush, that was written by a guy in the Seattle area, and he talked to a lot of biosolids people about it, and it's a beautiful story of biosolids among the other parts of the digestive tract and what happens. But in this article in the BBC, they talked a lot about the DC water program, which makes Bloom. And they recently changed their treatment process, have a Class A advanced thermal hydrolysis, and they followed the lead of Tacoma and King County for branding and outreach. And so King County had Loop, DC Water has Bloom. Here is their new and better plant where they make the Class A material going in. Here's a timeline. They started making the first product in 2014, giving out free samples. They put in a garden at the plant, so people within the plant could see and taste what they were making, get the benefits of it. Chris Piot brought pots of pretty flowers to everybody on the board, all planted in their product. First distribution and marketing permits, Bloom trademark, and they first sold out in 2018. They first got bag products in stores in 2018, first month sell out in 2019, and then they're expanding their sales team and they are saving money. So a little more detail here. One thing that DC Water also did was invest in research in product development, not necessarily contaminants, but what makes the best blends. We did some research for them on using the Bloom products for bioretention or green stormwater systems, and that's Megan Plog, a different student, testing some of their materials in the greenhouse. They also worked extensively with Virginia Tech and Greg Avanilo, now retired, for vegetable production, for urban agriculture, turf grass in urban soils with Mike, I can't say his last name. In other words, they're looking at how we can demonstrate that we're making the best product for these different uses. And look, they have a range of products. They have cured bloom, blended bloom. It's kind of fun if you think about it. And they also are reaching out to a wide range of end users. And this is what you want to do. And what happens if you do this, just like in Tacoma, is their costs were reduced to 25% of what they had been, which is pretty remarkable. So you're making something, you're developing your base, you're gaining acceptance from the same people that give you your feedstocks. You're still helping the environment, you're still saving water, you're still in a circular economy, you're letting people grow their own food, and you're saving everybody money. So here's my dahlias grown in biosolids, very happy. This was at our house in the mountains, so the dahlias only grow in the greenhouse. But urban uses of these materials, they vastly expand your customer base. So if one customer gets terrified of PFAS, you have another 5,000 that aren't. It buys you resilience and it buys you advocates within your municipality, and it saves you utility money. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a great option, and something every municipality, especially in California, where so many people are making Class A products, this is a way to go. And that's what I have. Somebody talk besides me?
I was waiting for Lauren because I'm not the actual facilitator here, but
There was a question that from Kendall. Should I answer that now?
yeah, go to Kendall's question, I think.
Yeah, so Kendall, the plants are geared, they're traditional mesophilic AD, and they don't make a class A. They had a company that had been composting a portion of their product, and they closed down, the owners died. And so it's been a while to get this going so they can make their own compost. The city or the county has not been willing to upgrade to a facility that makes a class A. And for Joanne that asked about erosion control and how does it affect the quality of surface runoff generated, it generally, what we've seen from the stormwater work, what it does is it reduces the volume of runoff significantly, and it takes out metals really effectively. You have to work to create an appropriate blend to limit the amount of nitrogen that can be in the runoff.
Okay, and thank you. And I was on mute and couldn't get off, but anyway, well, we may have some more time for questions at the end. Our next speaker is Ned, who's he's now a consultant for Northeast Biosolids. He had been the manager of the Northeast Biosolids Association, and he's recently focused on PFAS and then also on the National Biosolids Data Project, which he's going to talk about now.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. And what an honor to be presenting after the esteemed speakers who went before. And it gets me excited about biosolids, of course, again, with the gonna try to get this out of the way. With what Sally has reported there and all the good work that Synagro, Bob Ford and all do. Pretty neat stuff. So I'm going to talk about the latest biosolids survey data, which I was involved in and has finished up this year. Co-authors are here. Appreciate all the help that has been provided over the last several years to get this project done. So we had support from several organizations in order to get the project done. And we thank these organizations for their important contributions. This is a national resource that's available now online. And these organizations help make it happen. Hopefully this becomes a resource you can use at any point. And I think it'll have a lasting value for several years. There was a project we completed back in 2007. It was collecting 2004 data. At the time, it was the most comprehensive data set for what happens with biosolids use and disposal in the US. And we've basically just taken a similar action, created a second survey collecting 2018 data. And that's what we're talking about here. The concept was to, in this project, was to do a literature review, see what other data sets are out there on biosolids use and disposal in the US. And that literature review and the methods development for the project was supported by a kind grant from US EPA Region 4. And then the individual sponsors and funders that I showed earlier helped with the actual data collection, which was a private effort. The reason we chose 2018 was we were trying to get something representative of the 2010s and as a decade essentially, and we also wanted to have a year of data in which the PFAS and contaminants issue had not yet impacted biosolids management, and those such impacts really began in 2019 or later. So So hopefully this is a good baseline to work from over the and representative of the 2010s. The idea was, as before, was to look at the regulation of biosolids as well as the quality and the end use and disposal data. So here are the kinds of topics that were covered in the survey. There were basically two surveys, one of state coordinators, 50 states and some territories, looking at or interviewing the people who are expert in each state to understand biosolids management there and use and disposal. And then there was also a survey of water resource recovery facility biosolids managers, essentially across the country. That was an independent survey asking similar questions. And these are the kinds of things, data collected, how much and where biosolids were used, the quality, biosolids management details, how the programs are run, etc. We asked some questions about energy production, biogas, that kind of thing. And then some economic data. Again, that was mostly within the wastewater treatment plant or WRRF survey. And so we got limited data from that, but some useful insights. And then asked about pressures and collected a little data on septage management, at least in some states. So overall, just we after we had all the data collected and we're crunching it and analyzing and all that, we wanted to give a sense of metadata and the quality of the data collected. And again, looking at the state by state survey. So these are the surveys conducted with the 50 state coordinators, et cetera. We went through this process of a very careful, thorough compilation, state by state, standard consistent method in pulling the data together. We corroborated the data when we could using EPA ECHO data, electronic reporting from WRFs that goes to EPA now. And then we also, did basic calculations looking at total wastewater flows or population in the state to make sure, the numbers being provided made sense. And we also had state reports reviewed by either the state biosolids coordinator and or other state experts and experts in the state managing the biosolids, for example. So our confidence is pretty high in most of the states. The Water Resource Recovery Facility survey quality was quite good, did better than we had thought we might, although our goal was to do even better in terms of our number of responses. But we did have pretty good representation from across the country and the District of Columbia, and about a third of average total wastewater flow was represented in the responses. So we feel as though, given the numbers, we have pretty good representation of geography, water resource recovery facility size, small to large and extra large, and the types of end use and disposal. So the data that we're presenting here is pretty good from this. So pretty good representation. The slight skewing in the data we collected are these here. We have some a greater amount of data from largest treatment facilities, more from New England and Missouri in the Northwest, and less from some smaller facilities, less from the Southeast and South Central states. But overall, we had good representation in this survey, and we thank those who did the survey. It was complicated, it was pretty thorough, and a lot of people went through it, and we got a lot of good information from it. So thanks to those who completed the survey. So we're going to talk about some results now. I'm moving pretty quickly. I'm excited about these results. I will not, I'll rush through some of the slides with that have some complex graphs and things, and I know you'll be frustrated a little bit because there isn't time to spend on a lot of them, but these slides will be available, as Lauren was mentioning, and you can certainly go back and look at them more closely. And some of the graphs and all of the data are on our website, which is biosolidsdata.org. So feel free to go there and look around. How much biosolids used or disposed in the US? Total estimate is 5.823 million dry metric tons. It's important to note that what we're talking about here is what was used or disposed. So this is material that left the gate of the wastewater treatment facilities, got tracked and used or disposed in some way. It is not the same as the generation, the amount generated. There's more generated. Some of it goes into storage, some of it sits in a treatment plant, that kind of thing. So that is much harder to measure because there's not necessarily reporting every year on it. This is what goes out the gate of facilities and used or disposed. This can be compared to our 2007 number, which was for 2004 again, which is a higher number, different by about 300,000 dry metric tons, likely due to our somewhat looser collection of data and extrapolations in the 2004 data. So we think this figure that we're presenting for 2018 is probably a little more accurate based on our process. But also there's more anaerobic digestion now and less alkaline stabilization. So that reduced, that changes the total amounts of solids produced. I'll show a few graphs showing various angles on the state-by-state production. Here we have by mass, high to low, the amounts of biosolids. And as you can see, California, you're in the lead, of course. Biggest population, one of the biggest states, and certainly the biggest state. And so the production is right up there, 675,000 dry metric tons that year is the production figure provided by Lauren. Thank you, Lauren, for tracking so well what goes on in California year by year. And of course, you have more updated, more recent year data for California because of that ongoing effort to keep track annually. Looking at it in an alphabetical way, these are showing the amounts of solids used or disposed each year in 2018 in these states. Here we're looking at state-by-state numbers of beneficial use. So this is total amounts beneficially used and the percentage. So this is in order. So in the upper left, I know it's complicated, but Rhode Island starts the list with only 2% beneficial use. And this goes down all the way to Washington, D.C., which uses 100%. In 2018, used 100% of its biosolids. So looking at the highest levels, we can see that California is right up there in the top 15 with the beneficial use rate. And of course, the amounts in California are so much greater than most states. So anyway, just different ways of looking at the same data. So here we go, looking at how much is used. This just gives you a sense of how the biosolids are put to use. What goes to agriculture, 40%. Landfill burial, 26%. Class A is 11%. So that's what we get to. We have a total of about 53% of biosolids were beneficially used in 2018. And just a little sort of factoid to think about is if we basically look at, give it per capita, what that breaks down to, everybody in the US is contributing about 37 pounds to the biosolids used or disposed in the US in 2018. So here's relative numbers of wastewater treatment facilities in 2018. This is based on the WRRF survey, extrapolated data from that. And basically, this seems to make sense. Agricultural land is the largest outlet. The most wastewater facilities use agricultural land as an outlet. Landfills are second, and it goes from there. So that's relative numbers of wastewater treatment facilities using each kind of outlet. Here we look at the use and disposal percentage comparing 2004 to 2018. And this was somewhat surprising to us in that the use and disposal percentages for different outlets remained pretty static, pretty similar between those two times, 15, 16 years later. So here you have it. There's an increase in incineration by, or a decrease in incineration by a little bit, which certainly makes sense. And there's agricultural use had a little bit of an increase. So that's interesting. Comparing 2004 to 2018 uses, there's, as I said, a small increase in agricultural use. Reclamation, there's a little bit of decrease, a little less activity between those 2 years. Looking at the disposal, the decrease in incineration shows up, and that's landfill disposal remains about the same. And then looking at the biosolids treatment level, so the quality, this is stabilization. On the left is the proportional number of water resource recovery facilities producing biosolids of each class. So 2004 is in blue, 2018 is in orange. And so you can see as a clear trend here in the left-hand graph, which is that the amount of EQ or Class A biosolids has increased. And we've seen that steadily over, and knew that was going to be the case as we went into the survey. But Class B has gone down a little bit, and as we also, make sense and know. Looking at the right-hand side here, we see that that increase again in the Class A EQ biosolids and the Class B decline in Class B. So, overall, we have additional data on things like the quality in terms of metals, and are you meeting Table 3, the higher quality standards? Pretty much everybody is. That's been true for quite some time because of pretreatment and source control and such. The higher quality metals numbers are being met widely. And then our wastewater treatment plant survey identified a average biosolids content, that percent solids that we've used in calculations, and had been using actually 22%. So we tend to apply that as an average. So here's some additional details we got into in the survey, looking at stabilization technologies. Again, here we have blue is the 2004 data, and then 2018 is the orange. So you can see the decline in aerobic digestion, the number of facilities using these technologies. So there's fewer aerobic digestion facilities by a little bit, but it's still the most common because many small facilities use it. Looking at anaerobic digestion, there's been an increase in that, as we noted. So these are rough numbers extrapolated, and but they give a sense, and we believe they're pretty accurate in terms of trends, not precise numbers, but in terms of trends. This is looking at the treatment technologies, stabilization technologies based on tons of biosolids used and disposed. So the prior slide was showing treatment plants, how many were using each technology. This one shows the amount of solids being treated by that technology. And so we see an increase in the tonnage of anaerobic digestion and composting, for example, as more Class A materials are being made. So more AA and EQ biosolids are being produced. That's a clear trend. Otherwise, things are fairly similar in terms of landfill disposal, for example. There's a little bit less incineration. We know the reasons for that with the stricter air regulations out of EPA. There's been definitely a decrease in the full-time employees, the number of staffing at state facility or state regulatory agencies. That's been very steady and it's a very clear trend. There's a little factoid about use. Last thing I'm going to do is walk through just navigating this new website. So biosolidsdata.org, check it out if you haven't already. When you get to it, you'll the home page looks like this. You'll see state summaries. You can click on that and it brings you to this page. It basically shows you a kind of a ring graph, a circle graph of the use and disposal in each state. There's a key there to help you with that, understanding what those circle graphs look like. But you can click on any one of the states and it'll bring you to this kind of page. So in the left column are state totals. It'll show you a graph of the use and disposal in that. And then the middle column is the dashboard of key state statistics. And the right column has a state narrative summary, and all the columns are at the end of each column, there is a button to click. You can get to a PDF that shows you additional information. For example, the dashboard center column for Iowa shown here, you can click, download a spreadsheet that shows you all the calculations and references that led to the numbers you saw. If you click in the lower left column where the data is presented, you can get to the spreadsheet that shows how the numbers were calculated, and all the notes in the right-hand side of the spreadsheet provide a lot more detail. So you can get into as much detail as you want by downloading those PDFs. Then you can click on the national reports and you'll get to some of the national data that I presented here today, etc. So that's what I have for now, and glad to address questions, but mostly I just encourage you to use the website. There's a form, contact information and form in the website to ask questions or provide feedback. If you get into doing reports or making references or building further information based on this, we encourage you to share that, and we'll post it on the website in one area of the website we're developing. And we hope this will be a useful resource for you. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Lauren, and thank you all for your participation in the symposium.
And thank you. And I think we'll take a couple questions, and then Brian Vague, are you able to go right now afterwards? Because I think we move you back in this session and then have a break, and then just have two people speaking in the session 6. Does that work for you?
I'm ready to present whenever you need me to. Yep.
Okay, so we'll take a couple questions and then you can present, and then we'll take a break after that. Let's see.
I see Kendall Christensen's question: does data distinguish between in-state or exported beneficial use? Some in the narratives. So if you look at the narrative summaries on the right side of any state's page, there's some additional details which may get at that kind of question about where the biosolids go. But we don't have those data broken out. We do not track how much of a particular state's biosolids go out of state versus in state.
Yeah, and in California, about 14% of the biosolids are sent to Arizona either for direct land application or for composting. And I think some of the other states on the East Coast also export a fair amount of their biosolids, and this changes year to year too. So
yeah. And to answer John's question about the gray water and irrigation, so gray water and treated wastewater effluent are widely used in the U.S., but especially in the West. And these data that we're working on is just on biosolids, and I'm no expert and have no data, and don't know of any particular data regarding wastewater and gray water use.
And let's see, Bob Ford is typing an answer to the question on why windrow composting is a preferred method. And it's not preferred in the Central Valley, or better or less or worse. just because of the air impacts. But I've noticed, like with windrow composting, you almost always get non-detects on fecal coliforms, whereas in static aerated pile, it's a lot more common to see, under the 1,000 MPN limit, but on the order of a dozen or a couple dozen. Let's see. So I guess he's gonna.
Yeah, it typically, Lauren, just on that is it's a lower cost from a operation perspective, but as you mentioned, there are certain advantages as well in the actual results.
Yeah. So, okay, Brian, do you want to go?
You bet. That sounds
Yeah,
good to me.
we'll take our break from 11 to 11:15.
Sure. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay.
I'll go and share out my screen. All right. And there we go. I should be full screen now. Okay, so a little bit about myself. I am Brian Vag. I am a soil food web consultant, and I'll describe kind of what that means because I think some of you might be unfamiliar with that. And I work on small scale agriculture. That's market gardens, small orchards, vineyards, things like that, to very large scale agriculture. Many thousands of acres of tree, nut crop, and annual plants, and so forth. We also do ecosystem restoration, work with landscapes, really anywhere where people are growing, any kind of growing system, we can apply the techniques. And people ask me, well, really, what does that mean? What does a day in the life of a soil food web consultant or a soil biology consultant really mean? And that is, we try to assist our growers in converting from a conventional, typically agrochemical or traditional organic, into focusing and growing with biology is the primary focus. And really that helps identify the management practices, doing baselining of the microbial content in their soils and the products that they're using, and really just to help them along in that transitional process. And I am based out of Oregon and California. I used to live in California, moved up to Oregon, but I still have a large client base that's still in California, so I still go down to California quite a bit. All right, let's talk a little bit about the soil food web. I'm just going to give a small primer on, really the role of biology in the soil and soil biology and what that means to plants. And really, the soil food web hinges upon the interaction between the plants and the microbiology that exists in that soil profile. Plants are extremely good at creating energy. They take sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water. They make very energy-rich sources. And that is, they're part of the relationship with the microorganisms in the soil. The microorganisms, they're really there to assist that plant, that symbiotic relationship. And in fact, starting with something like bacteria and fungi, they have the enzymes that have the ability to what we call mine nutrients out of the soil profile. And that's through the organic matter, the exchangeable pools, the mineral pools. And they have the ability to take those nutrients out of those substrates and basically put them into their bodies. And if it just stopped there, we really wouldn't have a functioning soil food web where the interaction between the plants and the biology, because those nutrients are stored into the bodies of the bacteria and the fungi. And this is where the predator-prey relationship with the other organisms really comes into play. We have things that are going to eat the bacteria or eat the fungi. And it's the process of eating the bacteria and fungi that are going to release soluble plant-available forms of nutrients. When a protozoa, say amoeba or a flagellate, eats a bacteria, that bacteria is too rich typically in the content of the nutrient load in that bacteria, therefore it has to excrete. And we kind of affectionately call this the poop loop. The idea is you have this predation, the waste of streams become soluble nutrients for the plants. And then we have the things that eat the bacteria and fungi. So, as you go through this chain, there are, different nematodes and microarthropods and arthropods and worms and animals. All of them contribute to this nutrient cycling that happens through the soil food web. And let's just kind of focus a little bit on the plant's role in this. So plants really are the ones that are going to help drive the biology that exists in that soil profile. And we talked about plants being, kind of power plants or factories. They're energy producers. Through the use of photosynthesis, they're extraordinarily good at creating energy, and that's in the form of carbohydrates, amino acids, proteins. And the plant itself is going to feed the biology in the soil in hoping to get those nutrients back into the plant. And in fact, we call these exudates. And what's really interesting about the plants is that they will change the types of exudates to stimulate certain types of microbiology. And this is going to be microbiology that's really good at mining certain nutrients. As an example, the plant is going to go into a growth cycle that it needs copper or molybdenum or some nutrient. It's going to change the types of exudates it pushes out into that root system to hopefully stimulate the microbiology that is then going to go mine those nutrients and then essentially release those nutrient streams back into the rhizosphere, where the plant can then be able to consume those nutrients and push them back into their body. And one aspect about this that you have to realize is how significant is this to the plant? Well, a tree, like the example on the left-hand side here, may push out 40% of the total energy that it creates in the form of exudates out into the root system, onto the surface of the leaves and the bark and all surfaces of the plant. And that really means that nature's very efficient. To push that much energy out of its body, it's really expecting some kind of return. And in today's typical, let's say, agricultural world, a lot of our soils have been denuded of that soil food web. The plants are not getting that response and getting that nutrient cycling to work because the biology is not home. And really, that's kind of where our work evolves around, which is how do we identify soils that are lacking that soil food web? And then how do we get that biology back into the soil so that we can really reestablish this nutrient cycling aspect back to the plant? And so really what we're going to talk about is the role of compost, because compost is going to be a major important tool. And really, compost is probably too narrow of a definition. Bioresources, because it just doesn't have to come from compost. There are other ways that we can actually take and get that biological inoculum back into that soil profile. Okay, so let's talk about what some of the benefits are with farming with biology, at least making that kind of a primary focus. First thing right off the bat, a lot of farmers are going to be, very mindful about what's their profit margins and how can they actually make their farms much more profitable. And one of the graphs, I think it was shown by Bob earlier, showed about the input costs and how much farmers are spending for those agrochemical products and the increase in those costs. And so as that market really is increasing their costs, we want to be able to try to help farmers reduce or eliminate the need for chemical fertilizers. And let's just talk about reduction to start with. I'll give you an example of one of my clients, a nut crop farmer. Very conventional in their farming, and they, have really, when you look at the biology in the soil, it's very, very poor. There was very little of a functioning soil food web in that soil, and we know that we really needed to reestablish that biology back in the soil. And when we started applying compost products to that soil and started to re-inoculate that soil profile, within the first year, we were able to reduce their chemical fertilizers by half, 50%, which is huge. We're now year 3 in that particular project, and we've reduced their chemical fertilizer usage by 80%. So that's a huge savings to that farmer. Now, granted, you still have to pay for the compost and the processing and those aspects, but overall, the work that we do is really helping to push that farmer into a much more profitable space. Getting to the elimination of fertilizers completely, I have other clients where we have completely eliminated the need for chemical fertilizers because they're fully relying upon the soil food web. We planted out a vineyard where we really started from the get-go, where we mechanically broke out compaction in the soil. We added biology through the use of compost and compost extract. We were very mindful when we were planting the grapes that they had a very good inoculum of that biology. And we're year 4, and in that farm we have not used a single agrochemical product, and we're getting amazing results coming out of that farm. So there is a scale that you can kind of look through as far as the reduction or elimination of the chemical fertilizers. And then pest and disease control, because this is another part of the management of plants that is important, and there's a huge cost. And when we start looking at fungicide costs, they have gone, they're extraordinarily expensive, and there's a lot of resistance to fungicides, which means that a lot of farmers are spraying not just one product, but through the season they may spray up to 5 products or more. And so we want to be able to try to either again reduce or eliminate the use of those chemicals. And one of the ways we do this is through prevention. We're able to actually put biology on the surfaces of the plants and provide a protective armor so that when a powdery mildew spore lands on the surface of the leaf, it is outcompeted. It can gain no purchase or actually take off. And then we also know that through the soil food web, the way that the soluble plant available forms of nutrients that are coming in also provide stimulants that really kind of supercharge that immune response inside the plants. And so, we're providing prevention. We're really supercharging up the immune system of the plants, and that's right there is a good control of pests and diseases. But then also there's a whole ecosystem of natural predators, and a lot of our current practices, both in landscaping as well as in agriculture, really knock out the natural predators in the system. There's not a good integrated pest management system that you can apply in a lot of those conventional systems. But when we move to a biological system where we're either reducing or eliminating those products that are going to harm those natural predators, they come back into the ecosystem. So, through all 3 of these things, we're able to really control and prevent those pest and disease problems in the agricultural systems. And then another concern that I always get from my clients is, well, if I'm going to move to this, am I looking at a whole new set of equipment and capital costs, and is that going to be a barrier to actually move into doing this kind of transformation? And in reality, most of the equipment that farmers currently have, we can reuse and maybe modify in a simple way or a cheap way to be able to make it appropriate for being able to use for biology. And then there's some equipment, hopefully, that they're able to actually not have to use and actually resell it to be able to get some money back in to help fund some of those changes they have to make to their operation. And then farmers also, they have tons of residues that usually come off of their operation, and they can have that returned back to the soil in the form of compost or mulch. A number of our clients actually want to make on-farm compost. A number of our clients don't. They want to be able to not worry about that aspect of the business, but want to be able to go out and purchase these products. And that's something we'll talk about a little bit later in my presentation. And then also, especially in California, one of the things around soil structure is really important. One, we want to be able to reduce compaction. Compacted soils don't allow for the proper aerobicness of the soil. They don't allow for water retention. The water holding capacity of the soil is reduced there as well. So we're going to rely upon biology to really help us create structure in that soil. And that's through the form of bacteria creating the bacterial glues that are going to help pull together the sand, silts, and clays. The fungi, that's going to make microaggregates. Then we're going to use fungi to kind of tie all those little microaggregates together into macroaggregates. That aggregation of the soil really helps with maintaining good airflow in the soil as well as water holding capacity, which we all know, especially in California, water holding capacity of our soils is going to be extraordinarily important. And I put ... which means that there's a lot of other benefits that come with farming with biology, but here are the kind of the main heavy hitters. So what is the role of compost? And compost is really the primary tool that we use to reintroduce the beneficial soil, microorganisms back into the soil. But when I'm looking at compost, it's not created equal from a biological standpoint. I'm looking for compost that's going to have a minimum amount of the soil food web organisms. So that's going to be bacteria and the fungi and the protozoa and nematodes and microarthropods. I'm trying to evaluate to say, does that compost have those constituent organisms that make up the soil food web, so that when I inoculate the soil with these products, I'm really trying to reintroduce them back in both quantity and diversity. And we use a term that when we're looking for compost that kind of meets this, has those organisms, we're calling it biologically complete compost. And we're really hoping that from a compost making aspect that this becomes a much more prevalent concept. But then also the consumers, they start to understand the role of soil food web and want to have a product that has these organisms in it. And then when we're making or using biologically complete compost, there's a variety of ways that we can actually apply this. Common ways is as a top dress on the soil surface. We can put them into our planting schedule so that when we're planting plants either directly into the ground or in, say, nursery pots, that we're adding this physical compost into those mixes as well. But another really common way that we're able to provide these organisms is through the use of liquid amendments. And this is basically making a compost extract and a compost tease. And I'll talk about that in just one second. So biologically complete compost, again, the definition that we're looking for is saying that it has the necessary beneficial microorganisms, in that compost to be able to help provide that nutrient cycling. But it's one thing to say it has so much of a biomass of bacteria or fungi or protozoa and nematodes. It's good that we want to have these good biomass numbers. That there's a large count of these organisms in that compost. But another thing that gets missed quite a bit is the diversity of the organisms is critical. Kind of going back to where I was talking about the plants were in control, and they change their X states based upon what kind of microorganisms they want to stimulate to basically mine the nutrients from that soil profile. If the diversity is low, the plant may be trying to get those organisms that are good at mining certain nutrients, but they're not there. So again, just not the biomass, but diversity is really, really crucial to us. So we want to make sure that composts have a real heavy diversity of organisms in that compost as well. And like we said, we talked about top dress or incorporate directly into the soil profile are very common ways that we use this compost. But we also make the liquid amendments. And let's just talk quickly about compost extracts and teas. Simply a compost extract is this, where you're going to take compost and you're going to essentially wash the microorganisms off the surfaces of that compost and put them into a liquid. That's what makes the compost extract for us. And this is really good, and this is a tool that we use quite a bit when we want to irrigate with compost extract. So we will put them out through their irrigation systems through a form of, we call fertigation. And fertigation is kind of a co-opted term because it usually means putting fertilizer through an irrigation system. But we're going to fertigate essentially with compost extract. And in some cases, dryland farmers or farmers that have irrigation systems that just can't handle the extract, and then we'll spray the compost extract on the surface of the soil, and usually be in the form of like a soil drench. And another way that we can do it's a little bit more of a labor intensive, and it can be used very effectively in kind of more small scale operations, is where we do deep root zone injections, where we take that compost extract and we take a wand that we push down into, let's say, 3 feet to the soil, and inject compost extract directly into the root zone of those plants. Now, a tea is different from an extract simply in the sense that we take an extract, that biology in liquid, we're going to add food sources, and we're going to add air, and we're going to brew it over a period of time, typically 24 to 48 hours. And by adding the food and adding the air, we're going to really kind of exponentially grow the amount of organisms in that compost tea. And in doing so, we make the liquid sticky. And I know that makes not a lot of sense as far as, liquids typically aren't sticky, but it is the bacteria in particular create a lot of these glomulins, these bacterial glues, that when you spray a compost tea on the surface of a leaf, and a drop hits the leaf surface and it rolls on down, as it's rolling down, a lot of the organisms will end up sticking to the surface of the leaf. And that was that kind of preventative thing I was talking about, where now we have a good amount of biology growing on the surface of the leaf. And when a powdery mildew spore comes floating through the air and lands in the leaf, it can't gain purchase. And another aspect that really kind of keys us into why this is important is the plants actually push exudates out on the surface of their leaves. It's meant to feed biology. They're expecting that there's going to be biology home on the surface of the leaves. And then the other thing around biologically complete compost, that this is where I've seen a number of composters kind of make a misstep here, is that they create good compost in their composting operation. We can look at the biology numbers; it's fantastic, but they let the mature compost dry down too much, too fast. They screen them and take a lot of structure out, and then pile them very high, in 12-foot, 15-foot windrows, tall windrows that eventually remove the aerobicness of that compost. Now it goes anaerobic. And so we want to make sure that when we're going to be making this compost, that then we also are able to maintain the compost to still, maintain that really good biology that we just created. So the making of biologically complete compost, right now, typically, well, I'll say this: there are many different ways you can make biologically complete compost, through vermicompost, thermophilic compost, even some of the static kind of situations. But thermophilic tends to be kind of the most common way about making a really good biologically complete compost at a large scale. And that's just simply because, it's a very easy way to make compost very quickly. You can use a lot of material, and it's most efficient. I think Bob was kind of mentioned to that as well. But for us, when we're looking at compost, and this is where the nuance really becomes into play, we need to maintain aerobicness and a good moisture content in that compost. So really proper management of time and temperature and moisture is really critical. So we're turning piles based upon those indicators. What was the temperature over a certain number of time frame? Is the moisture set at 50% moisture? And then we'll turn based upon kind of those indicators. Versus like a schedule. And sometimes it's a small change in a lot of compost operations that can turn you from making, really kind of anaerobic, biologically completely poor compost to something that is actually a really good quality, biologically complete compost. The other thing we would look for is diversity of inputs. A lot of times equals diversity of the microorganisms. When you bring in different feedstocks, a lot of times that will grow different organisms inside that feedstock or from that feedstock. We tend to see diversity indexes very low when we start talking about composts that are made out of two products. So we want to be able to have a higher diversity of those feedstocks to really kind of stimulate or grow a different diverse set of organisms. And like I mentioned before, storage of finished compost is important. It's, go through all the effort of making fantastically, really good biologically complete compost, but then miss step at the very end, which can dramatically change that biological profile of that compost. And so, kind of in closing here, is some of the challenges that we see with biologically complete compost. The first and foremost for us is a limited supply or availability of this type of compost. So the work I do and the colleagues that I have out there that are really kind of helping growers convert from that traditional agrochemical organic standard to farming with biology. Compost is our primary tool, but in a lot of localities, it's just not available. Or it's not available in a price, in a good price, where they may find it at the northern part of the state and they're down the southern part of the state, and then just the freight cost alone really kind of puts it out of a spectrum for them. And so we're really hoping, and we're starting to see a lot more of the large scale composters really taking a focus now on creating a biologically complete compost, which is really encouraging for us. Especially for the work I do, having more sources available to us is going to, make access much easier. It's going to drive down costs in the long haul for our clients. So that's a good thing. But right now, when I really start to evaluate a lot of composts, across the state and in other states as well, it's really biologically poor. It's typically highly bacterial based. It probably went through a number of anaerobic phases, which really changes the types of organisms. In the soil profile, we want aerobic organisms predominantly. And then when a compost is made anaerobically, that's not the kind of organisms that we tend to see. And I think the other challenge that we have right now too is the marketplace for the biologically complete compost is kind of new and not really well defined. So right now, everybody can kind of make their own what they could call a biological product, but there's really not a lot of standardization behind it. There are some organizations that are trying to put a standard behind this biologically complete compost, and I think once those things really come into play, that will help, because then there's a common vernacular that both the producers as well as the consumers can really kind of speak to. But until that time frame, it's a little bit of the Wild West, at least from our standpoint. And the consumers of the biologically complete compost have different needs. So looking at moisture content of the compost, common thing is to dry down compost so it's cheaper for freight. I'm telling my clients to talk to their producers, compost producers, and say, we don't want the dried down. We want to be able to take the material that has not gone through that process yet. It increases the freight cost, but again, we're paying for biology. So that's a key thing for us. And then particle size. Right now, a lot of the compost is heavily screened, and that reduces a lot of structure out of the compost. And that can be a problem. But we also have a downstream problem, though. When we want to apply compost, a lot of the compost spreaders don't handle a wet, sticky, somewhat chunky compost. And so we need the manufacturers of that equipment to really start to address that space as well. Okay, that is my presentation for today. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. And we have some questions for Brian.
Sure. Let me take a look at the questions here real quick. I don't see anything in the Q&A.
Anybody got questions? Or questions for any of the first speakers?
I think there is someone with their hand up, John Nowitzki. We can allow them to talk and see if they have a live question.
I think he just had a problem hearing the question.
Yeah, no question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John.
Any okay, here's a question. What is the ideal pile height for storing finished compost to maintain microorganisms?
For us, especially if the compost still has good structure to it, particle sizes are not too small. About 6 feet is about the top we go to. Between 5 and 6 feet is kind of a common aspect.
Other questions?
I have a question.
Dan has a question.
Yeah. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Dan.
I'm still trying to figure out the best way to get the BioComplete methodology and analytics into the more traditional compost, as well as to do the kind of studies that that Sally Brown has been doing with the biosolids compost and pellets up in, with community composters. I imagine as you work with community composters, they're not a big customer. Well, there could be a customer for you if there's a group of them, but for the compost, the commercial or manufacturers throughout the state, what do you think is the best way to educate them as well as their customers, which would include all of the customers that you're working with, that it is in their financial and business interests to really seriously investigate, BioComplete compost?
Yeah, this is a challenge. I think even Bob mentioned it as well, education, right? And I think education is kind of a two-pronged thing. One is educating the consumer base, that people are actually going to purchase these products, so that it drives kind of that marketplace, so it can support, composters that are putting the effort and energy into making a biologically complete product. But I also, like you mentioned, we need to also educate the producers about exactly the types of things I was mentioning. Why do we want a biologically rich product, and how do we maintain a biologically rich product from their operation out to wherever it's going to get delivered to the end consumer? And I think organizations like the EPA and you're the Compost Producers Council, all of those organizations I think can really provide that education to those producers so that they have that information available to them. I think there's a lot of organizations that really can really help push this in the right direction. Right,
and one of the things that I was impressed with your work when I was able to get a closer look at it is your quantitative methodology. I've sat behind not only lab benches and chemical benches for many years in my early part of my career, I also sat behind a microscope to do cell counts and cell, morphology quantification. And the current compost industry is not that used to doing those kinds of analytics. And our seal of testing assurance doesn't include that kind of analytics.
Right.
And so I think there is, the more I think about it, the more we've somehow got to be showing those analytics a little bit more.
Data is key. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, it's data and having a consistent, reliable, trusted process to actually capture that data as well.
Mhm.
We do a microbial assessment where we use a microscope and we basically take counts of organisms and we extrapolate out, these biomass quantities, plus we talk about diversity. And it's important that it becomes a standardized type of test amongst producers, so that when one producer says, yeah, I've got 180 micrograms per gram of fungi in our compost, and we've got 400,000 protozoan and 200 bacterial feeding nematodes per gram of compost. That they were all, when one composter says that to another, that there is a standardization as far as that testing is concerned, so that everybody can trust, oh yeah, that's numbers that we can kind of stand behind. So I think a standardization of that kind of testing also is really important. And this is, I think, part of that certification. So there is an organization, the Soil Food Web School, that's trying to put out a certification for composters called Biocomplete Composters. And it does that, where you basically have to submit your product to have it tested on a regular basis to make sure that you're still maintaining consistency in your processes and things like that. So there's a trust factor. Essentially, at the end of the day, we want something where a consumer can quickly and easily say, okay, yeah, you've met those minimum needs biologically, so that I can feel, I can trust that when I buy this product from you, it's going to have those organisms in it. And I think that is a big switch that's going to have to really kind of gain wildfire in this industry.
Great. That's all the questions I have for now, but I'm also wanting to, both to the marketing approach that Sally was talking about, where you look at the results of plants and then you correlate those results to the product itself. I mean, it's kind of us, producers and scientists, geeks who want to understand that connection. And it's really only a few buyers that ultimately want to understand that. They just want to know that they get the results that you are promising.
Right.
So,
okay.
Okay.
There's a great question. Do you mind if I take just a minute to answer Andre's question?
No, I'll stop. I'm
Go
good.
ahead.
And I know we're getting close on the break, but Andre asked, why aren't more farmers using biologically complete compost and compost tea? What's the rationale continue to mostly use traditional fertilizers, pesticides, and fungicides? And it's kind of a complicated answer, but I'll try to simply put it this way: that there is a major profit-driven industry that is around the agrochemical, where most agronomists are taught in the soil chemistry chemical kind of paradigm, and our education systems are really kind of geared towards that. So the county extension offices are still geared to that. The fertilizer salesmen, there's just a whole industry that's really pushing agrochemical, and it's massive, and it's really hard to kind of break through that message. People know what they know. They know that there's challenges in the agrochemical space. It's been coming out for quite some time. The reduction of topsoil, runoff, the watershed problems. I mean, the list go on and on and on. But it's something that so you feel very comfortable in that. And there's a thing, farmers do not like change. If it's working, they won't change. And even if it's not working, a lot of times they won't change. But enough farmers are recognizing, I am really getting squeezed on the profit margins here. I'm really not being able to produce what I want to produce. And then when you start looking at all the chemicals that you put on those products, I mean, most of these chemicals, you have to wear a hazmat suit. But that's going into our food industry. It just seems kind of crazy. So there's a lot of science that's out now about soil biology and soil health and that role. There's a lot of farmers that are very interested. I would say in the last 5 years, the amount of interest is exponentially grown, and there's not enough of people like me out there doing that work. We need more people helping people make that transition, and so there is a change happening, and I think it's going to happen much faster, just simply because more and more people are doing this kind of work. They're being successful, and farmers talk and they tend to brag. It's like, hey, yeah, I was able to reduce my profit margin. Look at this. I was able to knock these other equations. But typically when the farmer first does it, they're ridiculed until they actually start showing results, and then they become, wow, let me know more. And I'm getting a lot more word of mouth, farmers talking to other farmers, wanting to know more about the things that we're doing. So the change is occurring.
Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break and then we have the SB 1383 session. And this says break until 11:15, but it's break until 11:20.
Hey, Lauren. Are you there?
Okay, yeah, once again, I was having problems getting off of mute.
Huh.
I don't know, yeah, I had to click it several times, but
Oh, no. So is Chuck available to be the moderator?
I think he's here.
I don't see him.
I thought I saw him earlier. Well, if not,
I can do the moderation if
okay, yeah, if he doesn't show up.
need be.
Yeah.
When are you planning to start again?
I was thinking 11:20,
Okay,
so that's now, but yeah, I don't see Chuck, so I don't know, do you want to,
sure.
okay,
Let me double check. Is Andrew here? Yeah, Andrew's
yeah,
here.
Andrew's here.
Okay, sure. I have my camera on, but I haven't been highlighted.
Yeah,
Is,
and Chad's here.
Yeah, I see that. Oh, there we go. Okay, great. In terms of the, I saw that floating thumbs up. That was great. It's a nice effect. Okay, so in
And I
the
think I see
absence of,
Kevin's here, I think.
well, yeah, but I don't think he's going to talk.
Okay, okay,
He's probably just listening in
yeah, okay.
from his sickbed while he nurses himself, which I would do too if I was in a similar position. Great. Well, so we're now hitting the central session on SB 1383, and the one person who's really going to talk about that is Andrew Parrish. So 1383 is something that will probably be a feature of the Bioresources Symposium in perpetuity, or at least as long as I'm doing this, since 1383 is being implemented around the state, and it really is designed to keep organics out of the landfill. And I think there's probably no person better than Andrew Parrish, who's worked for CalRecycle for the past 10 years. And Andrew is a senior environmental scientist in the local assistance and market development branch. We know that as LAMB, where he's the subject matter expert for 1383, procurement and reporting requirements, which are near and dear to my heart, since it's the procurement that brings composters to the table within 1383, because that really relates to, well, I'll let him explain it in more detail. He's also led the redesign of the electronic annual report to accommodate 1383 reporting requirements for jurisdictions, and focuses on implementation of state laws such as mandatory commercial recycling, mandatory commercial organics recycling, short-lived climate pollutants, and state agency recycling. So previously, Andrew worked in the statewide technical and analytical resources branch. With the acronym there is STAR, and where he helped draft the SB 1335 regulations and served as a subject matter expert on plastics. Prior to that, Andrew worked as a CalRecycle liaison for rural jurisdictions and state agencies and the Sacramento area and CalRecycle's jurisdiction compliance unit. Andrew is a graduate of UC Davis. So take it away, Andrew. This is the first time we've met.
Thank you for the introduction. Just switch over to the presentation. Then I'll probably turn my camera off just so it doesn't impede away from the presentation. Okay, presentation showing up okay?
Looks good.
Excellent. All right. Well, first off, thank you for inviting us here today to talk about California's food rescue and organics recycling law to cut landfill methane emissions. We've seen incredible progress by California communities. Senate Bill 1383 passed in 2016 as part of California's larger strategy to fight climate change. This law was designed to reduce the global warming superpollutants like methane, which is up to 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. To reduce methane now, we have to move away from landfilling organic waste like food, paper, and yard waste, because methane breaks down in the atmosphere much faster than carbon dioxide. Cutting this pollution will impact our climate much faster. Organic waste makes up about 56% of trash sent to California's landfills, including 1.8 billion meals worth of still fresh surplus food. When organic material breaks down in a landfill, it gives off methane. In California, landfills are the third largest polluter of methane into our environment. Recycling organic waste and recovering unsold food is a fast track to fighting climate change. Californians are already experiencing the devastating impacts of climate change, including 7 of the last 10 years had droughts, 9 of California's 10 largest wildfires happened in the last decade, and the hottest summer ever recorded in 2021. SB 1383 is a statewide target that requires California to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% and increase edible food recovery by 20% by 2025. Organic waste is defined broadly in the regulations and includes anything organic that is disposed in landfills that emits methane. This includes food waste, paper, green waste, organic textiles and carpets, lumber, wood, biosolids, digestate, manure, and sludges. Some significant dates: January 1st, 2022, jurisdiction requirements went into effect and CalRecycle can begin enforcement. In January 1st, 2024, jurisdictions will be required to take enforcement action against non-compliant entities. SB 1383 is a statewide target and not just a jurisdiction organic waste diversion target. Due to this structure, the regulations establish state minimum standards. Jurisdictions and the regulated community have to demonstrate compliance with each of the standards. The slide shows the main requirements that jurisdictions have. There are many benefits if we successfully implement California's superpollutant reduction strategy, including fighting climate change, improving air quality, and reducing landfill waste, providing millions of meals to Californians without enough to eat, and creating thousands of new green jobs. CalRecycle is working with cities, counties, and special districts that provide solid waste collection services to ensure that we reach California's critical organic waste climate goals together. Since the climate law's passage in 2016, CalRecycle has worked alongside cities and counties to help shape regulations that allow program flexibility and offer various pathways to compliance. We have local assistance staff assigned to every jurisdiction to help individual jurisdictions with the implementation tools, as well as present to elected officials, and we can answer your questions about the regulations. CalRecycle continues to provide tools and resources to help jurisdictions succeed that include webinars, trainings, education and outreach materials in various languages, presentations to elected officials, and model tools to support capacity planning, facility measurement, edible food programs, and procurement. CalRecycle grants, loans, and other state funding assistance are available to support local investments to reduce climate emissions and create jobs in our communities. As part of the governor's $15 billion climate package in last year's budget, CalRecycle has provided $270 million in funding to advance California's circular economy. CalRecycle is working to get this funding out the door as quickly as possible We have already awarded much of this funding. $50.6 million was awarded to 455 jurisdictions to create or enhance their local programs. Funding will help pay for new curbside containers, education and outreach materials, record-keeping subscriptions, refrigerators for food rescue programs, side loaders for collection vehicles, as well as personnel and administrative costs. This year's funding is $180 million for local assistance grants and $10 million for co-digestion at wastewater treatment plants. If needed, $3 million of it is for administrative costs, so there's only about $6.4 million. In August's public meeting, we shared that we are in discussion about how to get the remaining $6 million out to the jurisdictions. There are various pathways for local compliance with SB 1383 requirements that took effect on January 1st, 2022. Regulations allow for various curbside collection options, including adding food waste to existing yard waste bins for processing. Additional requirements related to container color and labeling are phased in to help jurisdictions maximize resources. Program flexibility in SB 1383 regulations include a waiver and exemption process for rural, low population, and high elevation jurisdictions. In 2021, lawmakers also passed SB 619, giving local jurisdictions the chance to submit to the department a notification of intent to comply no later than March 1st, 2022. This gave them additional time without facing penalties in 2022, as long as the corrective action plan is accepted by CalRecycle and the jurisdiction implements the compliance actions proposed in their plan. CalRecycle has approved 128 notifications. One was denied because they did not submit a resolution. CalRecycle is currently drafting corrective action plans for those jurisdictions with approved notifications. CalRecycle is responsible for oversight to ensure we achieve our statewide targets. CalRecycle continues to provide guidance, early identification, and communication of issues, and other compliance assistance to help jurisdictions meet their SB 1383 requirements. Jurisdictions should be in communication with their local assistance representative to identify and remedy barriers to full compliance. For entities such as public universities, school districts, federal facilities, which are exempt from local solid waste oversight, CalRecycle will be directly responsible for ensuring compliance. However, jurisdictions are required to provide education and outreach to those entities. Under the SB 1383 regulations, CalRecycle has a progressive enforcement process. Penalties are imposed as a last resort after all other compliance actions have failed. In initial implementation, CalRecycle is focusing on compliance assistance and will pursue enforcement for egregious offenders. 613 cities, counties, and special districts that provide solid waste collection face compliance requirements under SB 1383. Each jurisdiction is unique, and the local actions necessary to achieve full compliance with SB 1383 requirements reflect specifics of each jurisdiction. CalRecycle estimates roughly half of jurisdictions had some type of organic waste collection programs at the start of 2022, with more coming online throughout the year. We're seeing a great deal of progress across the state by jurisdictions that are working hard to implement the requirements for organic waste collection for all residents and businesses, edible food recovery programs, and procurement activities. Some jurisdictions have implemented mandatory collection service this year, such as Sacramento, and some will be fully implementing in 2023, such as the city of San Diego. 105 jurisdictions have approved waivers and exemptions from having to provide organic waste collection service. I mentioned that 128 jurisdictions use the SB 619 process to secure additional time to reach compliance without facing penalties if they meet the action items and milestones outlined in their CalRecycle approved corrective action plan. This past month in October, jurisdictions submitted their compliance report covering the period of January 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2022. CalRecycle will review those reports as part of the department's evaluation of whether jurisdictions are meeting their local program requirements. Some jurisdictions will be prioritized for compliance evaluations that will start this year. CalRecycle will begin to conduct compliance evaluations of jurisdictions this year, with every jurisdiction being reviewed at least once every 4 years. The first jurisdictions to receive a compliance evaluation will be those that have not shown progress in implementing collection services for its largest businesses and multifamily complexes, did not pass its enforceable ordinance, or did not complete capacity planning that was due August 1st. That is the end of my presentation. I included 2 slides at the end that I will not go over that provide that I will not go over that provide an overview of the infrastructure and edible food recovery grants. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, great. Thank you. We do have time for questions. And so let's see if we have any questions in the Q&A that relate to this presentation. No new questions. I had a main kind of question in terms of our work with the notion of direct service providers. Do you have familiarity with working with direct service providers who are neither generators nor procurers of that project of the material in their respective jurisdictions?
I mean, I'm familiar with the term as it relates to procurement.
Mm-hmm.
What was your question?
Have you worked with the direct service providers in the procurement piece?
A little bit. We typically don't work directly with the direct service providers. We've provided guidance and have some kind of example documentation that can be used for contracts for jurisdictions when they're setting up direct service provider agreements. But we have not been, or I have not been typically handling any direct interactions with those direct service providers other than to provide assistance on setting up the agreements between the jurisdiction and the direct service providers.
Great. Yeah, we have a member of our association that spoke last year called Zero Foodprint, and they've been filling that role. So you're familiar with them, judging?
Yeah, I am. They actually have provided kind of one of their own contracts that we distribute quite frequently with other jurisdictions as kind of a model for how to establish a direct service provider agreement.
Great, that's good news. Have 3 questions in the Q&A. I'll go ahead and read them, and if people want to ask them personally, we can also have them do that. But right now, so this one's from Andre Villasenor. Please clarify how textiles fit into the 75% diversion target. Does that mean that residents could put used clothing in the green bin?
So maybe, but probably not likely. I mean, as far as materials that you can put into your bins, you're going to want to ask your local hauler of what materials they accept.
Mm-hmm.
So it just really just depends jurisdictionally on what materials those haulers are willing to accept in those containers.
Yeah, so it seems like we haven't really addressed textiles, as I recall, were not directly part of 1383, or maybe they were for natural fibers, but certainly not plastic,
Right.
non-biodegradable fibers, because those aren't considered organics, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's just the organic textiles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we still have to work on that, I think. And you're right, it's at the local level with the haulers. So that's something, we have hauler composters. So they're directly related to that. And then we have others, independent composters and haulers who are not composters. So that still needs to be worked out at the local level, jurisdictionally. Kendall Christensen asks, any sense of how many WRRFs, I think that's the new name for resource recovery, wastewater resource recovery facilities, are included in the plans?
I guess I would need a little bit more clarification. Included in which plan are you speaking of? In the granting opportunities? Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, I don't know if that's what Kendall's talking about. I don't have a handle on, in fact, one of the things I was thinking of doing from the presentation, I don't know if you saw Ned Beecher's presentation on the biosolids data, which has, you know, a lot of the data of the wastewater treatment plants. But I think all of the wastewater treatment plants are included in the plan, and especially if they're putting the biosolids into landfills, as opposed to no, he clarified it and just said the capacity plans.
Oh, I guess the capacity planning reporting,
Right.
and it doesn't really get at, as far as what's reported to us is on a county level. So counties kind of consolidated or all the jurisdictions information on a county level, and then the counties just report numbers to us. So we don't really have specifics on potential processing levels for individual wastewater treatment plants, if that's where that question is going.
Yeah, it's certainly foggy in my head, and we have a lot of biosolids composters who are members of our association, like Synagro, who spoke earlier. But also the municipalities who are not necessarily members of the association, although some of the bigger ones are, like LA County Sand and so forth, Orange County Sand from time to time. So yeah, I'm not clear on that, so I don't know that, but that's something we need to get clear on. Yeah, so maybe we can put that on our list for the afternoon discussion. Closing session. One more question and then we'll move on. What money is available for 2023 for new AD projects managed by consortium of schools and small business led by Department of Labor pre-apprenticeship program like CAPEX, CAPEX, and OPEX, land lease? They have biomass, and this is sustainable ocean harvest.
Yeah, so I don't really have I'm not in the grants funding. I only know kind of the general number of what's available for those opportunities. You'd have to reach out to our grants team to get specifics on how to qualify for any of those funding opportunities.
Okay, and how do you, if I have looked, is there a separate grants webpage online on the website?
So let me see here.
I'm just going to go CalRecycle grants myself.
So if you went on to the SLCP homepage here, or even just the calrecycle.ca.gov homepage and typed in grants, you'd get to kind of our grant page and have contact information there at how you get in touch about finding out about specifics of those grants opportunities.
Okay, great.
Dan, sorry, Chad also had a question in the chat. He's a panelist, so he's not able to use the Q&A. I don't know if you saw his question.
Oh, in the chat. No, I didn't look at the chat. I was just starting to see that, and he had asked. So as, can you unmute Chad and he can just ask directly, because I'm going to be introducing him as the next speaker.
Sure,
too.
Chad, we will just start your video. You can go ahead and ask your question, Chad.
Yeah, sorry, I was navigating back to it. Sorry. Andrew, can you give a better sense of what kinds of violations or enforcement actions CalRecycle's already seen or undertaking?
I mean, it really varies jurisdiction by jurisdiction. We've seen a lot of, I mean, I guess technically a violation due to lack of programs, just because of supply chain issues or not being able to get the vehicles needed quite yet, which is what we were talking about with that SB 619 process, where jurisdictions kind of self-identified their own violations due to some of those barriers that I just mentioned. So those are kind of the big ones. So it's just kind of a delay in that service because either facilities aren't quite fully online or accepting all material types, or food waste, food soil paper is not being collected as far as the organic specifically. It's still just green waste focused. You know, that's probably the bulk of them, but I'm also not on kind of the enforcement side. But that's from the assistance side, that's where we're providing most of our assistance is on establishing those programs and how record keeping requirements and getting contracts set up with edible food recovery services and organizations, finding additional procurement opportunities since the compost and mulch is kind of stretched pretty thin throughout the state. And so jurisdictions are having trouble obtaining more of that to reach procurement targets. But again, what we have so far was only report on the first 6 months of 2022. We'll have that full report and what all of 2022 looks like, not until they report in August of 2023. So it's not necessarily like reflective of all their efforts. It only is capturing that period of January 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2022. So there could be, you know, violations at the time that may not be violations by the time all of 2022 is calendar year is completed.
Great, thank you. I'm going to respond briefly to another question that's in here from Brandon Barney. It's more of a comment, but we'll deal with this in the 8th session today in the afternoon, since we don't have a separate finance session like we often have at the symposium. He says there seems to be a huge need for plants, new plants based on mandates. And that really is about Article 11, right? With the capacity, the growth in capacity. And we're all over that in the Compost Association. And he says, and he asks, what is the general proportion of new funding for startups? It seems that the big players will get bulk bank funding because of their 3 years of experience. And there isn't much VC funding for this. So it makes it hard for new entrants to enter. And I would agree with all of those perceptions. And it's something that the association is working on a little bit, at least the association that I'm helping to lead. But there is a paucity of funding, and it's one of the things we try to deal with in this symposium. So maybe we can bring that up on session 8, because there's no good conclusions there, in my view, unless either of you have something you want to say about that. I know, Chad, you'll hit on it possibly in your presentation. So I'm prepared to, well, thank you very much. Andrew?
Dan, can you hear me? This is Chuck. It looks like you've taken over my moderator responsibility, so I really much appreciate it. I had kind of an unexpected longer meeting with the Air Resources Board. Actually, I had a question for Andrew related to that. If I could just ask that question, how far have we gotten through Kevin Barnes yet, or are we still waiting for him?
No, Kevin Barnes is ill and he won't be presenting today. So we only have Chad left. So now that you're here, I'm going to hand this back over to you, Chuck.
Okay, well, that's fine. I appreciate it. Sorry for the disconnect there.
No
But
problem.
Andrew, while I have you on, I have a question related to my meeting with CARB this morning. I don't know if you are familiar or followed the low carbon fuel standard briefing that they had yesterday to talk about possible changes to the low carbon fuel standard, and certain aspects of their presentation and following discussion raised some concerns in the investment community related to further investments in renewable natural gas, which is a kind of a central thing for diverting organic waste from landfills, not only composting and other kinds of soil amendments potentially, but also the production of renewable natural gas. And they floated the idea that maybe we ought to be reducing the incentives for using renewable natural gas for low carbon fuels, because they'd like to see renewable natural gas used for other types of energy purposes, non-transportation energy purposes. And of course, right now, the low carbon fuel standard works because of the relatively value, not as high as the 200 per credit that it was a year or two ago, but it still provides an additional resource to help fund some of these anaerobic digestion projects for both solid waste, for dairies, and all this kind of thing. And I was wondering what, if any, contact CalRecycle may have had with Air Resources Board about what they're potentially suggesting. I guess the good news is they pulled us down from the ceiling a little bit and said, well, we don't really mean it. We're just kind of throwing these ideas out for consideration and comments, because there's a comment through the first part of December. And so people will be commenting. But I just wondered if this is an issue that is in front of CalRecycle as well, with respect to, causing issues with the compliance with 1383 and ability to have sources that options to be able to pull stuff, or organic waste, for example, out of the waste stream.
Yeah, it's not something that I deal with directly, so I don't really have much to comment on there. But I know I have heard about it, and I think our departments are working together to try to find some common ground there that works in both of our best interests, and really kind of statewide interests as well.
Great. Well, I would certainly encourage you to take the message that the two agencies ought to be holding hands. If you're desiring of pulling organic waste out of landfills and doing other things, there's a number of options, but the low carbon fuel standard certainly provides a opportunity to help fund some of these diversions from landfills. So more power to you. Who would be the right person at CalRecycle to discuss this matter further, would you suggest?
You can send it to kind of the OPA if you want, Office of Public Affairs. They would route it to the right person.
All right.
To have that discussion. So opa@calrecycle.ca.gov, or even the email address on the screen as well would route it to the right people. So slcp.organics@calrecycle.ca.gov.
Great. Well, I appreciate it. Sorry I missed the initial part of your presentation, but I'm glad I was able to get a little bit in. And I guess unless there's other further questions, we'll transition to Chad, unless there's, okay, guess not. So Chad, are you ready to go?
I am.
And I'll hang out through this session, so I'm not going anywhere quite yet.
Okay, well, with us we have Chad White, no relation to me, but we've known each other for quite a while, and Chad used to be very much, and hopefully we can get him back again on our organization presenting this symposium today. But he's gone on. Chad used to be with the Bay Area AQMD, and I'm sure he still maintains contacts there, and it was always very helpful in getting the Bay Area AQMD is supportive of the kind of things that our organization, the Bioresources Alliance, mutual interest in line. So, but Chad's moved on. He's now working for the Marin County Resource Conservation District, that is very much into maximizing how Marin County can optimize biomass utilization and transferring from the fossil fuel economy, if you will, to the bioresources community. And before I hand it over to Chad to hear more about that, I was at some conference of the ABLC, which is the Advanced Bioenergy Leadership Conference in San Francisco 2 weeks ago. And it was amazing because just a few years ago, there used to be 35, 30 people attend this thing. There were 750 people touting the various technologies that are coming along to make beneficial use out of bioresources, particularly bio waste from agricultural, forest, and municipal. And it's just amazing. I've never seen such a growth in attention as we move into a more of a bioeconomy. And it's not just fuel and other types of energy types of resources. It's not just compost, but it's a whole wide variety of products that are now being utilized using biomass to displace reliance on fossil compounds and produce them, substitute the bio part of the near life carbon cycle of the earth to produce these goods. So it's really an exciting time to be involved in this industry. And I'm sure most of the audience, if not all the audience, understands that as well. So I would like to transition now to Chad, if you would be happy to edify us on what Marin County is doing and what your organization in particular is doing to help us make the transition from a fossil fuel-based economy to a bio-resource-based economy. Thanks, Chad.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. And this is a lot more emerging than maybe your lines of organization were suggesting, but I'll steer us through that. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to present on behalf of the Marin Biomass Project. This is a biomass recovery and utilization initiative in Marin County. And for those people who don't know, Marin is the urban and rural county that's just north of the Golden Gate Bridge. In this presentation, I'm going to share motivations for this project and then some details about what we're trying to accomplish. The project is motivated by three main things. One is catastrophic wildfire risk and its potential for property damage, health endangerment, and climate impacts. Another is greenhouse gas emissions from landfills that SB 1383 was created to reduce. But as I'll explain in more detail, we're also looking at greenhouse gas reductions that lie beyond SB 1383. And a third is concern both about the need for carbon return to agricultural lands, but also the potential for soils to be net sinks for carbon that it would otherwise end up in the atmosphere. And if we look at things this way, on the left, we have a source of biomass, and I'll get to this in a minute, that's going to need disposition. In the middle, we have alternative utilization pathways that are emerging. And on the right, we have the potential to sequester carbon. While simple, it's one way to think about the project as the flow of organic materials from left to right as part of a path and a more circular path towards developing a lower carbon, more regenerative system. To elaborate a bit, SB 1383 and its regulations established a regulatory framework to drive diversion of organic materials away from landfill. But, pardon me, Andrew, unfortunately, it has left cities and counties with a number of challenging questions. For example, how do we access facilities and supply chains that make diversion achievable? How and how much should we plan to pay for this? And how do I learn about options or best fit solutions for a city or county like mine? So that is, a city or county might strive to achieve compliance and also worry about not overpaying. So how do they figure out their options and which are better or even within reach? So if SB 1383 gets the ball rolling, the Marin Biomass Project is looking for things that fill in gaps, like knowledge about options and their match for flows of organic materials. So more understanding of the magnitude of biomass flows, perhaps on a county-wide basis, and more specifically, the timing and characteristics of biomass that determines its highest and best use, and more complete knowledge about, or at least a deeper understanding of, recovery processes and products. And then institutional arrangements that overcome barriers to public and private contracting that can facilitate capital flow, guide investment, and support market development. So local governments need to figure out what and how much to contract for their multifaceted recovery needs, and material recovery businesses need to figure out what to build and how much to charge. And it's hard to do this piecemeal. And the structure of SB 1383 creates thousands of decisions by just municipal jurisdictions across the state, not to mention various recovery business. So it makes it difficult to do investment in shared research or pilot projects. It makes it more difficult to look up and down supply chains and predict the outcomes of different recovery options, or we need these options rather. And communication capacity to signal intelligently to each other in the marketplace, particularly to help align objectives and timelines for investments. Among other things, better ability to enter into long-term contracts that could facilitate development of facilities, much like the last question. And then third, deeper understanding of the carbon impacts of the products and their uses. So this means figuring out how to integrate carbon reduction into this process while making it affordable. This will only get better when part of the goal here is to support carbon reduction efforts at the local level, but also to prevent perverse outcomes and rebounds effects like long distance transportation of materials. So the concern motivating the project is that absent these things, it's harder or maybe impossible for public and private actors to predict the financial and non-financial implications of different recovery options, to find markets and transactions that fit their preferences, and develop and execute strategies that can more rationally deploy their capital. So looking to see if we can provide a clearer sense of what the market can bear and clearer financial commitments to achieve these ends. California is now living with a wildfire crisis. And the question, or a question is being contemplated alongside this, is how to intervene. And there are different proposals emerging for addressing the problem, one of which is to remove excess biomass from the forest to reduce wildfire risk. So in addition to economic hurdles such as the cost of transporting it, this remedy also raises questions: what would we do with it once it's out of the forest? I'm just going to mention a couple of policies here. I'm not an expert on wildfire reduction policy, but just thinking back in the 2019-2020 legislative session, a bill was floated, it didn't get passed, that called for forest fuel oversupply reduction that also aimed to support wood product manufacturing, and in this particular case, aimed to facilitate economic development for disadvantaged communities with resource-based economies near forested lands, mostly in the foothills and mountains of California. So, you know, that kind of thinking, like, we're going to have materials we need to move. What are we going to do with them? How do we turn this into an economic development project? Marin County passed a measure in 2020 that approved a tax to all parcels of real property in Marin County, with the goal to reduce fire risk and to establish an authority that could facilitate this. So it established a new joint powers authority, which is called the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. It's now working to establish and implement fire risk reduction plans. As part of its plan, MWPA agreed to consider ecologically sound practices for managing biomass in forested lands, on woodlands, and at the woodland-urban interface, or what's called the WUI. So it's a long introduction. This is sort of bringing it to the point where I'll pivot and talk about the actual project. But the point is that efforts to divert organics from landfill are coinciding with efforts to return forests to their historically average ecological fire risk, and that's generating pulses of biomass as well. So is there synergy in this mix? That is, can wildfire risk reduction interact with, and potentially synergize with other bioresource management efforts, such as the organics diversion under SB 1383? And are there greenhouse gas reductions out there as well, beyond diverting waste from landfill? Can recovery efforts support further greenhouse gas reductions? So the Marin Biomass Project was developed in response to these types of questions. The project itself has two main components. One is a biomass utilization study with an integrated greenhouse gas assessment. So this is created to produce an integrated inventory of biomass flows in the county, and then do an analytical comparison of them with recovery options. And the second is a stakeholder collaborative that's being formed to help translate findings of the study into useful terminology and communication products that will connect with stakeholders and help shape recommendations from the study that will maximize those recommendations' actionability. The study that we're undertaking has 7 sequential parts labeled here A through G. Each one, A through D, will produce a draft chapter that will roll up into an integrated final report. And the outputs from the study are anticipated roughly once per quarter over the next year and a half. To provide a bit more structure, I'll walk through the main chapters of the study. Part A is going to consolidate, update, and review biomass flows from waste diversion and wildfire management activities into shared snapshots and ideally dynamic inventory. So as this audience knows, there are different types of organic flows in the current waste stream. Here's an illustration of some key types: green materials from yards, urban materials that could largely be woody, but can be mixed in a variety of ways. Food is a slightly different animal, or food scraps rather. So looking at those, there are also different types of flows from wildfire management, such as those from forests or woodlands or the WUI. So coming from open space management, water district management, and electric company management, among other things, in addition to the wildfire management work. And while likely considerably smaller, Marin has enough agricultural options, particularly dairy operations, to at least look at how manures might be considered as part of the mix. So we're doing an inventory, and I'll explain that we've started that now. Part B then explores conversion technologies that can turn the biomass flows into potentially value-added products. So at the core of our study is this idea that there are different potential utilization pathways. And a pathway in our lingo is a combination of feedstocks, conversion technologies, and products that can drive growth of supply chains, their infrastructure and economy. And this diagram is meant to illustrate that. At the top, this reads from top to bottom, is an illustration of existing and emerging biomass feedstocks focused on marin, including various kinds of wildfire reduction trimmings. In the middle, the vertical lines going from wood product manufacturing through the 2 different types of anaerobic digestion, concerning gasification, composting, mulching, and then combustion on the far side, which is kind of a default management of woody biomass in the county at the moment. They represent 7 of what could be more possible conversion technologies for transforming biomass into useful products. I'll note not all of these are compliance pathways under SB 1383. Many of these could be potentially qualifying pathways. This is not simply an SB 1383 compliance project, but that's on our minds as well. And importantly, down at the bottom are the potential products of these different pathways that are value added, but also we think should be thought of in the context of what Marin County might find useful as a population and as an economic development project. These efforts roll up into economic and greenhouse gas analyses. The economics are analysis designed to be a side-by-side comparison of the different conversion pathways, looking at things like capital costs, operating costs, product revenues, which we could say include things like tipping fees, carbon incentives, and ultimately trying to understand that in the context of utility rates for waste removal and potentially electricity. The greenhouse gas analysis is centered a bit around it looks across the avoidance of wildfire emissions, the footprint of different operations, including transportation, but then also really trying to dial into the types of products that could be produced. Here, I've illustrated them in terms of energy and material products for a couple of reasons. One, just to suggest that we're looking at things as sort of a wheel of options and trying to do a side-by-side comparison of some of the potential economic streams from them, but also to do a comparison of the life cycle contributions of these pathways, ultimately trying to think again about what's a best product strategy for Marin as a jurisdiction. So where are we? I'll start with a little bit of what's happened. There's an interest group that formed, volunteers came together to form the Marin Biomass Project a couple years ago. And through work in the county and successful application for a grant, has produced a funded study that's hosted by Marin Resource Conservation District. And that has led to hiring of a project manager and hiring of a consulting team to help carry out the study. The study itself began this fall. We opened up part A a couple months ago, and we are moving now through the different parts of the study again, roughly once a quarter over the next year and a half or so. So a couple more things before winding down. The organization of this, this project is one of 5 pilot projects funded through the Governor's Office of Planning and Research as part of what they call the Woody Feedstock Aggregation Program. So looking a lot at forested lands and management of biomass on forested lands. That's a component of what we're doing. The project is hosted by Marin Resource Conservation District, and that's an agricultural support agency and a significant supporter of advances in carbon farming. Consultants have been hired to manage the project and the study, and a steering committee has been formed to oversee the project and to provide the county connections that will form and support the wider collaborative drawn over on the right-hand side of this diagram. The premise behind the Marin Biomass Project is that both local governments and material recovery businesses need more clarity to support the big, bold systemic change, the kind that can attain the 75% diversion goal and create potential for carbon drawdown. So the study has some proximate and ultimate goals. Proximately, the goal is to aid Marin County in developing infrastructure that is an appropriate match for the biomass flows that it is experiencing and will be experiencing. And the second is to provide insights applicable to other urban, rural, coastal counties in California. Ultimately, we're hoping to generate insights that can fill gaps in organic diversion and wildfire prevention policy and to spur development of biomass utilization infrastructure that can support a more circular and regenerative bioeconomy. So in this sense, we hope that our project provides a foundation for pragmatic learning through pilot projects or joint ventures and facilitates institutional arrangements that allow capital flow more rationally, beneficially, and ideally more quickly. There are even bigger questions ahead. So we hope that our project is contributing to them as well. Like when capital is available, what recovery technologies can be built with it? And can we think together about that question? When biomass needs to be recovered, what system can be built with a given amount of capital and economic flow? And how can carbon reduction be used to organize and optimize the system, given that at least in name, that's what it was, things like SB 1303 were organized to do in the first place. So thank you for the opportunity to share the story. Marin RCD has been kind enough to give me an email address to support the work on this project, and I'm happy to take questions there.
Chuck, you're muted.
Thanks, Chad. I'm sorry I was muted myself. Always informative on what you have to say, and it's really an amazing goal you have to maximize biomass utilization in Marin County. And a quick question I have is, do you know if there's other counties that are doing the same thing, or are you out kind of in the lead, or you're in the middle of the pack, or where is Marin County in the overall concept of doing this kind of thing?
It's hard for me to provide a survey of the other states, so I'll just talk about the 5 pilot projects because I'm more familiar with them.
Sure.
I think we're unique in this bundle for 2 reasons. One, because we're looking at wildfire prevention related biomass flows in the context of SB 1383 development as well. So that's unique. So I don't think the others are doing that as much, and they won't bump into it as much. The other counties are way more rural, so they just have fewer urban centers and therefore are less related to SB 1383. But the other thing we're doing, and I think part of the reason why we were a useful pilot project here, or at least able to secure funding, is because we're integrating the carbon reduction planning to look at the whole system and really try to think about how carbon incentives like the low carbon fuel standard relate to all this, where some of the options are. And in part, like, and I've kind of, sprinkled this through the presentation, like really, how do you support entrepreneurs and businesses in building things And how do you really help the cities and counties develop the kinds of understandings and support for those projects that really can bring things together. So I've, in looking at this project, been thinking, what are things we can do now that help for the next 2 to 5 years? And what are the things we should be building to get us to the next 10 years of really achieving some of the state's climate reduction goals? Not simply by just complying with SB 1383, but using this entire system as a carbon reduction project.
Yeah, I totally get that. In fact, the last couple of days have been a lot of discussion at CARB and elsewhere of how can we incentivize the development of biomass beneficial type projects to both reduce greenhouse gas emissions as well as provide low carbon fuels going in other types of products. And it was interesting, a discussion we had this morning at CARB and yesterday during their workshop was a concept. The only really thing they have is cap and trade, which is not very robust in terms of generating revenues to support large scale investments. The real driver is the low carbon fuel standard, but that only applies to transportation fuels. And I know CARB is very interested in moving away from transportation fuels, not really moving away, but moving to the point where they include other kinds of energy uses for biomethane and biomass and this sort of thing. And even beyond energy, there's a whole host of things you can do with biomass related materials that don't really directly related to energy, such as compost, for example. And there was some discussion, well, do we need to move away from an LCFS, a low carbon fuel standard, to a LCES, a low carbon energy standard, or even beyond that, LCMS, low carbon material standard, so that there would be a financial driver for the private investment community to invest in those projects that could generate the most credits, whether it's fuels, energy, or biomass-derived materials to displace fossil sources of fuels, energy, and materials. And I was just, does that strike a chord with Marin County? Is that something that have you thought about, or if you haven't thought about it, you'd like to think about, or where do you stand on that?
Yeah, Chuck, your questions are so interesting and big. Look, I'll offer a few thoughts in response. First of all, we're not going to get this right as long as we're only paying attention to half the life cycle, which is what most of these standards are doing at this point. So until we really pay attention to things like carbon farming and carbon return to land, we're only seeing half the picture, and that's one of the biggest problems. So this project is trying to pay attention to carbon farming, but there's not a lot to drive that right now. And that's where you really see something like compost get a lot more support, because there's a lot more benefit for it in that way. Like by one estimate, and this is by Jeff Creek of the Carbon Cycle Institute, who was heavily involved in getting the Marin Carbon Project started, he estimates that we could, that Marin's agricultural lands, and it's not the biggest agricultural county in the state, could absorb all of the materials that are flowing from in Marin this way, if it could be organized that way. But then you run into the problem of how to pay for it and where the money is. So it's very tempting, like you're talking about the LCSF, but the biomap program as well is motivating a lot of people to want to turn things into electricity or turn them into transportation fuels. And no, from a carbon management and carbon action plan standpoint, probably not the best ideas, but that's where the money is. And if you're really wanting to build things, you do have to kind of chase the dollars. So we're talking about tipping fees and LCFS and biomass, and not about where it makes sense for hydrogen to be used, how it supports a county-wide strategy to shift to lower carbon fuels, or just quite frankly, and this I think is my point, what do the people in Marin want? Like, this is materials being generated in their county, like what's interesting to them? And a lot of us aren't spending our days wondering what kinds of fuels or carbon products we want. But part of our work here is really trying to think about how do you localize some of this, not to create an island, and Marin certainly isn't one. We're dynamically interacting with the counties around us, but how do you think about taking responsibility and trying to create a local engine of economic development and use of this stuff. So you're not exporting at long distances, and you're aware of what's going on, and it makes some sense. And we don't have answers to those questions yet. I can just reflect back to the intelligence of your question and say, maybe the most damning thing is that we're not getting the life cycle analysis right yet. And then you're right, we need additional financial instruments. The one I'll mention, by the way, part of our project will attempt to quantify the avoided wildfire emissions. And that's where you can get a little bit more of the carbon impact brought in here. And so bringing these two things together, maybe that offers an interesting component here as well.
Well, if there was some kind of credit system for thinning the forest, not harvesting them, but for thinning them to make them more wildfire resilient, and at the same time be able to find a use for damaged trees that need to be pulled out of there so they don't continue to pose a fire risk. And if you could generate some kind of credit associated with that, that could be sold to people that need to reduce their dependence on fossil fuels, this sort of thing, that would seem to me that'd be a way to do that. Very similar to the way the low carbon fuel standard works, but in terms of a much broader range of activity than just transportation fuels. And so
yeah, well, Chuck, I'll just cut in to say there is some of that happening in sort of the forest management space, the same way that carbon credits are being generated under various regimes to prevent deforestation or to support reforestation. Avoided wildfire emissions is emerging as a topic, and that is something that we are looking at in this project, and we'll see whether we can quantify. So I guess I'll say stay tuned.
all right.
Hey, Chuck, we've added Andrew back as well. It's spotlighted. He's one of your panelists, so just letting you know.
Oh. And, well, yeah, Andrew, but about the Kevin Barnes, I thought I saw him on there too, but he's
No,
not
he
gonna-
won't be presenting. I just brought both speakers back so that if there's questions for either of them, that.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And
well, I thought-
Dan had his hand raised with a
Dan
question.
had his hand raised, so you're next, Dan. Have at it.
Oh, great. Thanks. So Chad, one of the ideas that keeps bugging me about organics management and economic development is how much are we actually working with the local economic development boards? Are you doing that as part of this project in Marin? And if so, will development of bioresources synergize with local county level economic development?
So Dan, I'm early enough in the study that I can sell you hopes and dreams. And I'll say it will be where we are in 2 years and what we've really done. But I can say there's a group in Marin called the Marin Economic Forum, and they are looking at skills training and what we need to support new work. And there's been programs built there recently to support labor forces that can do the wildfire mitigation work that now Marin has $200 million to spend over 10 years to do. So there's an understanding that if we're going to have some of these types of programs, we need labor that can support them, and that's knowledgeable and skilled labor. There's a lot of this that also relates to kind of the economic management of the enterprise, and in particular, and I don't want to point a finger, but I think city managers need a lot of help understanding this process. They're not the waste managers who are going to comply with SB 1383, but they're the ones who are going to be involved with choosing waste diversion rates and trying to figure out how they're managing their city budgets. And I think that really providing them with support is important if you really want to think of this as an economic development project. Like, they're going to make investments and they need to feel good about that.
Yeah, I agree. This is not our fathers or grandfathers or grandmothers, economic development process through the Chamber of Commerce or whatever.
No, and city manager is largely, waste. Notice I didn't use that word. Waste gets taken away. And that's what for the waste to be taken away. This is fundamentally asking them, and SB 1383 is asking them to know where it's going and to take it back.
Right.
That's bewildering. And everyone knows you don't need piles and piles of wood chips. And everyone knows you don't need like yards and yards of compost for parks. And then there's the question of what to do when the compost is various qualities, just to kind of like pick on that. And, you know, we didn't even mention the B word, which is biochar. I know Chuck's a fan, but, you know, we're really looking at that in this context too, and trying to understand its work. And just sort of as a side note about that, sort of as an offshoot of the Marine Carbon Project, we're at least aware of, and will probably be in dialogue with, studies that are being done to understand the emissions impact of adding biochar to compost piles, to really see what that does from a carbon activation standpoint, but also from an air quality emissions reduction standpoint. So many facets to this. I mean, we can only do so much, but really excited that OPR chose to support this project. Super excited to be part of the conversation and see what we can advance.
Excellent, thank you.
One question I had is, when I first started talking to you about participating in this conference, I was kind of focused on dairy manure, and I think there was some efforts in Marin County to kind of coordinate and make maximum use of dairy manure for a variety of uses, including energy and fuels. And I think you basically said that you weren't far enough along in that, and your primary focus, as you've indicated today, was on forest health and management. But I was wondering if there's anything you can share with us about with respect to the idea of using the Marin, for which, as I just said, there's quite a few dairies there in Marin County, but they're small dairies. But is there anything that you're looking at that we could maybe have you back in a year or two to talk about how much progress you've made on the dairy angle?
Well, Chuck, I don't know that I'm ever going to be dairy knowledgeable enough to support an entire presentation, but I'll certainly talk about it insofar as I can. And thank you also for not trying to make me talk about manure management as the focus of my presentation today. Yeah, I think manure is the one organic stream from the dairy farms in Marin County that we think might make sense to look at in an integrated way here. A lot of the other things are done through on-farm management, and we don't think there probably is a benefit to a lot of looking at it as leaving the farm and being managed elsewhere. So we'll know more over time. And as part of our inventory, we're asking that question, like how much manure are we talking about? Where is it? What's the timing of it? A lot of the stuff, it comes down to timing. I also didn't mention that we do have co-digestion happening in the county at the large wastewater treatment plant. And there are smaller wastewater treatment plants that are looking at things like co-digestion options, but also co-composting of biosolids and serving as a regional hub for co-composting for the county. That's sort of an interesting set of questions. So yeah, a lot of different things happening, like the waste haulers aren't used to talking to wastewater treatment plants. So that's a new line that's being drawn here. Dairy farms are not used to talking to waste haulers or wastewater treatment plants. Foresters are not used to talking to all of them. So a lot of conversations and connections being drawn here, and sort of like, neurons in our brain, it's taking a while to find those connections. And part of what we're trying to do with our collaborative on this project too is form some of those, so we can ask these questions and try to figure out, where does manure fit in the mix? Does it make sense to have a standalone anaerobic digester for manure, or should it be somehow thought of separately? Don't know yet.
Yeah, related to that, I know I'm working with a couple of clients that are into the dairy digester business, and historically you've always thought you got to have several thousand cows in order to justify having a large dairy digester project. But I think that's changing. I'm getting the sense that there's a lot of companies that are looking at much smaller in the order of 100 to 200 herd operation, and I'm assuming that's more in line with the kind of size of dairies you have in Marin County right now, in that order, or maybe even smaller. I don't know.
It varies, and again, not a dairy expert, so I don't know that yet. But yeah, I think the portability solution, whether you're talking about small gasifiers or you're talking about portable composters or portable anaerobic digesters, a really interesting dimension of all of this, the same way that community compost is an interesting idea for managing some of this material. We probably need different scales of solutions, and probably, quite frankly, one of the things that provoked me 5 or 6 years ago to really start getting interested in this is a little of the back of the envelope that happened when SB 1383 was passed. And it's like, you know, we need 100,000 ton per year composting facilities to manage the material we're talking about. And I thought, well, where are those going to go? They're not going to go in Marin County. You're not going to have one that big. So then we're talking about pushing composting operations farther away. And I thought, what are we going to have? Like I-5 is going to be like huge feedlots and huge composting piles. Is that the model we're building? That doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that like San Francisco is hauling its organic materials between Fairfield and Vacaville. It doesn't make sense that we're taking the woody debris from Marin County and shipping it out to Stockton. Like, we need a system, and it needs to be probably a layered multi-level system to really be able to handle some of the stuff if we're going to avoid some of the transportation impacts. And just, again, have the residents and the consumers of the county aware of these products and buying them. You know, there's only so much organic compost you can make for vineyards. Like, we need other options as well.
Yeah, related to this, I got a question from Hussein Inalati at UC Davis. Hussein is, I think, helping us here. Are most of the dairies in Marin similar to others in the Pacific Northwest, smaller and pasture-based?
Marin is a fairly environmentally sensitive county, and I think the agricultural community in there probably leans towards more of the principles of agroecology. Again, sorry, I don't have the demographics of Marin dairy at my fingertips, but that's an interesting question. But I would say, generally speaking, yes. We don't have huge dairies, and I think a lot of the planning in the Bay Area around carbon action and management of carbon emissions doesn't really target dairies for that reason.
Okay, well, I don't see any more questions. It seems to me I had one more I wanted to, oh yes, I do, for Andrew, if he's still there, as I believe he is. Andrew, 2 days ago, California Air Resources Board, they're gonna go back and look at the landfill methane emission standards that they adopted some, I guess, about 10 years ago. And I just wanted to know if that's something that is on your radar screen or that radar screen of CalRecycle. And I'm interested in, I have no idea what they're going to propose. I haven't seen any details on it, but I suspect they're going to tighten down on the standards of monitoring of methane emissions from landfills, and maybe require more to be done at landfills to address fugitive methane emissions, or maybe other things as well. And that could have the benefit of, you know, looking for providing the incentive to look for other options to manage organic waste that would otherwise be generating methane in landfills. And I was wondering if, one, you're aware of the ARB initiative here on landfills, that they're going to have a workshop in the next couple of weeks, I think, or maybe 3 weeks. And what you can tell us about it. You probably know all the behind the scenes details of what CARB is thinking about, but I'm just joking, of course. You probably don't, but tell us what you do know about it, if you do, and what you think that might be, how that could or maybe beneficial for 1383 objectives.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't. You bringing that news to me. It's not something that I focus on in my role in working with Air Resources Board and on that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, you might something you might want to look into and follow in the upcoming weeks to see what they decide to do on landfill methane. That could have a huge ramifications across the board, potentially. Okay. Well, we've reached the hour of 12:30. It's lunchtime. I don't have any more questions, and this is the last call for any. Otherwise, I think we'll turn it back over to Hussein and let us know when we reconnect, or maybe it's Lauren. I'm not sure who, Lauren, Dan, or Hussein, and we can then take a break for lunch, and then we'll be back at 1:30.
We'll be back at 1:30 for session 7 on products.
Good.
Yeah, and I know, Chad, you won't be able to make the panel at the end of the day. Chuck, are you going to be on that panel with us?
I've got to pick up where I dropped to come out of this, and I'm not going to be available. My apologies. Well, I'll try. Tell you what, if that starts at 3:15. I will, after the break at 3 to 3:15, I may join, but it may be a little bit late, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, that'd be good because a part of this job is, I mean, and Chad, you prepared for our last in-person meeting, the whole process as well. And the way you guys are always thinking about connecting all those dots is, I think, one of the central features of this symposium. And that's where that discussion will be happening in that session. But what emerged out of this process for me has been the concept of maybe having a bioresources roundtable every other month or something, if it makes sense for us to track with each other and trade around ideas, for just an hour, hour and a half together.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Is Sally Brown going to be on the panel this afternoon? I saw she was on one of the earlier ones, but I don't see her listed now.
She should be listed.
She said she would be back for the panel. Yes.
Yeah, she's on.
Yeah,
the
she's on the list, Mike McCullough. And so if you don't mind, Chad, I'm going to use some of the questions that you had on your final slides, because those are all the questions we're interested in pursuing moving forward. So
yeah, great.
That's great.
You're welcome to them, Dan. Before we sign
Thank you.
off, I'd love to say thanks to Hussein for all the work he's done to organize this, and thanks to Chuck for the coordinating the panel. Andrew, thanks for sharing it with me, but also thanks to you, Dan and Lauren, just for your years-long effort supporting all of this.
Well, it's obviously a passion, so same to you.
Yeah, Dan and Lauren are definitely the foundations of this organization, so we got to keep them.
Well, we need to build a bigger foundation if it's going to go into the future, because I've got to actually make money, and this is the way I go to school off of everybody else's time.
I mentioned that ABLC conference in San Francisco. There were 750 people at that, but the entrance fee was like $750. So
yeah,
we don't have this organization, but
poor man's
what I'm hearing you
symposium.
say, Chuck, is that higher prices drive more attendance.
Go figure. Well, it's they're put on by Biofuels Digest, which is or Bioenergy Digest. It's a big nationwide organization.
Yeah, publication for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, folks. Well, thank you for
the lunch break. Thank you. Thank you very
1:30.
much, everybody.
See you in a bit.
See you in an hour or less, 55 minutes.
Right. I think we're good to go.
So Tom, I don't think you need any introduction from me. You can, unless you would like it, I could do that actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Hey, everybody. I noticed that on the program, Tom McGrath's name is not spelled properly. It should be Tom McGrath. He has more than 20 years experience successfully collaborating with diverse stakeholders, working with multimedia departments, breakthrough technologists, finance specialists, and academic researchers. Tom focuses on the wise use of available resources to design sustainable opportunities today, both for communities and businesses. He is CEO of Vital Clean Tech, CSO of Bioproduct Center, and holds Zero Waste and Sustainable Management certification from California Resource Recovery Association. He's presented here and abroad and does a lot of work internationally. So Tom, this is your panel, so I look forward to seeing what's going on here.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it's wonderful to be here at this 17th annual Bioresources Alliance Symposium, California Bioresources Alliance Symposium, and yeah, for several years been helping out on the planning committee for this symposium. So great to be here. So far, it's been halfway through day 2 now. So we'll have this session, and then we'll have a roundtable following this to wrap up the symposium. So again, very happy to be here, and thank you, Dan, for that introduction. Yeah, let me see. We're going to start off this session with Jim McNelly. We'll have 4 speakers, and then we'll have a Q&A roundtable discussion at the end. If you have any questions, feel free to post them up in the boards, and then maybe we can take 1 or 2, depending if we have time after each presentation, but we'll try to keep most of the questions for the end. So Jim McNelly is a managing member of Renewable Carbon Management, LLC, a professional in bioprocessing industry since 1975. Jim McNelly has been a pioneer and visionary in source separation, organics, composting, co-composting with wastewater biosolids land application, in situ evaporation of wastewater treatment solids, vermistabilization, value-added fertilizer, conditioning, mixed waste composting, containerized composting, biodeconstruction, and biofiltration. After managing Procter & Gamble's diaper composting study, Jim founded the U.S. Composting Council in 1989. As a council volunteer, he has fostered the development of best management practices in composting, compost operator training, testing methods for composting, and composting in public and professional education, promoting the value of organics recovery. The author of numerous state guidebooks and publications on composting, he has worked in dozens of states, provinces, and countries, including extensive work in China, which continues today. So, Jim, if you're ready, look forward to hear your presentation.
You bet. Thanks so much for the introduction, and thank you, Dan, for inviting me. I'm speaking today on a technology that kind of emerged over the decades, and that's a form of biofertilizer manufacturing. I'm going to go to share screen, and let's see. I'll get this fired up here. Can you see my screen now?
No, we don't see your screen.
You don't see my screen. Well, I clicked on share screen. Hey, is it there now?
It's pulling up.
Okay, great. Good. Just need to get back to the start playing screen. Of course, there's so many open screens now. I can't find my icons.
Jim, it's lagging a bit, showing it. You might just have a lot of stuff. Would you like me to share your slides and I can advance them?
You know, that may just work because I'm not finding my start screen button. I have so many open images here. Yes, if you would, you know, you have a copy of it, and I want to get through this, and don't know why it's not just playing. It should.
Okay, we're good.
You see it now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So the name of the presentation: Biofertilizer Economics and Environmental Impacts. Next. So the first question, of course, what is a biofertilizer? And so it's bio-based nitrogen products, keyword nitrogen, that meet maturity and stability standards as measured by the Composting Council's testing methods, TMECC. And these products, biofertilizers, may be biological or from synthetic nitrogen or a combination of the two. Next one. And so in the public mind, composting means any and all forms of decomposition. In best management practices, it generally means controlled mix, forced aeration, temperature control, and biofiltration. And over the decades, we've regularly heard compost is a soil conditioner, not a fertilizer. Next. And so the testing methods, you know, over 20 laboratories use the procedures, peer reviewed from USDA. It came into use about 2000, and there's about 50 laboratories that use the TMECC. Next. So unstabilized or immature nitrogen is the big question that the TMECC, about 5 of the testing methods are addressing this. And typically nitrogen is stabilized in the soil. That's why most of the time you see fall land application. We've got problems with soluble nitrogen. Leaches, turns into water pollution, and unstabilized nitrogen leads to phytotoxicity to seeds and new growth. Again, don't want to put it unstabilized nitrogen down in the spring just when you're planting. And it also means that odorous nitrogen is lost as ammonia. Vectors, flies. Next one. So I kind of put an S in front of biofertilizer to mean stable form. And a stable nitrogen is not the same as a total nitrogen. And so the whole idea in your methodology of converting nitrogen into a stable form is you're not letting any of your process lose nitrogen to the air or leachate. And so we're rethinking biofiltration from odor control to nitrogen recovery. Because when you're in the biofertilizer manufacturing business, you're in the nitrogen management business. So it means we rethink our carbon inputs, and we need to be more aware of available carbon and available nitrogen, not just total. And this comes from experience, and there's really no way to measure those two, because volatile solids reduction doesn't quite give you the information that you would look for. And when you're manufacturing a product, you know, your capital and operating costs are now market driven on the sales of your product, not so much waste disposal. Next. Next screen there. So, you know, carbon borrows nitrogen from the soil. You have to put down high tonnages per acre, inconsistent quality. Next slide. So when we have the disposal mentality, we're not thinking we're in product manufacturing. And that's one of the great things that the Composting Council have been trying to teach for decades, is that you are making products, you have your seal at testing assurance to show that you're meeting standards of test procedures. So since I'm trying to cut my slides down, let's go to the next one. The organics management industry has had a hard time addressing the high-end markets of turfgrass and horticulture. Turfgrass sales are about $16 billion per year, half residential, half commercial. And in turfgrass, you have a nitrogen loading rate of about 80 pounds per acre. And in horticulture, commercial planter mixes are about 8 billion per year. And it's sphagnum peat, Northwest American bark, and slow release nitrogen products. So if you can reach those markets, you're going to be looking at $150 to $400 per ton, oftentimes 10 times what you're going to get for compost as a soil conditioner. Next slide, please. So agricultural nitrogen, was about 17 billion per year in 2020. Now it's closer to 30 billion, if not even more. It's hard to find current accurate data. Urea is kind of the benchmark, and it had 46% nitrogen. It's increased from about 240 per ton in 2020 to 740, and I even heard numbers up around 850 per ton today. So the net nitrogen market, ag, turf, and horticulture, it's about 40 billion per year. Next slide, compared to about 1 billion for soil conditioners. So if we're going to biostabilize nitrogen, it's currently not in a stable form, but the turfgrass people want it stable. And so the chemical N can be used for the biostabilization process. And to me, this is one of the key outcomes of the TMECC, is that we can convert synthetic nitrogen into biostable form, turn it from a soluble form into an insoluble form in microbial bodies. And we can make ag claims based on net agronomic loading rates, not just total N. And then there's some issues about the organic standards from USDA. But the general point is that once it's biostabilized, it's no longer identified as its source. Next slide. So agronomic loading rates, nitrogen demand per acre presumes 63% loss of nitrogen to ammonia and leachate. So that means 37% remains to sustain plants. So if a crop needs 100 pounds of N per acre, the actual demand is 37 pounds stabilized. And so that means that 63 pounds per acre are lost as ammonia to the air and nitrates to ground and surface water. Next slide. And so a lot of farmers, a lot of users of nitrogen tend to overload. So if corn needs 160 pounds of nitrogen per acre to achieve 60 pounds net, farmers are going to put down 200 pounds per acre. So the 90% of the overloaded N is lost significantly as ammonia, adding 36 pounds lost to the already expected 100 pounds lost. And so overloading N not only leads to pollution, but also phytotoxicity. Next slide. So part of the problem is surface water takes soluble nitrogen and goes to lakes and streams. And that's an NOAA photo of the Gulf of Mexico. Next slide. So if we're biologically overloading into the water systems, we end up with lake weeds, eutrophication, hypoxia, dead zones, fish kills. Next slide. So overloading, phytotoxicity, spotting on leaves. We've all seen dog urine dead spots on turf grass. That's phytotoxicity. We're all familiar with it. Next. So the key maturity indicators are, there's about 5 of them in the TMECC: 100% seed germination, cucumber seed, low carbon to nitrogen ratio, which can be misleading because starting CN ratios are different than net, low biological available carbon, under 10, low oxygen respiration, and low ammonia off gassing. Next slide. So if you plant 100 seeds in the seed germination test, half of them come up, that means it's half stable. If none of them come up, it's not stable. It's pretty straightforward. Next slide. So forest land restoration is a critical area where stabilized nitrogen can have a role to play. So if wood is 200 or 400 to 1 carbon to nitrogen ratio, there's a lot of borrowing of scarce nitrogen. And so adding nitrogen to slash results in leachate runoff into pristine watersheds. That's unacceptable. So the stable biofertilizers amend wood products into a non-polluting form. Next. So this is the shameless plug for the technologies that I build, which are containerized composting and or biofertilizer systems. Some of the facilities we built have been able to make 4% nitrogen stable products going into the horticultural industry. Next slide. So here's some product being blown onto turf grass as a top dressing. So it's about 1 cubic yard per about 1,200 square feet. It's about a quarter of an inch. Can I get the next slide, please? These experiments I've worked on over the years. One, we did some strawberry tube sock and trench farming. We did work with USDA in grow socks, growing strawberries, and rooftop gardening, and indoor farming with soil products or biostabilized material. That's typically a 2% stable nitrogen product we use in the planter mixes. Next slide. So what we're trying to promote here is supporting generative agriculture. And we need to get a greater biological literacy in the public marketplace. So we should be teaching carbon and nitrogen cycling in the 4th and 5th grades, much like we do water respiration, carbon respiration too. And so we had to advocate renewable nutrient management and convert municipal composting sites into more biofertilizer processing centers, and be proactive regarding climate change, not just passive. And as we may have said, well, we've always done it this way. We've always had windrows. We've always just used unstabilized nitrogen in our crops, in our soil products. Well, that's just not acceptable anymore. And by stabilizing the nitrogen before it gets to the plant is a radical paradigm shift. And people say, well, we should stay doing what way we do it because of the grandfather clause. Well, folks, grandpa died, that's just not acceptable. We have to change. And so the water, air, and soil quality issues have changed. And we, in the organics industry, we have to change as well. And that's my presentation for today. And I wasn't able to get into the methods of how the biofertilizer is made, but we can have further conversations and be in the Q&A session a little bit later. Thanks a lot, folks.
Great, thank you. Jim, that was really good. Appreciate that. And yeah, let me see. We have next up we have Joe Masita. Let me see. Joe is calling in. It's very early in the morning for him. He's in Singapore. Let me see. Joe is chief designer of 3G and S technologies, commercializing electrochemical reforming, as well as carbon capture and reuse solutions to produce inexpensive renewable hydrogen and carbon mitigation. He also leads ZNC Farms technology, systems optimization and build out program. Previously, he was the founder of Gibbs Energy LLC, a privately held business, products, and technology development firm dedicated to renewable energy technologies, including anaerobic digestion, where he managed a team that developed the biogas and bioliquid platform for a major US oil and gas company. His experience developing integrated solutions for energy and agriculture spans nearly 20 years. Some of the more notable achievements, including the development of liquid phase step change hydrogen generation and carbon capture technology to reduce the cost of hydrogen by 50%. Prior to this, Joe was the founder and CEO of Ocean Power Corp, a developer of modular, renewably powered desalination systems listed on NASDAQ, and H-Power Corporation, a developer of fuel cell technology, which raised $120 million in an IPO on NASDAQ using a valuation of $1 billion. Gibbs was also a two-time finalist in the Department of Energy's ARPA-E competition seeking transformational technologies. Joe, is your audio up? I don't know if you're going to be able to present, but we should be able to present the slides for you.
Joe's here, but I'm not able to get him to turn on his video or unmute.
Right, I think he's on mute at the moment. If we're not able to get Joe on, we can, let me see, Clayton may be available to present first, and then we can bring Joe on in a few minutes.
I think that's a good idea. Maybe proceed with Clayton.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, Clayton, so let me do an intro on you, and then we'll come back to Joe shortly. Let me see. Clayton Turner is an entrepreneur and scientist in the technology, software, and cannabis and hemp space. He is a founder of Rainier Distillers, Washington State Enterprises, BioSmart Research, HPLC Solutions, searchandrescuedrone.com, Packware, electric vehicle modules, and was chief visionary officer of Santa Fe Farms until January 22. He is a co-founder of the hemp blockchain. Clayton has worked for a decade in ISO 9000 medical cannabinoid isolation, carbon sequestration, engineering, in industrial systems, trichome extraction, fiber processing, carbon products, pyrolysis, and blockchain. Clayton has set up over 20 facilities in the hemp space. Clayton has led teams which include the Carbon Protocol qualified XPRIZE team. He's a creator of the first 100% all hemp battery. In addition, he has designed a drone system for preventing forest fires, preparing for the fire prevention XPRIZE, and holds the patent pending for apparatus and system for connection and distribution of satellite-based internet services, an aspect in the device for cleaning plastic from the ocean using drones, as well as fighting and preventing fires. So with that, Clayton, can you start your presentation? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Is my share screen working okay?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. So hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. And just to let you know, my projects are focused on energy efficiency, pharmaceutical track and trace product assurance, isolation of plant extracts of all kinds, plastic, pyrolysis for green energy, ethanol production, and post-production metamaterials for energy storage and transfer, which I'll get into today. And so over the last year, I created a patent to prevent and manage forest fires, as well as providing search and rescue. And this isn't just prevention, but also a process to validate forest biomass management for carbon credits. So what's a guy from a drone company doing here? We'll strap in, because this is going to be a lot of data and images, because we only have like 15 minutes. So prior to my drone company, I worked in biomass processing, high performance liquid chromatography, industrial scale molecular isolation, carbon negative spatial web-based blockchain. I worked with folks from the University of Washington and was invited to attend their symposiums on hemp processing, processing, cannabis legalization. In software, I worked with groups like Algorand, the first carbon neutral blockchain, and Global Logic, which is recently acquired by Hitachi. I've also been working in biomass processing, and that's why I needed the software I've been creating for tracking carbon credits. And I needed a way to track the carbon the industrial facilities my partners put in. And all the equipment that I'm tracking, I needed IoT to track those processes. So I needed a way to get offsets for our operation of these systems. At the same time, I was thinking of ways to solve global issues regarding supply chain, all while generating electricity, steam energy, hydrogen fuels, and valuable products like graphene and aerogel with a carbon negative system of production. So I led a team for the X Prize $100 million carbon prize, and we qualified. This is for an agricultural solution to carbon sequestration that scales to gigatons. Then I looked at wildfires, which produce 20% of CO2 emissions. The trees not only burn, but also decompose, resulting in off-gas of methane, terrible greenhouse gas. So I went to the lumber mills in New Mexico at the epicenter of the terrible Hermit's Peak Canyon fire. And I talked to the folks at Simtable, Los Alamos, Sandia, and I consulted on some equipment options and used a drone to survey the site where they do all the wood processing there. They have 2 big lumber mills. And, I realized that the wood was still good, that I could make these products out of this wood for about the next 3 to 5 years. So post-burn, this is something that we could make conductive carbons and plastic replacements out of. So, when you look at this, Darko Matovic, a professor of mechanical engineering at Queen's University in Ontario, he published his own analysis of biochar's potential, and he found it to be big. He says that burning and burying 10% of the world's biomass weight would sequester nearly 5 gigatons of carbon annually. And humans, emit by some estimates over 28 gigatons of CO2 into the atmosphere each year. And a lot of that's, taken up by vegetation and oceans, but we're looking at least 5 gigatons or more by many estimates that we need to make up for it. So for forest management, I have small systems that are mobile and burn all the biogas during operation. For real scale biogas generation, you need a scale facility with all the equipment needed for a line. And you can see a schematic here of the line I designed for the X Prize, which has cut sheets for each unit needed to operate the line and produce the products I'm going over today. Per year, a 1-ton line is projected by cut sheets in operation to be able to consume 15 million pounds of biomass, and multiple lines can be run to increase labor and efficiency. So 15 million pounds at up to 9,000 BTU per pound is a lot of energy potential for steam generation or thermoelectric. 12% of that biomass weight is biogas, of which up to 30% of that, depending on the biomass burned, can be hydrogen. And that's 500,000 pounds of renewable hydrogen not made by hydrocarbon or toxic process that you could generate with a scale full facility line. So almost 6 million pounds of renewable. So there's potential for 240,000 gallons of pyrolysis crude from these lines. And 1-ton crude oil refinement systems actually can be purchased rather inexpensively. You can run them on site and capitalize on your heat generation and lower your transportation cost. And keep in mind, this is a series of off-the-shelf equipment. You don't have to invent anything new for it. The biogas generated from biomass pyrolysis can be isolated into hydrogen via a membrane. These membrane systems can also isolate the CO2 low power with no moving parts. Given that burning carbon monoxide results in carbon dioxide, if we burn the carbon monoxide on site, we use these membranes post-burn as well to isolate CO2 for industrial purposes. For example, CO2 can be made into plastic using the heat from pyrolysis in an electrocatalyst reaction. These membrane gas filter systems typically 90 to 98% of feed CO2, and they produce a hydrogen product at 85 to 95% purity. They operate at 130 bar with adjustable feedstock ratios of gas, and they have an operating lifetime of about 10 years. They have simple installation operation with compact skid-mounted construction. They require no chemicals, contain no moving parts, and they're minimal utility usage from the unit. All you need is low-pressure steam, which pyrolysis can produce with a boiler stock, instrument air, instrument power, nitrogen. So the main gaseous products during flash pyrolysis or pyrolysis of biomass are carbon monoxide, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, methane, and other light hydrocarbons from volatile terpenes. So carbon nanofiber composites, or CNFs, carbon nanotubes, can be prepared by chemical vapor deposition and spinning using carbon ammonia compounds like carbon monoxide as a carbon precursor. So if you're already making this carbon, researchers have proposed the first graphene synthesis technique that utilizes carbon monoxide as the carbon source. It's fast, cheap, and an easy way to produce high quality graphene with relatively simple equipment. So if you combine this with the ability of biochar to be converted directly into CNFs, then you pretty much have the graphene you need for a battery and the touch screen for a phone. So we can isolate hydrogen, but we also get a lot of a similar amount of CO2. And CO2 is the sole feedstock for supercritical CO2 compression. One of the hot new ways to use CO2 is a CO2 battery storage. And with a few tweaks, it reduces the cost and energy issues of aerogel production to almost just labor and machinery. I know this because in extraction, we worked on supercritical CO2 systems. And the cost in supercritical CO2 production is the compression and the gas. So this system does it as a byproduct of energy storage. So if this system can be set up batch, and it can bring affordability to graphene aerogel production. But there's a problem. We currently have a massive shortage of CO2 and fluctuations in the CO2 gas market. So it's best to pair CO2 energy storage with energy generating pyrolysis systems with a membrane for CO2 hydrogen separation to use as feedstock, along with cellulose for cellulose aerogels and carbon black and graphene for carbon aerogels. And you can see that graphene aerogel up there bouncing on that wheat in the corner there, and you can look it up online. It's pretty much as strong as steel and almost as light as air. So it's pretty amazing stuff, and it's the future of construction and electron storage. So I started in distilling, and I designed several distillation lines. And just yesterday, I was working with Romero Valle at the University of Miami on an ethanol waste heat engine. And it all comes down to the heat and height of your distilling column and cooling. But 1 pound of woody biomass has an available heat value of about 7,500 to 9,000 BTU per oven dry pound. So a 1 ton per hour line can generate almost 500 million BTU per day. And a 1 ton per hour system is able to create energy that goes straight to a steam boiler for ethanol production. There's also been big advancements in tin and copper for direct thermal energy to electric transfer that are very exciting for these systems. So the other fun thing about distillation is the dried distiller's grains and solid waste from fermentation can be used as a feedstock in pyrolysis. So you also generate significant amount of CO2 in fermentation, which will allow for even more CO2 products to be made. And this can all take place at the same facility. And the hydrogen membrane systems need that heat that the ethanol also needs. And that's where the off-the-shelf boiler that you can attach to pyrolysis comes in handy. What problems can our waste product ethanol, heat, and biofuels? Well, plastic's a problem. By the end of this decade, it's projected we'll create 1.34 gigatons per year of carbon emissions from plastic. And most reports about recycling plastic say only 5 to 8% of plastic is recycled. And unfortunately, bioplastics aren't a magic bullet. Bioplastics can take from food growth agriculturally in both farmland and crops producing, raising prices. Biodegradable plastics are often worse than standard plastics because biodegradable may not mean non-toxic or created from biomass. And toxic chemicals and release of methane instantly from degrading are worse than solid plastics sitting in a landfill. And oxidegradable plastics have been banned in many European countries. And I'm sure you've heard many reports from the media about how plastic recycling isn't working, and not on its own. So I don't necessarily think that it's the answer in the current state. So with the line of machinery that I propose, we can eliminate 30 to 50% of plastic use by making amorphous carbon biochar in a special way. I've already worked with compounders at pilot scale to produce injection mold plastic that I'll be showing you during the presentation if we like. I got a bunch of show and tell of bioplastics and so on I've made. But I've already worked with compounders at pilot scale to produce the injection mold plastic. So I've been able to deploy a replicatable process of carbon production, and we believe that this will scale. And the equipment's available usually to arrive in about 7 to 9 months. It attaches to existing biochar biomass processing infrastructure and provides an SOP to hit standards for plastic replacement that replaces 30 to 50% of the PET injection mold and other plastics. This plastic additive is high temp material that locks up the plastic and makes it more resistant to heat, that is chemically different than amorphous carbon biochar. And keep in mind, you can put 30 to 50% of carbon into this plastic. You didn't just create an offset of plastic use, you also created a 450-year carbon sink if that ends up in a landfill. But that isn't all this material can do. It takes about 6 to 10 times more energy to reclaim metals from batteries than it would to take or obtain these same metals by other means. The US Department of Energy determined that intensive energy and sulfur dioxide production occur at these facilities. So recycling can't be looked to as the economical solution for environmental energy storage, even if we can convert some of that sulfur to hydrogen. So lithium's gross and it's toxic. And I don't have time here to go over all the ills of lithium, but lithium is an important thing to our government and to you and me. The reliance on import of various minerals creates our reliance on foreign powers like China for our energy storage needs. And China controls much of the world's rare earth mineral processing. China has a more than 90% share of global production of downstream rare earth products and technologies, including magnets, according to Tutti Global as of April of this year. So the United States National Command has indicated that rare earth mineral alternatives and supply outside of a domestic source are a primary push of the military in the coming years. And we really have no choice as the military is pushing for green energy solutions and electric by 2035. Our electric military vehicles cannot use the Chinese supply chain for batteries. So the material we're making isn't just good for plastic. It can help solve our lithium, rare earth, and carbon black dependence woes. We right now have the power to create a renewable material that can provide the components needed for the next generation of printable batteries, things like carbon nanotubes from biochar and advanced conductive carbons like the ones that I've made. And so this is my kitchen. Excuse the carbon mess. I don't have hempwood vinegar at the time I made this video, but I do now. So I can actually increase the voltage more than what's shown here. This is just hemp, no lithium or metal. The alligator clips are just to measure the voltage. This is a 1 gram paper battery made with carbon and a binder from hemp additive to affix the carbon to the paper separator. I wanted to show it operating with a base power and to use it with both an acid for high power and a base. This battery is disposable and would actually fertilize your lawn and adjust the pH. It's not at all toxic. You can drink that solution and settle your stomach. The idea is to use lightweight cellulose aerogels in the surface area of micronized sprayed carbons to greatly increase the efficiency of standard lithium-ion battery design shown here. And this is so that the disposable batteries could power disposable electronic products and decompose in a helpful way. So how do we make this a profitable business? How can our biogas truly compete with oil and gas when they make so many products as well as energy? You can see on the screen here a major vendor to Boeing, MIT, Lockheed, NASA. They charge $89 for 50 grams of this carbon material made to specification, exactly like what I made in the lab. And the material they sell is likely made from carbon from coal plants rather than renewable material. According to many experts like David Mitland from the University of Texas, Austin, there are performance and purity benefits to using plant-based conductive carbon black. And due to the coal plant shutting down, we've lost the domestic capacity to make this strategically vital product here at home. And so China currently makes 70 to 90% of the world's carbon black, and they do it with coal plants. And they're becoming the leader in carbon nanotube, graphene, and lithium alternatives for batteries. And so we should ban the purchase of hydrocarbon black waste. This material and compounded plastic made with coal-based carbon black from coal plants. We should ban carbon black from coal plants and batteries. We use plastic made by carbon emitting Chinese coal plants. And we're still part of the problem because we're helping prop up their business with our printer inks, our tires, our iPhones, and the batteries inside of them. And this one act alone would foster a multitude of pyrolysis projects domestically. And there's a reason wind, wave, and solar will never actually be able to compete with oil when it's so plentiful. Solar doesn't make 5,000 other products to subsidize it. If we can't make sustainable, low-cost alternatives while generating energy, we'll never be able to end reliance on oil. And one day we'll either choke, cook, or run out of fuel. And I designed this system because I wanted to create a scale facility that did these things while making significant profit. This isn't out of greed. It's because once these systems are put in place, they can be replicated all over the world to hit that 10% of biomass goal to offset 5 gigatons of carbon emissions. And this can be done while making profit, reducing reliance on carbon-intensive products. Cement, asphalt, resins, and 3D printed electronics can also be made from these material components and transitioned into the solutions we need. And just for fun, you can design a system that uses basically creates Methalox rocket fuel from anaerobic digestion and pyrolysis. And I'm currently working on a system to do just that. Methalox rocket fuel is the type of rocket fuel that SpaceX uses. And there's perfectly reason to show that this could be done. Again, thank you very much. And I greatly appreciate it. And I got one more little thing here for you. So if you want to see, this is the actual conductive carbon that I created. And this is just routed right into my computer as just a demo to show that it actually does conduct all that electricity. It's a great replacement for batteries and other products and anodes. So.
Okay. Thank you, Clayton. Yeah, that's great. Excellent. Very nice. Let me see. I introduced Joe Masita previously. Just wanted to check. Let me see. I think Joe is on the panel here. And are you able to go off? Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Great.
Okay.
Good to see you. Yeah. Welcome.
Okay. Great. We had it. You already did the intro, so we could.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. And would you like me to run the slides?
Yeah, you're going to have to. I'm on my phone.
Okay, that's great. I have it up right here. So if that's okay.
Okay. Basically,
it's the latest version. So
good. Yeah, because that was that one typo.
Okay.
And it's slowly coming up there. Okay, I got it. Okay, 3GNS. Just so you know, we're a technology development program, and the three Gs are Grimes, Gibbs, Grove, and Sterling. The large guy in the middle is Grimes. And he's the father of the technology I'm going to talk about today, because he saw that there was a whole pathway of industrializing natural processes by developing low temperature liquid phase electrochemical processes in ionic solutions. As far back as 1961, he looked at an electrochemical pathway to make fuel for the military out of CO2 from the air and electrolytic hydrogen. And he's really, in my opinion, the man who is going to get us down this curve that Tom's showing now of moving into the age of electrochemistry. Now, electrochemistry and biochemistry are very close together because nature does all reactions with water, whereas combustion does not. They don't like it. And so what we're looking at here is doing everything in liquid for a number of reasons. Could you go to the next slide, Tom?
Yes.
Where are you?
I believe I can. Yes, there you go.
Okay. You see, the observation he had is that CO2 is not the end of the line in terms of energy. It is the end of the line in terms of heat of combustion, which is delta H, something Carnot taught us all about. What Gibbs talked about was chemical potential. And there is a lot of chemical potential left in CO2. Nature has been taking CO2 out of the atmosphere for billions of years. 99.9% of all carbon on Earth is actually CO3. That is the ground state, not CO2. Now, the nice thing about that is that step is exothermic, and you can take advantage of that. Tom, next slide. Now, what Pat Grimes saw was that every living cell and every living process basically has an oxidizable reactant, a reducible reactant, an ionically conductive material, and some form of input. And then what happens is you create an output, maybe some byproducts, but that is literally every living cell. And so he started developing reactions like this. Next slide, Tom. Okay, and the two that we're focused on now are basically what we call the electrochemical reactor and the carbon capture and reuse. They're the flip sides of the same process. Basically, electrochemical reactor integrates the best features of both steam methane reforming and electrolysis. And you basically can take any carbonaceous input and put it into an electrolytic solution with water, and out will come hydrogen. Okay, the nice thing about it is the hydrogen will come out at a couple of PSI above the pressure of the liquid. Now, compressing liquid is a lot cheaper and simpler than compressing gas. And so you're looking at this eliminates the need for mechanical compression of hydrogen. Now, all of the carbon in the material has become carbonate. The CCR, what we do is we take that carbonate and we basically reduce it back into molecules we would like, oxygen at one electrode and carbon compounds at the other. So far, we've made carbon monoxide, methane, methanol, ethanol, ethylene, propanol, and a few other things. We're now optimizing catalysts for the CO and going into basically syngas initially, then methane as a product. So you can not only capture all the carbon inherently and at no additional cost while you're making low-cost hydrogen, but you can recycle that to something you can sell later on. Tom, next.
Sorry about that.
Well, where do we go? Okay, this gives you an example of what the effect of this is. That top bar is the amount of energy needed to electrolytically break a hydrogen atom. That gives you 2 grams of hydrogen for 69 kilocalories. Now, if you look at the next one below is steam methane reforming. Now, steam methane reforming has had 99% of the world market for hydrogen for the last 125 years because it only uses 10. If I look at methanol, it's 8 and change. Now, what we're looking at when we go to electrochemical reforming, if I drive the process thermally, I'm down lower than 1. If I drive it electrically, if I want to throttle it or turn it on suddenly, I'm a little over 2. So there's a significant energy advantage. Next slide, Tom. Now, the issues with hydrogen are multiple. It's not just a matter of the amount of energy necessary to produce it and the cost. It's more difficult to compress, liquefy, transport, and store. And so one of the big issues in terms of safety, hazard, and cost, are those transportation logistics. This is another issue we address. We will never, ever, store or transport hydrogen. We believe in making it when you need it on demand. Okay, and so we're looking at what materials can you use to move hydrogen. What we're going to talk about today are basically biomass and methanol. Next slide, Tom. Okay, now what you're looking at here are the pathways we're currently pursuing. It turns out that sugar is actually a wonderful fuel, and we can basically take conventional cane juice or agave juice, and if I take 200 tons of it, that's actually a picture of a storage facility outside of a mill in Alabama, that 200 tons of standard cane juice can be made directly into 17.5 tons of green hydrogen. It came from biomass, it's green. Now, what we're looking at, there's a surplus of sugar in the world, but we're really looking at agave as the end product because that grows on semi-arid land. I'll get into that later. But when you make the juice, you end up with a lot of bagasse. What do you do with that? You digest it, you make methanol, and you're looking at go to the next slide, Tom.
Yep.
Okay, this is basically 1 ton of agave, 1 hectare of agave, and you're looking at 880 tons per hectare on reasonably marginal land. And that'll take in 150 tons of carbon dioxide. Now, 10% of that goes into the root system. You never see it again. Produce 617 tons of juice, which will produce just around 16 tons of hydrogen. And when you take the leftover solids, the bagasse, you digest it, you make methanol, you get another 13.5 tons. Now I'm in Singapore, we've been looking at their issues. the total land need for 20% of Singapore's energy is about 300,000 hectares, which in Australia is trivial. Next slide. To give you a sense of transport, this is an energy density chart. Okay, down on the bottom left is ammonia. Next to it is compressed hydrogen. A little over further on the right is liquid hydrogen. Okay, you can see where sugar is. It's substantially higher. And again, it's something that's benign. I can store it. I found out there's actually no permits for it in Singapore. And it's something that if there's a spill, you have to worry about ants and things like that, as opposed to explosions. Methanol is slightly more hazardous. However, there is a worldwide infrastructure, codes and standards. People are used to it. And it's actually an excellent hydrogen carrier itself. Next slide, Tom. Okay, this gives you a sense of ships of the same size. Okay, if you're looking at, the ships they're proposing to build, they'll take 11,000 tons of hydrogen, and you're at 253 degrees below 0 Celsius. Okay, a similar size ship, would store at ambient pressure, 28,000 tons of juice, but that would deliver that amount of hydrogen. Now, to give you a sense of the effect on cost, the cost of moving a kilogram of hydrogen from Australia, where you can get cheap electrons, to Singapore is about $2. And the cost of moving it as cane juice or agave juice is 3.5 cents. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a cost comparison. The round chart on the right is the Singaporeans spent a lot of money looking at every possible source of getting hydrogen, and they were looking at by 2050 being able to get hydrogen for about $3.17 a kilogram. And of that, transportation, the production was $1.87, transportation about 17 cents, so on and so forth. And we're looking at being able to get down, and these are landed costs, by the way, on agave to under $1.42 by 2025, and on methanol about $1.37. Next slide, please. This was their analysis of all of the methods of getting hydrogen delivered here. Okay, the curves are, from the top down, liquid hydrogen, ammonia, liquid organic hydrogen carriers, and then methanol. As I say, it bottoms out at 317. We're looking at being in production at $1 on juice, and on methanol, $1.50 by 2030, about 30 years early. This is all green hydrogen from biomass. Okay, Tom. Next one. Okay, here we're looking at the cost of how do you take the bagasse out? What do you actually get? If you look at the cost, it's driven by your cost of biogas. And so you're looking at basically, we see making a ton of methanol from agave in Australia for about $163 a ton. Now, if you look at that then the cost of hydrogen from juice above, actually, we're looking at about $25 a ton for the juice, and that gets us to 44 cents production cost. We then have to move it, so on and so forth. Okay, next slide. Tom? Okay, what we're doing now is we're just beginning to develop the market, and we're focusing on the utility market. People are looking for green hydrogen. You can put up to 20% hydrogen in your standard natural gas combined cycle plant. We've found people who have newer plants. It turns out Siemens is selling turbines that'll take 70%, which is very attractive. Okay, we're looking at this being cost competitive with fossil fuels. And so what we're looking at is, how can we get hydrogen into California? And basically, we can start with cane juice while you're waiting for agave to grow. It's a very slow growing plant, which is why we're starting with cane. It's about 4 to 5 years. But you're looking at it's native to Mexico. It would grow very well in the southern half of California and the Central Valley, all over, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas. Be excellent land for it. We actually did look that it would be cheap enough that we could ship juice from Australia to California, and it would still be under about $2. But so it turns out that we've already done the initial testing on this, and what's beautiful about it is you get out pure hydrogen, nothing else. like I said, all of the carbon goes to carbonate, which you can then either take back out as CO2 if you want it, or you can further process it into what the other hydrocarbons we described. And so any carbonaceous material that we can make biogas from, we can turn into methanol. And it's just the cost of whatever that getting that feedstock is, which will decide what the final price. But you're talking down under the range of about $2 a kilogram. One of the interesting markets we thought of was, we were talking about, power plants, petrochemical plants, and then go to the next slide, Tom. We're looking at fueling. And there aren't that many hydrogen vehicles. Everyone would like them. We're looking at being able to deliver hydrogen to those vehicles for about $2.50 a kilogram. Cost competitive, price is about $6. But we said, you know what you really need? Chargers, because there's going to be a lot more electric vehicles, and getting charging stations is very difficult. They're facing the problem down here because they're looking at massive conversion to electric. But if you look at it, Tesla charges 400 kilowatts. That's 400 apartments. If you look at charging a truck, it's 1.5 megawatts to 2.5 megawatts. That's 1,000 to 2,500 apartments. So the loads, the grid cannot sustain them. So this is actually a drawing of basically 1,000 kilogram a day hydrogen system, which is about a 20-foot container. And, taking about, I think it was 200 of it going into the pumping stations, and that's how many chargers you could put in. So this actually offers grid independent charging, which we believe is going to be a very attractive option, because you can just put them anywhere, deliver methanol, deliver cane juice, whatever. And so we're looking at being able to produce hydrogen cost competitively without subsidy directly from biomass, and with second steps in terms of conversion to other things like methanol. That allows us to use the entire plant and all of this output. So that's what I have to say on my phone here in Singapore. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Joe Masita. Thank you very much. Let me see, I'm going to stop sharing, and great. Okay, good. Thank you for that. And we'll have saved questions. We have one more presentation here from Tom Fong. Tom Fong is a senior engineer with the LA County Sanitation Districts. He's been with the districts for over 19 years, serving in various capacities, including energy recovery, biosolids management, engineering, and air quality. He's currently involved with developing RNG, CNG, and solar projects. Prior to the districts, Tom worked for 11 years in private industry, focusing on power plant NOx control. He holds a BS and MS degrees in mechanical engineering from UC Berkeley and UC Irvine, respectively. So thank you, Tom. If you're ready to present, nice to see you here. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you going to be able to share your screen and show your slides?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
There. Thank you, Tom, for the introduction.
Great, you're welcome.
Appreciate the opportunity to be part of this panel today. I'll be talking about food waste recycling and renewable fuels at LA County Sanitation. LACSD's mission is to protect public health, the environment, and to convert waste into resources. My outline today consists of 5 Ds: program drivers, the description of our program and status, direction in terms of what we're working on, challenges, difficulties encountered, and then dollars, what we're spending, sources of funding, and revenue. For those not familiar with the sanitation districts, LACSD is a special district affiliated with LA County. We handle both wastewater and solid waste. Thus, food waste recycling is a good fit for us. This graphic shows our wastewater service area and facilities. We're actually 24 sanitation districts serving 78 cities and unincorporated areas of LA County with a population of about 5.5 million. We own and operate 11 treatment plants, handle roughly half of the county's wastewater, and produce 100 million gallons per day of recycled water. Our flagship facility in Carson, operates a digester gas combined cycle power plant. For solid waste, we operate 2 active landfills, 3 material recovery or transfer facilities, and handle roughly 1/5 of the county's disposal needs. Besides the digester gas power plant mentioned, we own and operate 2 landfill gas to energy facilities and are a half owner of a refuse to energy plant. Lastly, we participate in the ownership and operation of 2 biosolids composting facilities. I will point out that we don't do solid waste collection and hauling. Now, the first D is regulatory drivers. I won't remind you of the paradigm shift in the solid waste industry in the last 15 years or so due to climate change regulations, such as AB 32, 1826, and SB 1383. Basically, the sanitation districts started food waste recycling to meet the needs of local jurisdictions in diverting organics and produce renewable fuels that can qualify for transportation credits and do our part in the fight against climate change. Second D is description. For our food waste recycling program, we have 2 key locations where we leverage existing facilities for food waste receiving and co-digestion. These are the Pointy Hills Material Recovery Facility. This is the map of the LA area. The MRF here is near Whittier, and our joint water pollution control plant in Carson. Pointy Hills MRF is permitted for 4,000 tons per day of MSW and green waste, and JWPCP is a 400 MGD capacity plant. It has 24 anaerobic digesters. You can see these, and 5 of them in yellow are now used for co-digestion. This graphic shows how the program works. From top left, unprocessed or dirty food waste is received at the Pointy Hills MRF from the public and contract haulers. It is processed to remove packaging and contaminants and made into a pumpable slurry. The slurry is trucked to JWPCP, where other contract haulers bring clean or processed food waste. At JWPCP, we have anaerobic digestion of food waste with wastewater sludge. Looking right, the biogas produced is used for on-site power and steam production. As part of the food waste program, we are now creating a vehicle fuel, and we plan to produce biomethane or pipeline quality RNG. Residuals or biosolids are hauled to composting facilities and other uses. This is a shot inside the Pointy Hills MRF showing food waste receiving and pre-processing. The right side are the hopper and bioseparator manufactured by Doda, and a 165 that has a 165 tons per day capacity. On the left are 3 tanks for slurry and 1 for water. I think Joe should be muted. Yeah, so 3 tanks for slurry and 1 for water. At Carson, we've been building infrastructure to receive food waste slurry. This slide shows a progression of commercialization after feasibility and lab studies. In 2014 to 2018, we did a full-scale demonstration on 1 digester. To build the program, in 2017, we started accepting slurry at the liquid waste disposal station at the headworks or upstream of the plant. In the last 3 years, we've been, the districts built permanent slurry receiving facilities or SRFs 1 and 2 to feed 5 digesters. Our receiving capacity currently with the 2 SRFs and headworks receipt is 600 tons per day slurry. That represents about 480 tons per day diverted. This graph shows the daily food waste received at JWPCP from 2014 to present. You can see we're now at over 400 tons per day. Slurry, that's 320 tons diverted per day. The MRF tonnage is in blue at about 50 tons per day. You can see we currently have about a dozen hauling contracts besides the MRF, and we're looking to develop more to get us toward our capacity of 600 tons per day. One takeaway from our demonstration project was that food waste addition of about 10% by volume, 30% by solids into a digester results in roughly a doubling of biogas production. What do we do with the gas? The biggest user at JWPCP is our combined cycle power plant, shown in the center. Called the Total Energy Facility, it typically generates 20 megawatts, which makes JWPCP nearly self-sufficient for power and heat. Total Energy and on-site uses predate the food waste program and takes care of on-site needs. With the extra biogas, we do some overgenerate, we try to overgenerate for export. And there's a very small portion of that goes into EV charging, which we are increasing in it going forward. To use more of the biogas from the food waste program, the districts installed a biogas conditioning system, or BCS, near an existing CNG station located at the north end of the plant. The BCS takes 62% methane digester gas and condition it to 88 or better % methane vehicle grade RNG. This unit produces up to 2,000 gallons, gasoline gallon equivalents per day of RNG. Currently, we supply about 1,000 of the station's throughput of 1,500 GGEs per day. The balance is still RNG supplied by Clean Energy, our contract operator, via utility pipelines. The residuals from JWPCP are Class B biosolids. The sanitation districts have a robust biosolids management program with 10 destinations at this time. Most of the biosolids is composted to produce Class A soil amendment. Shown at left are areas of 2 district facilities. Upper left is Tulare Lake Compost in Kings County. The trommel screen is also shown here. At lower left is Inland Empire Regional Composting Facility, an indoor composting site co-owned with the Inland Empire Utilities Agency. Onto program direction. Where are we going? We have currently 3 significant capital projects in development. This aerial photo shows our Carson CNG station and the BCS below it. You can see there's land available to the right, to the east. First, we are expanding the CNG station to be able to accommodate heavy-duty Class 8 trucks and to increase throughput in the dispensing of our RNG. Next, we're procuring a second BCS that will more than triple the capacity of the first unit and produce pipeline quality biomethane for sending to SoCal Gas, as well as more to vehicles. Target completion of these projects is by around the end of 2024. Going forward, we're planning to increase food waste receiving, and we'll look at RNG off-takers either via the pipeline or locally. Perhaps a fuel cell power project or hydrogen vehicle fueling in the future. If program demand is there, we may build more receiving facilities to go beyond the 5 digesters. Lastly, we're seeing interest in food waste and RNG projects at our other wastewater and solid waste facilities. 4D, difficulties and challenges. Early on, we saw an increase of inerts accumulating in our digesters. We overcame that with more stringent specifications and monitoring of incoming loads. Our slurry spec now has 29 criteria, including limits on film plastics, glass, and total inerts. The photos here show the DOTA bioseparator internals before and after cleaning, showing the clogged plastics during food waste pre-processing. Another challenge has been just to simply grow our food waste tonnage. The pandemic slowed our growth, as does the current lack of enforcement of SB 1383 and other regulations. The setup of the RINs and LCFS credits took some time and effort for us. We finally was able to get our pathway of wastewater and food waste direct to RNG path to have a CI score of 19.3. Other regulatory issues. One was that we had hoped to generate wastewater derived D3 RINs by keeping co-digestion in the south and using RNG from the north, but food waste received at our headworks devalued the RINs to D5. There's also was a Cal OSHA process safety management regulation, which has been a challenge, but right now we have a good favorable interpretation that exempts on-site uses and retail use. Another issue is pipeline injection. The gas company and PUC rules are protective of gas quality and health, public health, which is all understandable, but the cost and time to interconnect to SoCal gas is a barrier. We had some early on, some meat derived food waste, but we ended up, due to needing a CDFA license, we discontinued that at the joint plant. And I believe we're pursuing a rendering license at the MRF. Operational challenges. One is just that the CNG station demand is not always consistent. So mixed storage of the RNG product necessary. Last D is dollars. This slide shows CapEx. This table shows the major expenditures in projects in millions. Most are been completed. The last three are budgetary costs. The total net CapEx in this program so far has been about 30 million, which includes 6.5 million received in grants. A few words about those grants. There's many grants out there, not all applicable to wastewater co-digestion and facilities, but we've gotten 2 so far. Those 2 were the California Energy Commission's Clean Transportation Program grant and also a Cal Recycle Organics grant. So those are the 6.5 million that we received. We also have participated in the sales tax exclusion program. That's with the California Alternative Energy and Advanced Transportation Financing Authority, saving us about 780,000. We've been applying for some others, but didn't get them, such as the Moyer funding and a recent Cal Recycle co-digestion grant. This slide shows the various sources of revenue for our food waste recycling program. Revenue currently is total of about 4 million per year. That includes tip fees, some additional generation, transportation credits, of course, LCFS and RINs that I talked about. We get some commodity charges from clean energy as royalty as well for putting it into the vehicles. We ourselves, when the district fleet buys it, we get it at a discount, and we get alternative fuel tax credits from the federal government. That is, clean energy does that. We get a share of it. Payback in these programs generally has been about 3 years. And we hope that it would be even better once we had the BCS2 and increased RNG production. In the future, we hope to monetize further for RNG sales, and possibly if we can monetize 1383 products. To wrap up, these are the program benefits. We're currently diverting about 100,000 tons per year of food waste. And once we get to 600 tons per day, that will come to about 150,000 tons per year. And at that capacity, we would avoid about 65,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year. For RNG, in terms of gasoline gallon equivalent, with BCS2, we will have close to 1 million gallons, GGEs per year. And in terms of MMBTU, at that capacity, we'll have about 430,000 MMBTUs per year. So in conclusion, LA County Sand is co-digesting food waste, making low carbon vehicle fuel to further our mission of serving our communities with cost-effective environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Great, Tom. Thank you very much. And thank you for Joe, Clayton, and Jim. Appreciate all your presentations. Let me see, we have about 15 minutes. I'll go around, or maybe just 12 minutes, but just Tom, why don't we start where we ended up? I mean, that was a really great presentation. Thank you for laying it out like that. And I think it'd be just like you mentioned a little bit there, for the future potential pilot projects, to look at what kind of bioresource products may be, most beneficial from a triple bottom line, approach here in California. Triple bottom line being, profits, people, planet. So how do we, look at a couple of the presentations that came out, or some of the conversation that Joe, for instance, could come in and do hydrogen. There's actually a pre-processing that you may be able to do to increase your biomass capability, or available biomass, to include woody biomass for your digesters by doing a hydrothermal conversion to prepare woody biomass for anaerobic digestion, for co-digestion. So that's something maybe to touch on, Joe. And then coming out with on-site hydrogen and hydrogen fuel cell electricity from your biomethane or RNG to gas to liquids, and then liquid to gas. So you come out with hydrogen gas and then potentially electricity. Joe, you want to touch on that?
Yeah, on the pretreatment, we've been looking, because we're obviously looking at making biogas out of the gas at higher, we look at it as solids destruction. Ultimately, a good digester today will do 30–40%. If you hydrothermally treat it, you can get up to 60 or 70, and we've seen biological processes that can push it to 90 that are still in the lab. The hydrothermal carbonization is available. It's used on MSW in Japan, China, and all over Asia. And so that's already been well proven. And at the other end of the spectrum, once you get to biogas, at that point, as I said earlier, you can certainly make methanol, you can make jet fuel, you can make whatever you like. But ultimately, what we're looking at is, in the electrochemical reformer, right now we've only been working with methanol and sugars, but we will be able to do biogas directly, at which point you will get substantially more BTUs out of the hydrogen that you would make, because both the methane will be converted and the CO2. That also gives you hydrogen out of the water. For every carbon atom, you get 6 grams of hydrogen, so it adds up. So we see that there's, you can increase yield on the front end and on the back.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And Clayton, just going in reverse order here. So Clayton, what kind of, I mean, if you were to add a pyrolysis system for your solids coming out of the digestate, Tom, would you be able to come in with some modular pilot projects for advanced biochar products? To Clayton, sorry.
Yeah, so for me, I would need to monitor the feedstock. You want a lot of purity. So in the case of hemp, which I have right here, you've got separated cellulose material, and then you've got lignin-rich material. So certain materials, when micronized, will produce better plastics and better conductive carbons. but you could probably make a pretty good bioplastic out of almost anything that comes out of there. This right here is fully biodegradable, and it actually uses a whole bunch of just biomass in it for structure. But this is made from milk protein. So if you combine it with an anaerobic digester at a dairy, you'd be able to take in a lot of the waste milk. There's something like 17 billion pounds that we waste in milk per year, and that doesn't occur at people's homes. That's industrial waste, just poured down drains. That has a bunch of casein in it, and that would be a really nice solution to bioplastic, like what I have right there. And the neat thing is, the carbon is hydrophobic. So when you put it in drywall, or you put it in plastic, or you make a bioplastic, it's going to actually increase its heat capacity, its structural ability. It'll make it lighter weight, and it'll shed water better. Same for asphalt and other building materials.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And let me see, Jim, just coming back and you know, I don't know what your you know, capability is to work down here in Southern California, you know, LA County, but the, you know, prospects of coming in to, you know, enhance the compost output of a facility like that. I'm just curious from a you know, a biorefinery, you know, perspective, adding, if there was a pyrolysis of the digestate, the solids from the digester, have you worked with biochar in compost? And do you have any background in that? Just curious.
Well, we've mostly worked with biochar as an ingredient in planter mixes for horticulture, more on the finished stage. And we've done a number of plant growth trials with our biofertilizer products. And we think that biochar can, you know, contribute up to, let's say, 1/3 of the net planter mix. And that's by, again, that's by weight. So it's actually closer to maybe 60 or 70% by volume, because it's a very light product, and we like its porosity. We like how it, you know, kind of interacts with the microbes in the biofertilizer. We also like pyrolysis for generating our own electricity right on site, power the blowers that run the aeration system of the composting or biofertilizer process. But, yeah, we haven't really seen you know, role personally for biochar within the composting process, because we just, you know, haven't seen the need for what I consider to be a filler. But you know, that's just me.
Yeah, so Tom, thank you, Jim. Tom, do you have what kind of revenue percentage comes from the from your compost, your biosolids coming out? Is that a revenue source, or is that an expense?
It's an expense.
Okay, so that's interesting, because that, you know, you could look at the, you know, the basically the dry, you know, biomass that you have coming out of the digesters to produce biochar. And there was a very interesting panel yesterday which touched on, and I've seen this at Cornell University's different studies coming out, and also out of China, of using a percentage of the biochar that you produce back in the digester and greatly increasing the biogas output, or significantly increasing the biogas output by putting biochar into the digester. So could be some opportunities for, you know, maximizing the, you know, benefits, the triple bottom line benefits going forward. Do some maybe interesting to see some cost benefit analysis on that. But this has been great. Yeah, go ahead.
That would be very interesting. Various people sometimes come to us with such technologies. We do have some research folks in the districts that would be able to look at that, but generally we like to, you know, we're a big agency. We like to not be the first ones doing it. We look for fully commercialized processes and technologies.
No, absolutely. I can see that. That's great, and that's an interesting space to be in. You know, in the how do you get innovative technologies into the marketplace, and that's that game of the TRL 8 into TRL 9. And once you get into TRL 9 technology readiness level, then you're sort of able to deploy traditional project finance into these projects. That's really exciting. Any other questions that anyone had here for each other, or?
I had one for Joe. So primarily, if you shift over like in ethanol production, I did a whole bunch of ethanol plants and ethanol production systems. And one of the big complaints is by converting a food source to a fuel rather than using a waste material to create a fuel. And I know your system's capable of both, but it seems like there's a big focus on sugar. Do you see that that'll raise food prices similar to corn, or is there a plan in place to prevent that?
No, not at all. Not at all. Because you look, there's about 28 million hectares of sugar, and about 8 million of them are out of production. There's an awful lot of unprofitable sugar land. So we're looking initially like the entire Caribbean basin. Australia, most of them are unprofitable. The Brazilians are killing everybody. And so, but all of that produces an enormous amount of waste. You basically get a quarter ton of bagasse for every ton of cane you put in. And so we're looking
I meant
at
for
sugar.
like California or Texas. You talked about converting land and using it now as a system, not the pre-existing systems like in Thailand.
No, there what we're looking at is really agave. We're looking at the sugar as an interim while the agave grows because it's slow. And if you look at it grows on semi-arid land, you can't grow food on the land that agave grows on. There's not enough water. And if you look at as the amount of land that is water stressed is growing. I mean, they're tearing up almonds, and there's actually now a California agave council. I can't believe it, but they're focused on tequila right now. But it turns out you can make about twice as much money per hectare selling juice as you can selling sugar. So you're looking at and again, like in eastern Queensland, they grow 380,000 hectares of sugar. There's 7 million hectares idle of good sugar land. If you go over the hill, there's about 50 million hectares of worthless land. And agave will thrive on the worthless land. And one nice thing about an agave, it's fireproof. They don't burn, so you can actually use them as fire breaks. So it's very attractive in this day and age. It's quite an amazing plant, and it's just on a ton for ton basis. It's the highest yield energy crop I've ever seen. I was shocked.
I'm a big fan of agave. I was mainly just thinking of the sugar, specifically like sugar plants. I was like, cane might not be ideal for that, but agave is great.
Yeah, that's where we're heading. It's just sugar is strictly an interim feedstock, and going to places like Jamaica where they can't make money in sugar, but they have sugar estates sitting there. People who want to work. Okay, in the meantime, do this and plant, and while the agave is growing, it takes 5 years. So we're looking at underutilized, useless land and stuff you can't grow any food on.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, listen, I wanted to wrap this up. So thank you, Tom, Clayton, Jim, and Joe. Appreciate your presentations. And this is the California Bioresources Alliance Symposium, and we're wrapping up session 7, and session 8 will begin momentarily. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fascinating. Good stuff.
Take care.
Good.
Yeah, we'll be back at 3:15 for session 8, and we hope to have a good discussion with a number of the panelists are going to open up the discussion, and then it's time for everybody to have their input and their questions.
Yeah, could you put on the next slide there, Hussein? Yeah, so the number of people on this panel, particularly Joe and I don't know and Jim, if you can hang back. I didn't know about your other panelists, but they're welcome to join. I think, so let's take a quick break and we'll be back here in 15 minutes and wrap up the symposium with a lot of questions and answers. Yeah, so Tom, are you available? Because you had a lot of good questions that you put in here. or do you have to go?
Yes, no, yeah, I'll be at the top of that. So thank you. See you in 15 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Hi, Dan. This is Ned.
Hey, Ned, you're back.
How are you?
You're still awake, huh?
I'm still awake. Yeah, I mean, you've been at this a long time. You must be getting ready for it to be able to do other stuff.
Yeah,
nice.
right. Go back to work on the grant.
Right. I was just going to say, I don't know if PFAS has come up at all, but Lauren did say that, if it did come up, I can certainly chime in on it, since biosolids is where it's had the most publicity.
Great. Yeah, it actually did not, but I think it probably could and should. It sort of was mentioned tangentially throughout the 2 days.
Okay. Well, Sally knows a lot about it too. So anyway, we can address it.
Well, one question is, since as it's been pointing out, a lot of California's biosolids are composted. Just, do we know what happens with the compounds? Are there precursors that break down into the PFAS, or do the PFAS break down, or does nothing happen and they get distributed, or just what happens with compost?
Yeah, both.
And it's more during wastewater treatment than during composting, isn't it, Ed?
Yeah, it can be. It depends on the treatment processes. There is some additional precursor breakdown that can happen in compost that goes further.
Okay, didn't know. Thank you.
Oh, Sally, you are back on. Excellent. Not seeing Aaron Levine, so I don't. Oh no, Aaron is on. Great. Why don't everybody join us? And I'm trying to figure out the best way, because our conversations have been very wide-ranging, as was the program. And I'll go through some of the questions that some of the other panelists presented. I didn't get, Sally, that you had presented some questions, but maybe you did.
Well, do you want, like, each person could talk, just say briefly, what they view as a big question?
Yeah, why don't we start that way? Because I did, I can just share with you some of the questions that, and then as other people join back with us. Yesterday at the beginning, I had, let me do a share here. These are just some of my notes. Joe Machado, is Joe on? No, anyway. We're talking, we left that conversation talking about energy crops. Ned Beecher just brought up PFAS. Mike McCullough was talking about funding of biomass resource management, as well as sustainable alternatives to soil incorporation, which we've kind of touched on throughout the last 2 days. Chad had a bunch of questions on at the end of his presentation, which I also copied down. I've been very interested in how to resolve or balance the soil energy partition and have some thoughts on that, but occurring at the local community. So those are just some of the issues, and so we could start with either, I think at the top, with either energy crops or contamination. So Ned, since you brought up the PFAS issue,
Dan, did you want to be sharing your screen?
Oh, I thought it was.
No, you are. Did you want to be sharing your screen?
Actually, not anymore. I'm just taking some notes, but wanting to more observe more than participate, other than the one major problem or question that I had. Let me stop sharing. Oh. Okay, so right now there are, Kevin is up there, Alan's up there, a number of us. So Ned, why don't you begin with the PFAS issue? Because I know you and Lauren were talking about it, and it's been an issue that's around the corner for most of us.
Okay. Well, let me, I'm sharing screen just because I have it available.
Mhm.
And I just thought it, might be helpful to look at some, one set of data that's been pretty widely, distributed and cited by folks. This is work out of Purdue University, Linda Lee's lab. She's been working on this for more than a decade. And PFAS, we don't need to, I think people know what it is, what it
Right.
stands for, the per and polyfluorinated alkyl substances. And it's there's a lot of information out there about it. But when it comes to biosolids and other organics, this is kind of a typical data set, and other data sets that states have been collecting from their testing and other research points to similar kind of typical levels. If you get a large amount of industrial contamination, that's when things get more concerning perhaps, or more challenging because of regulatory concerns. But this is kind of typical background, what we call background levels. Unfortunately, these compounds are ubiquitous in the environment, found pretty much anywhere on Earth in low levels, and their impacts are still being, and their fate and transport are still being researched heavily, and lots to be found out still. But this gives you a sense. So generally in biosolids and soils and compost, we're talking about parts per billion or micrograms per kilogram or nanograms per gram, part per billion concentrations. And that's the general way they're discussed because it kind of works. So we're on the bottom here, we're showing that those levels from 0 up to 200 parts per billion, the B as in boy, and as in boy, those are very small amounts. But when we're talking about drinking water, it tends to be in the parts per trillion, as in tiny, tiny. And drinking water standards have been going down, and now we're in the less than 1 part per trillion. And the health advisory that US EPA came out with for 2 of the most prominent compounds, PFOA and PFOS. So concerns are there. People are regulating very low. That's, Canada has several orders of magnitude higher number for their screening levels. And the European Union is at 100 parts per trillion for drinking water screening, et cetera. So there's a lot of variation in what's considered safe. But as you're considering this issue and looking at it for in relation to any materials you may be handling, biosolids or even food waste compost, these are the kinds of numbers you can use. This graph here gives you a sense of the scale of things. And if your totals are over 500 or 1,000 or something like that, then you have some kind of industrial contamination going on probably. But if you're down in this range, you're kind of in a typical, this is what exists. And whether or not these have any real impact depends on many things, such as where they're being applied, how much is being applied, et cetera, et cetera. Just like any trace contaminant, the dose really makes a difference. And you'll note here at the top, there's a category of leaves and grass and backyard compost, trace amounts, very small, 1 to 2, 3, 4 parts per billion in those composts. But yes, it is measurable there as well. Food waste and compostable food waste serviceware composts are kind of the next group down. this group here, and they, they're showing up to total PFAS measured in the 50 parts per billion range. Even non-biosolids-based fertilizers, some of them will show traces of PFAS, and then commercially available biosolids fertilizers are shown here, and they tend to get up towards 100 parts per billion, perhaps, but and that's for this particular group of PFAS. Now, now there's up to laboratories will do up to about 40 individual PFAS chemicals. So, so this just gives you a range. Wanted to throw that out there and just see if people have any questions. I've been working on this since 2017 and have a lot of information here in the Northeast. Unfortunately, we've had some considerable regulatory reaction to PFAS in a very concerted and proactive and forceful way. And frankly, a couple of the states have set the lowest drinking water standards, I think, in the world. 20 parts per trillion for 6 PFAS combined, for the sum of 6 PFAS. California has some notification levels that are very low. But my understanding, based on word from Greg Kester, is that the wastewater and biosolids testing that's happened has not raised huge alarms or concerns there. Whereas here in New England, as you've probably heard, the state of Maine reacted very strongly. Biosolids seem to be the biggest issue to them, even though, industrial and firefighting contamination has generally been the more important route of exposure. And they went ahead, the legislature banned it. It was political, banned biosolids use because of PFAS. And that became effective in August, early August. So very different reactions. We're hoping that the Maine situation does not spread. Nobody repeats that mistake that Maine made, we believe. The state of Michigan has also addressed PFAS proactively and has a much more reasonable approach that's focused on source control and upstream, in industrial pre-treatment at wastewater facilities. So they're going after the most significant levels first, which makes a heck of a lot of sense. You don't have to throw out everything, all biosolids programs the way Maine did. You can pick and choose and go after the ones that are most important. And the importance of source control is shown in this slide here. PFOA and PFOS, the most common and most researched and most understood of the PFAS compounds. Their use dates back to the 1940s, 50s. US EPA worked on, did I think what is the biggest risk reduction that's happened around the PFAS issue, and people don't talk about it enough. They basically, EPA worked with companies to phase out the use of PFAS in the US. Canada did the same. Europe's did much of the same. And that was starting 15 or 20 years ago, and phasing out the use of those PFAS compounds has resulted in the blood levels diminishing by 70 to 85% in the US population over the last 15 years. What a good story that is. And that's real risk reduction. We believe that biosolids, and there's some data that shows this, biosolids levels have also gone down in a similar way over time. So this is what works. This is what is cost effective. And trying to chase traces of PFAS at the end of the pipe in biosolids or in already contaminated sites is all very costly. And the solutions are not yet apparent or well developed.
So the path to the solution, in your view, is to stick with the wastewater treatment plants. But now that food waste is coming in there, I noticed that food waste was similar, although it seemed more uniform rather than the biosolid samples all looked, I didn't know what all the A through Z were, but on that previous slide. What's your recommendation for, say, California or just talk to Greg. I mean, we just put in a letter on the U.S. Composting Council saying, asking for an exemption to the EPA under CERCLA. So
Under CERCLA designation, right? The comments just went in for the CERCLA designation of PFOA and PFOS. EPA has proposed CERCLA designation, which means hazardous waste designation under the Superfund law, CERCLA.
right.
And as you know, the thing about that law is that it means that the cleanup costs associated with cleaning up a site or a situation where contamination has occurred, the responsible party is supposed to pay. And the idea there is you go after polluters, so polluters pay in order to make sure the cleanup happens. And EPA can enforce, or the state agency can enforce on that. Actually, EPA for that, but states have similar programs. So they can force a polluter to pay to clean up a site, and that happens all the time. Or other parties can be brought in by legal action or suit by, other polluters or landowners, whoever.
Is anything like
Of
this?
that is any of these compost products, and pretty much every biosolids product. Never seen a test where no PFAS was seen for a biosolids product. So all the wastewater that's used, recycled, and all of the biosolids will have measurable PFAS in them. And if there's a site that's considered contaminated, found to be contaminated, and it's designated under CERCLA, then where EPA says, well, they're not going to enforce on these receivers of PFAS, but there could be third parties involved in the site who would sue municipality, the wastewater treatment plant, compost purveyor, compost company, whoever, for this, to involve them in this suit and charge them for part of the cleanup costs. So that's the liability that we've all been writing letters to EPA about. Like, there needs to be some kind of exemption. EPA may not have the authority to grant that kind of exemption. It may need legislation essentially to do that, but there are significant concerns. Something's going to get worked out, but it's just going through this process, unfortunately.
What's your perception of it, Sally, in Washington? Because
it's much less. I've been teaching a class through Northwest Biosolids on risk assessment in the age of PFAS, and it's been we just had our fourth section conclude today. Everybody in the Department of Ecology has been taking the class. It's much more of we're working together and not getting hysterical about this. And we're trying to use tools on communication. CASA put out a great graphic showing the relative PFAS concentrations and showing that food packaging has orders of magnitude higher PFAS concentrations than biosolids. Our messaging is much more, we're at the receiving end. If you're mad about this, stop using them. Don't come at us. We're getting them from your house, not from, we're not a manufacturing facility.
Yeah. Okay. So, so it sounds like if Greg Kester was here, he would be saying something similar relative to California, because I haven't been in the biosolids world.
And I applaud California and Washington and all the states that are taking a thoughtful approach. And I just wish we hadn't gummed things up. The regulatory community in New England has really gummed things up and overreacted on this, I believe, and it's unfortunate, but there are better models to follow. If states feel a need to do something, then Michigan has a good model.
Exactly.
Lots of information on that. And there are many states, in fact, the majority of states are not moving forward. Some have started down the regulatory path and rushed forward and then stopped because they realized that was not the right thing to do. So hopefully most states will continue to wait for the science to be developed.
Great.
Can I say one other thing?
Sure.
Ned said that you can get, or labs will analyze, or Dan said up to 40, I don't remember. Realize that there are over 9,000 types of perfluorinated compounds being made available. And that at this point, only the longer chain ones have been banned. If you look at, someone shared a website with me today that was a range of chemical applications bragging about the efficacy and benefits of perfluorinated compounds. So Linda Lee at Purdue is no longer analyzing for individual compounds. She's analyzing for classes of perfluorinated compounds. So keep that in mind when you see numbers and see people panicking.
Right. Okay, let's switch gears. Thank you. Let's switch gears here, and I want to attend to what has been a feature of this conference or this symposium for as long as I've been attending. And we have different associations on feedstocks like biosolids but not, and manure mainly. And we've saw a lot of presentations on the manure and the biosolids almost exclusively. And then whether the product is energy or compost or a combination of the two while you're composting. Do you think that those decisions should be made by the marketplace or as a combination with the local municipalities or at the state level?
I could jump in here. I know when the U.S. Composting Council was going through its transition around the year 2000 from being supported by Procter & Gamble to supporting itself. I know that at that time there was a lot of discussion about influencing regulations versus the marketplace. And at that time, the Soil and Bark Producers Association, which has changed its name, mulch and I don't know, but
Soil and Mulch Council or something?
Soil and Mulch Council. Yeah, they went out of their way saying that the composters shouldn't even be talking to the regulators, and that the regulators are so out of line in the way they were permitting composting sites that should just let the marketplace play out. And that was a big debate. But since we in the composting industry have no choice, if you're going to get a facility built with organics from the solid waste stream, then you're going to need a regional approval, and you're going to need a state approval. You're going to need to go through the permitting process. And so that's where we decided to be more proactive and to set the standards for the guidelines, because the states were trying to regulate stability and maturity in a vacuum and try to say that a compost facility had to keep the product under contained site with berms and stormwater protection for up to a year. And that's a lot of space, and that's a lot of cost. And so I think it's really a mix of what we need to end up with. But we as an industry need to be proactive with our standards and definitions. and try and get the discussion out of knee-jerk apprehension of the unknown and get into measurable quantities. And at a certain point, look at what are the actual biohazards? What are we regulating? Who are we protecting? And there's a lot of protection for protection's sake,
right,
without really identifying, why this rule is being put into effect. And I think that's greatly changed in the last 20 years. I think that the state permitting process has become much more favorable as far as the product goes. The process, that's a different story.
Well, and I
but-
think there's something that you're keying up something that in Sally's presentation, where Sally, you kind of switched from measuring the contaminants to measuring positive results. So you're looking through the other end of the telescope in many respects, rather than these parts per billion or parts per trillion, we're looking at, significant differences in the growth. Does that seems to me more like a marketing approach, certainly not a regulatory approach. It's about selling benefits. Do you think if we do more of that, what's your perspective on that?
If you really think about it, everybody's in a tizzy, and about PFAS is the latest, and the concentrations in biosolids. If you look at a risk assessment perspective, 40 years ago, the materials from paper mills in Maine were, in hindsight, it was terrible. But that is not the case for what's being produced now or how things are used now and what we know now. And what we know now, if you think in terms of tons instead of parts per trillion, and Ned can talk about this as eloquently as I can, because the benefits for biosolids beneficial use from a carbon perspective are measured in tons per ton or kilograms per ton rather than parts per billion. And the other thing is, if you look at terms like circular economy, if you look at terms like water security, if you look in terms of food security, resilience, climate resilience, we make good shit. And it's time we start focusing on that aspect. And if we start our messaging by we're sure it's safe, the first thing anybody's going to say is there's something they're hiding. There's something scary about this. If you start out saying, yeah, it's from your toilet, but look at what we can do. Own it. Be proud of it.
Fantastic. Okay, so getting back, what is your perception on the energy in the soil for the food for the bugs versus energy for people, and how we partition that? Do we move to energy crops like agave, like we just discovered from Joe's presentation? Or do we do both with the bioresources? Not an either or, in other words.
It's not an either or, and it's going to vary by where you are. We did a study on making switchgrass for cellulosic ethanol from municipal biosolids, and we did a whole assessment of the energy benefits associated with switchgrass ethanol from biosolids versus fertilizer, and it's cleaner gas. It's greener gas. We measured nitrous oxide, we measured yield, we measured the components of the switchgrass to see if it had any effect. You can do this. You can also make food. The critical thing here, and people that saw Ned's presentation, is from the biosolids at least, we're wasting close to 50% of it. From the food scraps, we're wasting much more than 50% of it. These are materials that have high value that we've had the luxury to consider as waste. We don't have that luxury anymore.
Do you think regulation is the answer, like we're doing a 1383? I understand that that's happening in Washington too, or continue or put more emphasis on market development like you've been doing.
One thing I will say is I've been working with a startup that's heavily from the tech sector, and they are coming at this without the traditional barriers that the lifelong composters bring, or the mindset that the lifelong composters bring, and it's really exciting. And you're starting to see a recognition outside of our traditional group of guys, your buddies that you see at USCC or the WEF conference, and it's really exciting. So it's very hard for a municipally managed material to get the people that work within a municipal structure to say, hey, I want to operate as a for-profit center. There's no incentive for that. They're very risk averse, and it's very difficult. If you can get the lowest bid contract and make the stuff go away, that's enough. But if you can start recognizing that, and one of the things I talked about in my presentation was that the Tacoma Biosolids program, where they do operate as a for-profit center, the cost associated with those materials is about $25 a ton. And in King County, well-respected program, great people, environmental stewards, but not a for-profit, not understood in that way, their costs are over $200 a ton. And somebody, Tom McGrath has a hand up here.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, Sally, thank you. Yeah, Dan, thanks. Sally, I love the way what you were just saying a couple minutes ago also. You know, from the perspective of the circular organics economy and food security and water security, for soil security as well. Yeah, it's really interesting. The energy question in that context that you laid out is really quite interesting. And that's where I think the anaerobic digestion really plays a key role. And you know, just like with you know, if the study that you had done, or you could look at studies that compare switchgrass to ethanol and compare that to just digesting the grass, you know, you can get a you know, a significant increase in the amount of energy, of bioenergy. And think of it as hydrogen. You're getting hydrogen from water, right? So it's not, and then if you bake, you know, pyrolyze or gasify the digestate, you basically have, you know, gases, liquids, and solids coming out of the digester. The liquids are the nutrient-rich fertilizer. The solid is carbon primarily, and so you can get the, you know, all the way down to, you know, relatively pure carbon black that Clayton was talking about. But you really, you know, can focus in on biochar as a, you know, as an output. So it's interesting, and then that actually gives soil additional structure, right? So, and compost can give compost additional structure.
Yeah, I see the difference between, yeah, right, the biochar versus the, you know, the metabolizable cellulose. It gets back to having the food for the microorganisms, which includes the nutrients, which is also the food for plants, and then the stabilization of that. It seems like that's the leading edge. I know Jim was alluding to that, but the biochar presentations, you know, it's basically inert material plus energy versus metabolizable food. And I kind of go back to what Sally was saying, in that it's got to be market driven, just like the crops are, you know, what kind of land and how much water do you have to grow energy crops? I mean, agave was kind of a revelation, but I don't think we can create consistent policy. It seems like if we stay on the benefits, that is a marketing discussion. And but the municipalities are doing it themselves, like LA County Sand in Tom's presentation, Tom Fong. I guess I'm kind of stuck in terms of working on the marketing side or the regulatory side. It sounds like we need to work on the benefits more than the liabilities. At least that's my conclusion that I keep coming to. I know, Mike, you had some questions in your presentation, the first presentation of
Dan?
the conference.
Dan?
Yes. Mhm.
We got a couple of people with hands up here. How about
Okay.
we go to
Good.
them first?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So Joe and then Clayton. Thanks.
And Brian also has his hand up.
And Brian. Yeah. Let's talk biology. So Joe, I saw your hand first, but let's go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, and again, I'm a big fan of the bio pathway, but one of the things that the last 20 years have taught me is we get these biases in terms of process. And there's a biochemical pathway, there's a chemical pathway, there's an electrochemical pathway. And ultimately, it's a matter of what's the most use, the most value you can squeeze out of a molecule. And like right now, we're working in Brazil with people who have been in sugar, ethanol, forever and ever and ever. They're now moving over to agave. Shell today announced a 30 million real investment in it, and they own half of the sugar mills in Brazil. What's interesting when you sit down and you look at this from, okay, can I make more out of these things? If you look at going to hydrogen from the waste, you'll make twice as much per hectare. And so it's a matter of finding the best process for the whatever the market wants. And there's a lot more, and this is, again, I'm a technologist, so I'm a techno junkie. So, I mean, I approach all of this stuff from, what process can we apply at any stage in here to make more money than you're doing now? And I think that, if the regulation, the biggest problem we found is that is the regulatory, unsurety in terms of, I still to this day don't know what it takes to permit how long it will take you to permit a digester in California. And I keep telling people, when you got a permit, call me. Because, and we found that there's real market resistance on the financing side when you get to the project finance level. So, I mean, I'm in Singapore. The reason I'm in Singapore is that no one in the US cared. And they brought me down here. But now all of a sudden, you have the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a $3 per kilogram credit on hydrogen. Now, guess what that does? That takes the EBITDA that we have been looking at 47% to 120. I've never heard of a EBITDA above 120. So now all of a sudden there's a market pull because everyone's now screaming at us, come to the US. And it went from being our last market to our first. So obviously legislation, regulation can have a profound effect. But one of the things, all of these technologies people are talking about can complement one another. And it's one of the things that, I saw in the fuel cell years ago. Everyone was trying to preach one true fuel cell. There's not. Every technology is going to be very feedstock specific, site specific. What are the local regulations? What's the local market? And that's the analysis you have to do on all of these things is, what's the best thing to do here with that?
Excellent. That's kind of the conclusion I'm coming to as well. So Clayton and then Brian.
Yeah, I just want to say that philosophy for what I'm putting in, it has to be better than the existing products. So it has to have features that are better. It has to be cheaper than the existing products. So the price to hit the filler that we created to replace plastic is cheaper than the price of plastic, and cheaper, it has to be better for the environment. So if you can reach that Venn diagram, the thing's going to sell itself. But if you take into account legislation, like if we're going to close all our coal plants, great, but then let's not import coal products when there's perfectly viable alternatives. And then you have to target high yield, like an industry that already exists. You need to not replace the existing machinery. So if you want to make I work in hemp a lot. I was talking about limestone hemp bricks. Well, if you want to make that infrastructure work, it has to not only be cheaper and better than cementation, it has to be better for the environment, but it has to be scalable. And the processes, often it's more difficult to make that occur. But in the case of burning something up and capturing the gases, it's not that bad. So if you could target something like carbon black that's $89 for 50 grams of it, then the idea is this can replicate over and over. And if you could just get regulation to be able to put these facilities in, the ability to make sure that we transition our supply off of hydrocarbons along with products that reach that great Venn diagram, then this will be a self-perpetuating system that will replace oil and hydrocarbons on its own, and also lead to the collection of materials that we're just wasting every day in this.
Great. I was furiously taking notes there. Brian.
Yeah, so one thing I think about, in our current growing systems, it's a very extraction paradigm. And I think that, we need to move it to a regenerative, and where bioresources is going to play a primary role. And, I think it's one market needs to get developed, and, but there's also a regulatory aspect to it. But what about subsidies? Smart use of subsidies can help really bootstrap the bioresources environment to become the predominant factor in this kind of growing systems, and kind of change it from the extractive to a regenerative type of system. So I think there is a combination of market regeneration, but then also I think subsidies could be a big thing to really help push this along faster.
Yeah, like the new FPEP grant process that some of us are working on through the USDA. That kind of gets back to something that Mike, that you said. I had some of the questions here that you had put in your presentation. I copied them in. Oh, here they are. Transition funding will not last forever, because you could say that your association, would you call that a subsidy from the Air Board?
Yeah, absolutely it is, right? I mean, we're trying to get farmers to adopt different practices. So what do? You incentivize it, right? I'm an economist and do work in this space. And if you look at, what's the solution? Is it market-based? Is it regulatory-based? It's got to be a combination of both. There are positive externalities to all the different technologies we talked about. What that means is no one individual is going to be able to pay for it, right? Because we get benefits from it outside of having to pay for it. We can free ride. And the only way to solve that is to have some sort of government intervention, like a subsidy, like a standard, those types of things. Doing it smart and thinking about saying, how can we set this up so that we don't pigeonhole ourselves on particular technologies, or incentivize the reduction of food and increase in other types of things, so we drive up food prices. We got to be smart about this. It's the suite of things. And if we think about specifically the ag biomass that's out there in the San Joaquin Valley, I was just looking, it's nearly 600 million tons a year that has been burnt, that is now being incorporated in the soil or being chipped and put somewhere. We've got a lot of biomass that we can use. What's the best way to do it? Not a one size fit all. It is very particular. At the same time, we've got SGMA. We've got a lot of groundwater regulation. We're going to see 500,000 acres go out of production in the San Joaquin Valley that we can't put stuff on, unless we say, hey, maybe some of this agave is going to work. Maybe there's some value add there. Maybe we can transition to crops that have less water intensive, but still add some value. I think there's a lot there. I think it's a coordinated effort that needs to go in to do this, and how we think about it and approach it from a state perspective. It's, how can we set these markets up, prop them up so that they get going, transition away from the products that we don't want, right? Importing in carbon when we can develop it here. Yeah, I think it's all there, right? It's just, it's a big coordination problem, having everyone at the table. And the one thing, if we think about marketing and what's the goal of marketing for all of this stuff, it's education, right? It's educating the consumers that this is something that we want to do. And this is something that we should be willing to pay for. It's a lot. It's a lot, but I think it's solvable if everyone's at the table, and if everyone is willing to come to the table and talk about it.
Well, and that's what the purpose of this symposium, but it's in its 17th year, and it arose out of the water, the water division of US EPA Region 9 and the Central Valley Water District. So that's how this symposium came about. But what I found in being involved in the last 10 years on this or so, is that one meeting a year that doesn't have any teeth in it is very educational for us professionals, but it's, each of us in our own way is trying to get the job done. So I definitely see the marketing approach, and I'm thrilled to see that approach, Sally, that you've been doing up in Washington and bringing that to California, which is a much more diverse state. I mean, you have a population in Washington that's less than the population of LA County. So, I mean, and the diversity of our ecosystems, I mean, you have diverse ecosystems up there as well, but we got population all over the place. And
a lot of them have your gardens.
Yeah. And I've been in close conversation with the water districts. My former partner, I was in the water industry before I got into organics, and has 25 mostly municipal water district general managers, plus a few irrigation district managers. And Sigma's a big deal to farmers. I'm dealing with that with some farmers that I know in the Central Valley. And I do think we need to sell the water conservation benefits of compost, whatever kind of compost, much better than we have been. But moving forward, I was thinking after yesterday and then more today, that maybe we should have a bioresources roundtable where we meet maybe every other month. I've just started a healthy soil roundtable, which, between all of the various agencies involved in that, from NRCS and CDFA and even CalCan, the Climate Action Network. But bioresources is more complex because it's a relationship between bringing the carbon back either to the soil or the soil and the energy system for both water benefits and so forth, and now we're talking maybe growing new energy crops on water stressed lands. That makes a lot of sense to me, but that's a whole new movement within the ag industry. All the ag industry, we have over 400 crops in California, and each one of them has their own association. And you just said, Joe, that you have that you learned that California's now got an agave association. I didn't even know we grew agave here other than landscapes.
They're starting to do it for tequila.
Yeah.
They have not yet come to energy cropping,
yeah.
But there are people interested in it. And now with today's announcement with Shell, I think you're going to see a lot more interest. We've been working in Australia for the last 4 or 5 years, gotten certified as non-invasive, and people are now starting to plant, thousands of hectares, and it's going to grow. We're seeing it. It's good for remediation of coal mine lands, and again, Australia has 270 million hectares of semi-arid land you can't grow anything on. So you're looking at 350,000 hectares would provide all of Singapore's energy. That's not bad. And so you're talking about if you do the math. You're looking at Australia could export something in the range of the equivalent of 30 million barrels a day of oil equivalent, all as green hydrogen at the whopping great cost of 5 to 10 cents a kilogram of shipping. So it's really it was somewhat surprising to us, to be perfectly honest, and we were very happy that because we had done work in sugar years ago. We had done tons of work on methanol back right at 2000 to 2010, but you put it in. I mean, it's really, you're just taking its direct. Here you go, biomass. You turn it into sugar juice, and then that just goes in, and you get hydrogen. That's it. I mean, that's the process. It's very straightforward, and we were getting undetectable amounts of anything else. So and at pressure, we could build it whatever pressure you like, but we're going to keep it down in the range of something rational. But it's a shocking. I mean, the cost, we're looking at under $1 a kilogram landed in Singapore. That's $43 a barrel of oil equivalent, green hydrogen.
Wow.
So it's and again, you can do it from anything that starts with carbon. So everything you have that has carbon in it can be, you know, the question is how much will the pretreatment cost, separation, where do you grab that? And, you know, for every carbon atom, you get 6 grams of hydrogen. That's the number.
Yeah. And Clayton, you were saying, I mean, you've been working with hemp that's as a byproduct of actual hemp, non CBD or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cannabis, right?
The you know, when you look at hemp biomass, not cannabis or anything like that, or even CBD, real hemp grows you know, almost as fast as bamboo, but it doesn't take all the setup time that bamboo does, or the water equivalent. So you're able to grow maybe 6,000 pounds at least per acre. So you're talking massive biomass, and about 4,000 pounds of that comes out as this hurd, which is woody biomass you put into building products and all sorts of other stuff. And the rest of it comes out as sweet cellulose. This is from a decorticator. Unlike most crops, you actually need a machine to split down the different parts of hemp you want. But there's a really other fun thing too. It doesn't drive up food prices, it lowers them. You get hemp seed, a lot of it, 600 pounds per acre, 20 gallons of oil directly just from the seed in addition to the meal. And this is a high protein superfood full of omega-8 fatty acids. And you could put this right into animal feed. And if you're running a digester and running pyrolysis, then you take that biochar, put that right into the cows in the field. You monitor those cows via satellite, measuring light refraction, big herds. You generate carbon credits because the biochar will actually eliminate the methane that they produce in burps and in their crap. And in addition to that, when it goes into the field, you've now got a manure plus biochar mix for the soil. So these kind of systems definitely can be implemented, and hemp is just about the best. One of the problems is,
where are you seeing the crops for hemp?
What's that?
Where are you seeing those crops?
Oh, they're all over America. A lot is in Colorado. There's a fair amount being looking to be grown in California. There's a significant amount that's in Oregon and also in the Kentucky area and so on. The great thing about hemp is it grows everywhere from Alaska to Texas. I have people in the National Hemp Association that I've worked with, they are all over the country growing hemp, and it's actually a very reasonable, as long as you have alpha sols or mollisols for soil, you can pretty much grow the plant if your pH is right. And you know, like Washington, where I live in Olympia, we have a killer ability to grow hemp. And one of the neat things would be, we have this really gross thing called Hanford over there with all the nuclear facility. And one of the great powers of hemp is to pull radioactive material and metals out of the soil. So when you combine this as a soil remediation, you carbonize that material, you get useful products. But there's other reasons we need to do this. If you look at New Mexico, which I've been to for their fires, they shut down their last coal plants and everything. So they import fly ash and they import carbon for roads. Pyrolysis makes tar and it makes carbon. We can put that right into roads and asphalt. You don't need to do that locally from walnut waste, all sorts of stuff, you know?
Yeah, so one other connection that I was seeing here, and Brian, you brought that in, and Sally, I was wondering your perception of measuring the biology in the soil, and because we haven't done that much in the traditional compost industry.
So there's the Soil Health Institute has just done a big multi-site study across the U.S. with a range of different management practices and no-till, multiple crop rotations, different amendments, including biosolids and composts. and come up with a range of recommendations on how to measure different things, including aggregate stability and soil health. And soil health is very often, or the components of soil health, soil biology is a critical component of soil health. And they ended up recommending a 24-hour CO2 mineralization test. We've done a little bit with an extract called POXY, or permanganate oxidizable carbon. There are a number of tools emerging, but the biology is a critical component, because a soil that supports a healthy living biomass is a healthier soil, and that's what you want.
One note I'd just like to add on to that, Sally, is that when I talk to my clients about looking at your soil, I kind of break it down to 3 properties of soil. There is a biological property, a chemical property, and a physical property to it. And traditional growing systems or conventional growing systems today focus simply on 2, the physical and the chemical, and biology is completely an afterthought. What we know is that biology actually has significant influences both on the chemical and the physical structures of soils. And if our focus really switches from looking at trying to solve the physical chemical problems to really understanding and fostering a good soil food web, then we can solve those chemical and structural problems that we have in the soil today. It's a huge mindset shift, but I think it's extraordinarily important that we make that shift.
Right, where's that? I mean, I'm familiar with the the Soil Health Institute as well, but do you have access to the URL of that study, Sally? Put it in the chat.
So I my husband and dog are about to come into the house. So I
First
do
things first.
library for Northwest Biosolids and for a number of other regional associations, and oh, my dog got a haircut. Anyway, I have a bunch of those articles in that library, and so just hold tight till December. And I think if you just look at the Soil Health Institute website, you might be able to find them and download them there.
Okay, I'll definitely look there. So moving forward, I'm interested in whether you guys want to keep, I mean, we will certainly do the symposium on an annual basis, but I'm interested in whether intermediately we can do, maybe there's a few anchor tenants that get it going, like your association, Mike. How much longer are you going to be doing that, do you think?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure. It's
Okay.
It's kind of but I think one thing to think about is we're in the middle of the 5th climate assessment for the state. So it might be, that's key opportunity time to say, hey, this is a big part of it. And putting together, like some of the folks we've been working with, putting together a scoping plan for the biomass in the state, having goals and following up, I think is a good thing. So I think hitting it up right now is probably a good idea, and charging forward with it.
Maybe we could, a biomass, what did you call it in your presentation? Was it a biomass scoping plan or
Yeah.
bioresources?
Yep.
And I think this group, it would make a lot of sense for people who wanted to spend the time. I know I would raise my hand to be part of a working group that feeds into that, because everybody's doing different projects, and appropriately so. But if we can coordinate our perspectives, and now I'm getting a new, moving back to the possibility of energy crops as well as fiber crops, because I know cotton went away in the South Valley because of the water prices and the water availability, and then they moved to almonds, which is actually pound for pound use a lot less water for the price of the product you get. But I think there needs to be some other considerations. So that's what I was trying to refer to in my little introduction thing about the tertiary bioresources, because there's so many influencers in terms of energy, environmental justice, and so forth. not just the technology, but the sociology, if you will, as well as the economics.
And Dan, just on a note to that too, I think in this discussion, pulling in the actual farmers, the people doing the agriculture is really, really key. From my standpoint, when I drive through the Central Valley, California, it drives me crazy because I see miles upon miles upon miles of bare soil. And if farming practices are extraordinarily wasteful, we could save actually quite a bit of water if we put brown mulches or living mulches, started to really build structure and aggregation in those soils, and really change the water holding capacity of those soils. We could be growing a lot more crops much more efficiently, and not have 500,000 acres go out of production because of water issues. And I think bringing that community into that discussion is going to be really, really key, so that they understand that, yeah, they're going to be a big part of actually making that change.
Yeah, good point, Brian. I just last weekend joined the Farm Bureau after 20 years of ignoring it. I was part of the CAF, California Alliance with Family Farmers, which is more of a small organic farmer approach. One of our composters down in San Diego, part of her marketing plan is that she became the president of the local Farm Bureau. So, and she's a soil scientist. That's Mary Matava, and she's been on tours with Biocycle. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. And farmers are dealing with a lot of stuff relative to land costs. And of course, if they fallow land, but they don't protect the soil, I think, you end up with the results that you were just
I think, one of the reasons why the collaborative exists is because the farmers need alternatives to what was going on in the past, and it's been very much driven from them and from their associations. That's who we work with, and I think everyone is, especially looking at how receptive they are to this program and to doing alternatives. I think everyone's there. I think everyone wants to come to the table. It's just it's creating the forum where we can bring everyone to the table and discuss it.
I was at a conference recently about nitrogen utilization, and the farmers that were represented there are in a veritable panic as the cost of nitrogen fertilizer has more than tripled in the last 18 months. And when you have cost of inputs going up, but what you're getting for the finished product is fairly constant, that's not a sustainable practice. And so they were asking about, manure. They were asking about, how to conserve the nitrogen that we've got. And, and that was one of the concepts I had behind my presentation, is how can we in the organics industry help the farmers get greater utilization out of the nitrogen that they're putting in their fields. And that's, I've always talked about the 4 F's: food, fuel, fiber, and fertilizer, and trying to get them in balance so that the hubs of the spoke are not, just like your bicycle, you want them true. And if you're overemphasizing one of the F's over the other, I think that we're not going to promote balanced sustainability. And people say, is it fuel? Is it food? Well, it's both, but it's also fertilizers and fiber. And that's one of the reasons, Dan, why I wanted to talk about fertilizers, wanted to talk about nitrogen, is because we in the industry have been ignoring it. We haven't really talked about the elephant in the room. Nitrogen's a problem in odors, nitrogen's a problem getting it balanced, nitrogen this, nitrogen that, knocks into the air, precursor that, greenhouse gas, oh my gosh. But we can't just keep, guessing. We have to help work with the farmers to get the nitrogen to the soil in a non-polluting form. And this to me is the wave of the future, as much as the biofuels. And we're very focused on biofuels, but I think bio nitrogen in a stable form is
Is part of that future. Right, it's part of that future. Joe, did you want to chime in on that subject?
Yeah, actually, it's interesting because you're talking about multiple value streams.
Right.
And for the farmer, it's critical and it's doable technically. But what's interesting, I just spent 4 years and I don't know what it cost us, almost $3 million to have a project fail, and because it never got off the ground. That's what we'd spent in development cost, looking at food, fertilizer, and energy. And we found, after dealing with probably 200 different funding sources, including the Department of Energy that solicited us, that they were incapable of financing a project that had more than one output. You know, they said, is this an energy project? Is it a food project? I mean, they finally, they got rid of the food, they got rid of the fertilizer. Nobody wanted to know. They want to sell the gas. There wasn't enough money. So, I mean, it sounds great to talk about having multiple streams. The finance community can't analyze it. They can't quantify the risk. They're incapable of it. I just spent 4 years and several $1 million proving that point. I'm a little slow, but it's.
I've come to the same situation, is that they get confused by multiple sources, but
oh yeah,
it's like they can't understand that this is just like oil and gas. When you have gasoline and you have crude oil, you don't get one product. When you have natural gas, you don't get one product. You get petroleum jelly, you get 5,000 products. That's why solar and wind can't actually outcompete oil and gas, because you don't make all the stuff. You don't make stuff. That's why pyrolysis is such a beautiful thing, because you're making this gas, you're making this carbon, you're making these high-end plastics and high-end carbons that can be used in batteries and the batteries of the future, and spray 3D printed batteries in electronics. Cellulose and carbon black are essentially all you need to make a computer if you're really dedicated to the idea of doing it with a 3D printer. And this is how you can construct things in the future and the now. And one of the other great things is infrastructure. You know, the oil and gas infrastructure already exists. It's already there. So we look at the cost of, what is the cost of digging that out, putting something new in? That's why when I look at the systems of how to put our material into this, I changed nothing in the manufacture of the plastic. There's issues about sizing of the particulate that goes into compounding plastic. And so the biochar producers and other folks can't make the right temperature, the right atmosphere, and the right grind, the right equipment to hit your end product. But if you do, then you don't need to invent anything new. You don't need to replace infrastructure. When you use this material into plastic, when you use it into cement, you don't need to invent anything new. It's a powder. When I added it to drywall and made a better drywall, you don't need to do anything special to the infrastructure of drywall manufacture. And a lot of these projects lose sight of that. They don't understand that, yeah, it's great, you have a better mousetrap, but you have to dig up all the old mousetraps and all the old things that supported those mousetraps to build a whole new industry. If you can get 30 or 40% better by just making a change in your feedstock, then that is things right this second.
Yeah. Well, does anybody else have any thoughts to throw in the pot? Because I'm kind of out of my questions. I'm really interested in continuing the conversation, other than just planning another conference next year, which I'm happy to do. But it would be much easier if we were working with you, Mike, and then with the Healthy Soil folks and with the other energy folks. I'm definitely already working with Jim on the biofertilizer angle.
I see John Novitsky has his hand raised.
Oh, okay, great. Is that amongst, I'm not seeing.
One of the attendees.
Oh, an attendee. Oh, okay, great.
John, do you have a question? You're able to ask it now.
So yes, I would love to continue to be a fly on the wall. Most of the guys that remain on the call right now, I'm going to follow up with you individually, explain what we're doing, and I think you'll be pretty excited there's ways that I think that we can collaborate. I am working with farmers directly in California. I'll give a little bit of a teaser. We're importing a direct soil injection machine that's been used in Germany. They're achieving a 50% reduction in irrigation water on golf courses and on grass playing fields. We'll be doing it with golf courses as well, but I'll also be doing it with agriculture in the Central Valley. And I'm finding that, for example, when I talk to the golf course guys, they're going through order of 1 million gallons a day per golf course in Phoenix, Palm Springs, and Las Vegas. They're after that 50% water reduction to reduce their operating costs. With the farmers that I'm working with in the Central Valley, they're after that 50% so they can increase the crop that can grow with the water they get allocated. So a good part of, Brian, what you've observed with all the fallow land, they don't have the water allocations. And it all depends. So one of the goofy things I figured out here in California, we have close to 10,000 different regulatory bodies that control where the water goes. It's crazy. We have 57 of them at the federal level alone. It was just nuts. And so there's farmers that are next to each other that are paying, in some cases, 100 times difference in their water. It's crazy. You know, Mike, you're nodding, you see this stuff, and it's happening down where you are. And so there's a bunch of guys that are in particular in the water stress regions that are very excited to work with us. Some of the material, so part of it is going to be biochar. Part of it is we'll be using pyrolysis to make our own biochar. And we'll be adding these other ingredients to it. And it's really the combination of the collection of ingredients that's providing the benefit. So
what is your company, so that if I get an email from you, John, I know?
Yes, I just got done being a CEO of an indoor shrimp farm starting in Montana. And it was intended to be a circular economy where we would have, you know, when we did pyrolysis on the front end, the indoor shrimp farm was a consumer of the heat and the power. The output of the indoor shrimp farm, we're using biofloc, which is a very high NPK value of a waste stream, because the biofloc is a set of bacteria and algae that feed on the feces and the urine of the shrimp to keep them pathogen free. So we were then mixing the biochar with the biofloc coming off the shrimp farm to make custom medias for various types of operations. And we've got a whole bunch of different indoor farmers that want to co-locate with us, where we'll make a little REMU, where we'll be waste-free, where we should be waste-free and carbon footprint negative, using various types of biosources on the front end. And so, for example, I've got an almond farmer, got 10,000 acres. He's got 6,000 dairy cow. That's going to be one of the sites where we're going to put the stuff right there. The only thing that's going to leave the farm are the shrimp, which we've been sold out at a price premium 2.5 times the market value, because they're pathogen free, they're fresh, they're chemical free, all that kind of good stuff. We've got golf courses that we're going to use waste. We're doing it in the Sierra Nevada. So I've got all these different waste streams, and each site's going to be a little different, but we're finding that the plants that can coexist, where one guy's output, waste output, is the next guy's input. It turns out the common denominators are pyrolysis, the indoor shrimp farms. We'll be running that into cannabis. We'll be running it into the hemp and tomatoes, because those plants all, Mike, you're nodding your head, they all want this stuff to be salty, and these are saltwater shrimp. And when you ask the hemp growers and you ask the cannabis guys, what do you do with your stalks? They say, well, we pile them up after we dry them, and then we chip them, sometimes we spread it on the field, but most of the time what we need to do is go to a certified landfill, dump our waste stocks and get the receipt from that kind of stuff to explain legally as part of their permitting process. We've already asked a few places, can we do this in your county where we would just consume your waste stocks as part of the pyrolysis system on the front end? And they said, sure, may as well do it there. So there'll be composting and custom soils and all these things that we've discussed. That's what we're after. So this is why I was so excited with all the little things that you guys all said today, because it's touching almost each of the places that you have your respective expertise. And so anyway, thanks.
Yeah, so there's what's emerging in this conversation and what I've been seeing it around is the integration of the ag, the waste and the what I was calling tertiary bioresources or all the influencers on the organics cycle. And that you create these models, these business models or opportunities that are integrated between the soil and the energy and the water and the food
Excuse me, Dan?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Tom. I just had a quick, John, that's a great circular economy, story that you've laid out there. And, very exciting and, great to see the, progress that you're doing with that. A couple of things. One is just, adding an AB system in front of the pyrolysis system gets you hydrogen from water, right? So you're basically getting, with the pyrolysis, you're getting the amount of energy that you're getting out is, you're baking the biomass, and you're getting the amount of hydrogen that you're getting out of that is the amount of hydrogen that was in the biomass that was available through the process of pyrolysis. Whereas if you put that material in a digester, you're getting 2 to 3.5 of those H's, CH4, methane. You're getting the hydrogen from the water. So the microbes are giving you hydrogen from water. And that's a huge, energy benefit for any of the biorefineries that you just described. So just wanted to throw that out there that I would.
Is what you're saying, it was on the graph of what Joe presented? Going, not,
sure,
you're not talking about water
you
hydrolysis. You're talking about.
No, you're talking about anaerobic digestion. So basically, all the shrimp biomass, or the farm. Let's just say the farmer that has manure, and it has all the the stocks from the hemp, or woody biomass from available forest trimming, etc. All kinds of biomass can be digested before you produce the biochar, through pyrolysis. So it's just a way of contemplating how to set up your system to maximize the triple bottom line benefits.
And what about the problem that Joe brought up of not being able to sell that to traditional investors?
Well, that's sort of the problem your roundtable can address in terms of they have to be educated. Yeah. I mean, the numbers are staggering. Actually, the yield on capital doubled, and everyone would get excited. But as soon as they got into the finance committees and the analysts, they would say, "Well, wait a minute, is this an energy play or a food play?"
Right. It's all channeled in those categories of value.
Yeah. And this
integrated part, and all of your presentations show this incredible integration. And lately, yours boggled my mind, but
well, and I wanted to mention that oh, sorry, please go ahead. But I do have something on the hemp shrimp angle when we come back to that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm done. I'm not done. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I just want to mention, there's a travesty going on in this country, and some places just ignore it, like Vermont has with eggs. But unfortunately, there is a bunch of biomass out there, and there's a big difference between hemp biomass for industrial hemp and CBD waste material from extraction. Depending on how the material is extracted, I've done HPLC analysis, had a company, HPLC Solutions, and also have done some of the biggest HPLC molecular isolation of cannabinoids out there at scale. And the unfortunate thing is that waste material is categorized as drug waste, but it also can contain trace THC, CBD, etc. So if you need to validate that it's not in that product anymore, then you have to pay to test that it isn't in order to get it into the animal food stream, if that was even allowed. Unfortunately, industrial hemp doesn't even, like, there's not even CBD in it. It's almost nothing at all.
Yeah.
If you get the right strain, you can get CBD, you can get cannabinoid free almost. And that material, when you wash the seeds and you clean them, kids can eat hemp seeds. But unfortunately, the regulation is such right now that it is difficult to get it into specifically the cow feed stream, which would be amazing for the cows and amazing for our pocketbook on the cost of meat. So unfortunately, there's people like Hunter Buffington out there and other folks in the National Hemp Association, Erica and Anna at that group, who are doing, and Joff Whalen, who are doing amazing work to try and make it possible to get this super crop into our food stream, but it's proving.
You just, yeah.
Dan, John has raised his hand. John Nowitzki, one of the attendees again. So
Okay, great.
he's able to
Why don't
talk
you
if
let him in?
he wants.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
John, did you have a follow-up comment? Doesn't seem like it.
Okay, how about now?
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. Now we can hear you.
Okay, so this is why I wanted to have the follow-up conversations with you all, because the amount of knowledge that the group has collectively was shocking to me. And it turns out that most of you have something that could add a great deal of value to the integration path that we plan. So this is why I wanted to say that. And I'll say one other thing. I sent an email to Roberta Franco after this morning, because she didn't mention a manure treatment that I sent her the link to the paper. There's a professor at UC Merced named Dr. Fernando Diaz. Did you guys know him?
He's a
Yes.
part of the collaborative. Yeah.
Okay, Mike, you know. So he sent me his paper back in July, and it wasn't mentioned today, but for you guys, so it turns out that she did mention that they're after methane mitigation by feeding the biochar to the cows. And that's one of the experiments that's happening at UC Davis. What Dr. Diaz figured out was he actually took the waste solids that were coming out of the waste lagoons in the dairy farms, and he made these windrows where he put a layer of waste solid down, a layer of biochar, a layer of waste solid, and so on, stack it up and compost it. And then he made a really sophisticated measuring tool, and he was able to demonstrate that they could reduce the methane emissions coming off the compost by a factor of 79%. Now, the best we've ever gotten it coming off the cow is some people have shown that they can get about a 45% methane reduction coming out of an individual cow by feeding them biochar. So here's what's really happening. Then those waste solids go right back in to the soil with the carbon sequestration, which is, Jim, this is exactly your point. You've got, in our case at the almond farm, we'll be using waste almond shells because we've got 2.8 billion pounds of them and they're bone dry. We can get them for virtually free. We can take the dead trees and we can take the tree trimmings, and all the dead wood is dead. It's pretty dry. So when we mix that stuff together and put it right back into the soil, we'll be increasing the carbon, we'll be increasing the nitrogen, all those things that you guys were talking about for the last 2 days. All of that should be happening. And for example, we've got the lab reports on the I don't know, 30 or 40 micronutrients of what's going on with the biofloc coming off the shrimp farm. I have horses, so I did it for my horses. I don't have the micronutrients from cow manure or waste solids, but I can't imagine those are going to be hard to find either. But we should be able to have that stuff and have some things ready to demonstrate very soon. So
Great.
yeah.
You don't have a company name, or you have my email?
Yeah, I think it's on the big list. And as you guys
Yeah.
were making presentations, I wrote them all down. The name of
Okay.
the company is called Symbiotic Agriculture.
Okay.
We don't have a website. We're not even incorporated yet. We will be a B Corp, for the obvious reason. But we're right now just figured it out. And it's the same group of guys that built the indoor shrimp farm in Montana. But it's right back to what Joe said. Those VCs wanted to focus on one thing. So we focused on the shrimp first, got it done, and then they gave us the IP of everything else, all the other patents and everything that we've been working on for years, and said, okay, guys, go do the circular economy thing now. And when you're ready, we'll bring the shrimp farm in. So that's what we're doing.
Oh, I see. So the shrimp farm is kind of a stalking horse into the integrated local circular economy process.
It was the fastest return on investment.
Sure.
But I think it was, the guy from LA that was doing the core. What'd he say? He had 20 regulatory permits he had to get, and it took him 3 years. And in the case of Montana, when we said we're going to be doing saltwater, warm water shrimp, they said, go ahead, we don't care. If they jump out and try to run away, they're going to die. The water's too cold and it's fresh water. We don't care.
Yeah.
Just do building codes and don't abuse your employees and go for it.
Yeah.
Great.
Right. All right. Well, I'm going to need to wrap it up here. Thanks for everybody hanging on. I know a lot of folks have been falling off on the attendee list, but appreciate the stamina of everybody. And this has all been recorded and it'll be posted on the EPA website and where you registered. So it should all be good.
Thanks, Dan. Thank
you all for showing up, and I'll be getting back to you, Mike, specifically as an anchor tenant in our bioresources roundtables moving forward. Great.
Thank you, everyone. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks, Joe, for showing up from Singapore.
Thank you. Bye.
Mm-hmm.